If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment. For more videos like this, anyone who has seen a cryptid, unknown creature, or otherworldly forest being, such as a skunk ape, Sasquatch, Wendigo, crawler, or another strange cryptid, could you describe it for me? Appalachian crawler. So last night I was camping in Big Meadows in Shenandoah National Park, went to take a shower, and left the dogs in the car and heard barking when I got out. I saw a large white humanoid creature running by the field near the amphitheater, and the dogs were going crazy. The creature was running on all fours, but when it noticed me, it stood upright and then disappeared into a shadow. A few seconds later, I saw a set of what I thought were double headlamps, walking about 10 feet above the ground in pitch black, but they weren't casting light, just glowing. As soon as I was able to get reception and search for the things I saw, it said Appalachian crawler matched them. Does anyone else have any encounters in the Big Meadow portion of Shenandoah National Park? Was creeped out and still am, even though I came back home today. Another Bigfoot UFO encounter in Pennsylvania. There are quite a few reports of Bigfoot-type creatures and UFOs in the past 2 decades. Location: Mineral Point, Pennsylvania. Date: the 20th of July 2001. Time: 2330. A man was building a fire behind his house near a wooded area when he heard a noise in the woods and shined his flashlight in that direction. In the distance he saw a large dark animal that was then down on all fours and was assumed to be a bear. The animal then looked at the man and stood upright on 2 legs. It began to move into the woods, keeping a good distance from the witness who was now following it. The man could never hit the creature with his light. He could only see a silhouette of its body, which gave the impression of being about 8 to 9 feet tall, furry and blackish-brown in color. It appeared to be moving on 2 legs, and they kept quite a distance apart while moving at a relatively slow pace. During the time that the man followed the creature, it appeared to be moving in an upright position until he lost sight of it in the thicker woods. After losing sight of the creature, the witness backtracked and, looking upward, was startled to see something quite strange in the sky. About 500 feet away, he saw a large, solid, luminous, triangular object with no individual lights. He estimated the object to be the size of a 2-story house. It appeared to be longer than wide. The object, which was silent, was first observed at approximately 50 feet above the ground in a clearing. It then moved down slowly to about 20 feet, where it disappeared behind a thick part of the woods and was no longer seen. When I was young, I have the distinct memory of seeing a werewolf. I was faking sleeping in the back of my family's car. I remember my dad actually swerving to miss it. It felt surreal, like a fever dream. Actually wrote a poem about it. Rowan's The Country Crickets sing a song. While all the while we drift along on back roads dark, we cut with headlamps. Strips of white along a black map of scrub brush and gravel, roadkill and single shoes all by their lonesome. We travel always onward, making our way to new trails, not yet defiled with our toxic personalities making themselves manifest in hoarding garbage and clutter build on each other. My panic slowly grows, it chokes in a stutter. We hate one another, not so silently. He looks at me from the driver's seat, brow furrowed, eyes red from beer drunk not so long ago, my green eyes closed tight, my breathing is neat and ordered. I feign sleep until he pays attention to his driving. Oh my God, she gasps from the passenger seat that's broken and reeks of oil and gas. I hate the past. My stomach turns cold in a flash, and I feel like I am falling. What is that? She hisses. Flat-packing question like a punch against my young nose. My blood drops to my toes, and I look now. Eyes just wide enough to take the sight in. There on the side I see a patched, mangy hide. Teeth like a jar that's broken inside, cracked and waiting for a wayward hand. Walking on legs like a man, and for a second, I swear it's at my throat. My father sways hard to the side, and I'm floating. He curses with a rough-sounding bark that hurts my ears. It gives weight to my fears. Jesus, Jesus, please save me. I don't think I'm dreaming. Gray skin, yellow eyes. I'm a pretty avid hiker and have never encountered anything like this creature before. I've seen plenty of bears, birds, snakes, etc., but this was different. I was visiting a Florida state park called Hantoon Island State Park, and you have to take a ferry over to it. There's a walking trail called the Wet Trail that runs along the river. If you're considering a visit, be aware that we encountered 17 rattlesnakes about a mile in, so be prepared if you're not fond of snakes. At the end of the trail, they have a Native American shell mound. My buddy and I got to the top of this roughly 30 feet mound, and were looking out over the river when I turned around and saw a face staring at me from behind a log. The warnings were human, not fully detailed. The lips and skin were gray, and it had these yellow eyes, not glowing, just yellow. It appeared to be hiding and watching us, and then it suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. It scared the absolute dog shit out of me, and I've been searching around the internet looking for similar encounters. Before I even saw it, my buddy said he felt like something in the woods was watching us. It was probably one of the most horrifying moments of my life. The way it looked at us felt like we were prey. What was it? Let me start by saying I probably brought that on myself, but whatever the case, I'm still thinking about it. This was roughly 3 years ago when I was with my now ex-girlfriend. I live in the northeastern U.S. and have been a believer in Bigfoot ever since I saw Leigh Stroud's accounts and his mini-series. I live in an area with wildlife preserve territory everywhere and loads of nature trails. One night after drinking with my girlfriend, I suggested going on the trails, wood knocking and all that. I have a trucker's tire bat that I bought specifically for knocking, and I brought it with me. We get on the trail north of my house down the road, and I start doing pairs of knocks. One, then 4 or 5 seconds later, another. Nothing. Not really surprised, as I wasn't expecting anything. We were about 20 minutes into the trail, and I decided to do a whoop. 5 to 10 seconds later, we got a response. Close. My girlfriend and I look at each other like, what the hell? For roughly 40 minutes, we were lost on the trails looking for the exit while this thing was just out of sight of the flashlight, growling and calling out. When we got home, I looked it up and the call was a spot-on match for a fish or cat. We laughed it off. A while back I shared the story on a Bigfoot community for laughs, and they pointed out that Bigfoot is known for mimicry, and fisher cats don't stalk humans. Was it a fisher cat? It was 2006 in Vermont. My girlfriend and I were driving home from a Boston concert, Interpol at the Orpheum. She was driving and I was asleep with my head leaning against the window. I awoke at the precise moment to see a creature crouched on the side of the highway. I was a fraction of a second, but I remember the stature as if it were yesterday. It was human-shaped and sized. My girlfriend saw it too and said it looked like a golem-like creature. She is a skeptic when it comes to almost everything. But she saw it. It was around 3 a.m. on the interstate. (1,991 sighting). The following incident took place while stationed at Lowry AFB in Denver, Colorado, in July 1991. Around 3 a.m. on a Saturday night, my roommate Sean P. and I were bored and had been aimlessly walking around the base since midnight. As we were headed back, nearing our dormitory, we saw a man-sized winged creature land and perch itself atop the center of a long 2-story building, one of 3 training buildings where we had attended training. Only a dark silhouette was visible, but the best way to describe it was as like a gargoyle. The strangest part was that we were affected identically and simultaneously. We didn't speak a word to each other. We never stopped walking towards it and never lost a step, both in a trance-like state of fear and awe. As we reached the center of the building, we had to turn and walk backwards to keep it in sight. This is when I tripped over a trash can, but this broke the trance state we were in. When I looked back up, the creature was gone. We didn't say anything, but briefly looked at each other and sprinted across the street to our dormitory. Once we got inside our room, we had our window open. We immediately closed it, sat down, and just stared at each other in complete shock, wondering what the hell we just encountered. We never spoke of it again. Possible dogman? Hey guys, I wanted to ask if anyone has seen or heard of any possible dogman encounters near Bradley, California, or King City, California. My family moved into that area recently, and they have been experiencing some strange activity around their property. They have goats in hands and are worried recently. Whatever has been prowling around might get to them. They have a German Shepherd dog that guards the property at night, but recently it got into a physical altercation with something they believe was large enough to possibly have picked him up and thrown him, or something similar, because the dog is injured in his back. A trip to the vet confirmed the injury, and they are helping him get better. They have also had at least 4 sightings in about a fortnight of a creature that looks like a big dog or wolf that can walk on 2 legs as well as on all 4s. The closest dogman sighting that I've heard of was similar, the Santa Cruz Mountains. Would you all recommend getting another large dog to help patrol the area at night? If so, what breed would you recommend? If anyone has any suggestions on how one can deter this possible dogman from the property, please let me know. I've been seeing paranormal things for years. The incident happened 2 years ago in a rural village, and I still can't explain it. I've been experiencing paranormal events for a few years now. I want to share one specific incident that happened about 2 years ago. I was staying at a countryside house. One night, around 1 a.m., I needed to use the restroom. Since the outdoor latrine was quite a walk across the yard, I decided to just step out and do my business right off the porch. I didn't bring a flashlight or a phone/camera with me. Right in the middle of it, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Something was sitting on a barrel just 3 meters, about 10 feet away from me. When I looked up, pure terror hit me, and I broke out into a cold sweat. There was a hairy creature sitting there, dangling its legs. I felt like it was staring straight into my soul, but I just froze, staring back at it. It had human-like proportions and was about 120 centimeters, 4 feet tall, but its arms were bizarrely short, looking as if they only went down to where the elbows should be. Its body was covered in black fur, the center of its face was white, and its eyes were elongated and completely white. I carefully backed into the house, never breaking eye contact with the creature. A heavy thunderstorm started right after, and it poured rain until morning. When daylight came, there were clear marks on the barrel showing that someone or something had indeed been sitting there. I still have no idea what it could have been. Has anyone ever encountered anything similar? Sighting/encounter? I stayed at my coworker's property at a ranch in Walnut Grove, California, after a barbecue a couple of weeks ago. I decided to sleep in my truck in the driver's seat. Between 3 o'clock and 5 a.m., I awoke and could have sworn I observed a short, gray-looking alien standing beside the driver's side door. It was shorter than my side mirror. I remember closing my eyes and opening them again, and it was gone. I can't be sure it was anything. But yesterday my friend told me that around 2 to 3 a.m. he woke up because he heard something walking on top of his fifth-wheel trailer, which he rents on the property. He also said whatever it was opened a screen door and tried to open the door to the trailer, which was luckily locked. The next morning he looked for footprints and only found his own, leaving him unsure of what had happened. I told him what I saw the night I stayed for the barbecue. He didn't make fun of me, and definitely looked concerned since he stays on the property still. Does anyone know or have any sightings in the San Joaquin Delta? I need advice. Hi, I'm from India, and for the past 2 years I've lived in my village. After some months I started to see some dark human-like creatures roaming around. They're like humans but taller. Then strange things started happening frequently. I have seen some dark, monkey-like creatures in the hills near our house. It's way big, around 20 to 30 feet. Then, 7 days ago, some strange noises came from the hill for 2 days. After a few days, some people from another state came to our village and went up to the hill to start some kind of ritual and place a light there. When I asked some people of the village, they said they had some kind of dream, so they came here. I don't know what it means. Werewolf encounter. This coming August will be 3 years since I, my cousin, and some friends witnessed something pretty scary and, to this day, unexplained. We still think and talk about the experience frequently because of how eerie it was, so sharing here might provide some answers or at least offer a space to share it with the world. Every summer, my family, cousins, and a few family friends travel to a rural place in County Kerry, right beside the coast. Without giving away our house's exact location, It's surrounded by forested mountains and cliffs in a bay area. The village where we stay is quite rural and has only 2 pubs, 1 petrol station, a church, and a beach cafe, which are essentially the only amenities available. Farming and fishing are both massive in the area, so there are plenty of those people. Farmers in the area usually have mountain sheep or goats, the only breeds that can survive the weather and steep hills. My cousin's house is located far up the road in a dense, shrubby area of the mountain, and their neighbors own a large farm adjacent to their home. The neighbor's shed is about 50 feet up the road from my cousin's house, and another smaller tractor shed is approximately 50 feet from that, with field space in between. Behind the tractor shed is a dense forest. There are also a few derelict houses that have been abandoned for a while near them. My cousins host an end-of-summer barbecue with all our friends and family, and it is typically a very enjoyable occasion. My cousins had their barbecue early in August, 3 years ago, because the weather was better then. That night, my cousin, my sister, our friend, and I went for a walk along a steep dirt road used by farmers to access the mountains. This road is beside my cousin's house, and we usually walk up a bit to get a good view of the bay on clear days. However, this time it was quite dark, probably around nautical twilight, so we had just enough visibility before it became completely dark. It's worth noting that this was on the 6th of August, 2023, and just a few days before we had both a blue and a supermoon. While we were walking along the path, we looked to our right. We had a view of the neighbor's 2 sheds, and we could see a completely black figure crawling along the ground on all 4s unnaturally fast. It stood midway through, moving on its 2 hind legs, and bolted as fast as possible into the forest area behind the tractor shed. We immediately ran down as fast as we could down the hill road and back to my cousin's house, where I left my sister back with our friend who was older, as my sister was pretty young at the time, while my cousin and I walked cautiously back to the area where we had spotted the creature. At this time, it was nearly completely dark, so we knew we couldn't stay for long. But as we waited and stared into the spot where it was originally, we noticed 2 yellow, slitted dog-like eyes staring directly at us. We ran down and haven't been back since. The sighting has been something we have discussed a lot the last year or 2 since it happened, because there was no way what we saw was human. Yet it wasn't quite animal either. We have been calling it the Wolfman, and I'd love others' input. Mine was about 18 years ago. My wife and I were spending a weekend at the camping site where we had a permanent 200 square meters slot for our caravan in Osnabrück, Germany. On the Saturday evening, we were at an on-site party, and at about 2 o'clock we decided to head back to our caravan. The weather was fine, so we were at a casual walking pace. Suddenly, something bulky silently brushed between us. We looked at this thing, and at first I thought it was a wolfhound, as it was white, high, and on all 4s. It had dark fur like a dog. But when I looked closer, I saw that the 2 front muscular legs only touched the ground lightly and not consistently, like the back 2 legs in clong, as if a human were to impersonate a dog, for example. Its head was large, and the jaw was opening and shutting as if it were trying to speak. Although from the side, the head partially had a canine outline, it was hardly furry and more like human skin. Thinking back, I think it either had escaped from a lab or was a dogman. As my brain could not register it as a known animal, I snapped, and wanting to protect my wife, my instinct was to be loud, so I shouted at it, "What are you, for Christ's sake? You're not fooling us, you're not a dog, now clear off." At that moment, it was about to stand up, and if it had done so, it would have been over 2 meters tall. But as it hurt other people, it got back down, but not completely, like if a human bent over to impersonate a dog but did not get down on knees in a crawling position. It then scattered off into the forest. It did not bark, growl, or pant, and was clearly not in the place it wanted to be. This incident occurred approximately 6 years ago. I was about 25 at the time. I was walking my roommate's dog. We lived in a small, secluded suburban area right on the edge of town, right before the desert. I would usually walk the dog around 1 or 2 in the morning because I work overnights at a local 7-Eleven. One time when I was walking the dog, Tank had just stopped, lowered his head, and started growling towards the desert area just off the road. Now there wasn't much light, as we were on the edge of town, and it was just expansive desert in that direction. By the time my eyes had adjusted, I could see this coyote, but it wasn't a coyote. There was something off. It was unusually large for a coyote, particularly one found in the desert, and its face was not as pointed as expected. Instead, it appeared flat. That's when everything clicked into place. Now, I had heard this story since I was a young kid. I never thought any of them were true until that very moment. I realized how much danger I was in. I drew my knife, a big Bowie knife, and pointed it at the creature and yelled, "Leave us be, beast! I know what you are." This coyote looked me dead in the eyes, stood up on its hind legs, turned around and ran off into the desert. For a few months after that, during my shifts at 7-Eleven, there would be a few coyotes just sitting outside across the street, staring into the building, and every time I'd walk home, I could hear things following me in the dark at a distance. On nights when I was home alone, I could hear tapping on my windows and scratching at the door. These are signs that you're being pursued by a skinwalker. My paranoia eventually grew to the point where I had to move into a city on the east coast of the U.S. They haven't bothered me here yet, and I hope they never find me again. Camping with a friend. It's late at night. We're sitting around the campfire, smoking cigars and shooting the shit. We suddenly hear some branches cracking behind us. Not super worried. Bears and mountain lions are common in these parts, so we build up our fire and stand facing the noise. Then we heard some rustling in the bushes behind us. First, we heard noise to our left, then in front of us, and finally to our right. Whatever it was circling us, and it wasn't too concerned with being quiet at this point. We start to panic a little. Too fast for a bear, but it sounded too big for a mountain lion. So my friend bangs a stick on our pan, and I bang my hunting knife and machete together, and we both roar into the wild in an attempt to scare whatever this is away. A pair of big eyes appear in front of us. It was too dark to see what this thing was exactly, but we could see the light from the fire reflecting in its eyes. At this point, our roars turn into screams because we are terrified. And then the eyes rise very high, allowing us to partially see a dark, blob-like shape of a massive figure, which then bolts off into the woods faster than anything I've ever seen. It made all sorts of noises as it left. Hands down the scariest thing I've ever gone through. I won't even pretend to know what we saw. We didn't sleep that night. We probably should have just gotten the car and left, but we stuck it out. Scary stuff, though. My first encounter. My encounter happened in the late summer of 1981, outside of La Pine, Oregon. My mom had passed away in January of that year, and my dad felt like we needed some bonding time with a little escape from town for a few days. He had a '68 VW Westfalia that he'd been working on getting camping ready, and he was excited to use it. The campsite was on a property belonging to a friend of my dad's named Jerry, and was northeast of La Pine by 20 miles or so. I've looked at maps since then and have no idea where it was. It was a long time ago, and I was a 13-year-old dumb kid who wasn't paying attention. We left Portland on a Monday, close to noon, and got to the campsite about 4 hours or so later, around 4 o'clock to 430. The campsite was quite a ways down a fairly rough gravel road that turned to dirt 2-track after the first 5 to 6 miles. My dad remarked that he didn't think anyone had been there in quite a while, based on his friend Jerry's statements, and the amount of overgrowth on and around the road. We got to the site and set up camp, which was in a small clearing at the end of the road. Camp was simply parking the van, pulling out the awning, old school with poles and ropes, unloading the cooler, making a fire pit, and setting up chairs. As a typical 13-year-old, I wouldn't even consider sleeping in the van with my dad, so I pitched a small tent near the passenger rear of the van and tossed in my stuff for the night. After setting up camp, we hiked around a little and checked out the area. There was a small creek that was getting close to dried up, and while it wasn't heavily forested, it had the typical eastern Oregon high desert type of scrub vegetation with a few stands of small trees. My dad was a retired Multnomah County sheriff, turned full-time musician, and he liked his cocktails. So by the time we'd finished dinner and were sitting around the fire, it was probably 8:30 to 9 o'clock or so, and he was on martini number 4, possibly 5. We heard coyotes yipping in the distance, and Dad thought he'd get them going with a few calls of his own. He did a couple stereotypical coyote calls, and they replied. He made several more calls. They responded initially, but then fell silent. Everything got silent except my dad. He called again, and the reply this time was most definitely not a coyote. It was a roar, scream, shriek from the southeast that must have easily lasted 10 to 15 seconds. Dad looked at me and literally said, "What the duck was that?" I was shocked, but young and curious. The coyote howled again, and we heard another scream, this time a little closer and a little more to the east of us. At this point, Dad retrieved his pistol, loaded it up, and suggested we think about turning in for the night. That's when we heard the third scream of the night. It was very close, probably within 50 to 75 feet, and we felt it as much as heard it. It was from the opposite direction, more north/northeast than the first two screams, and it was very loud. Dad lost his shit, threw the cooler in the van, and ripped the awning loose, and we got out of there as fast as that poor little VW would carry us, leaving everything else behind. We were dead silent until we stopped for fuel in Oak Ridge. Chatter after that was sparse and strained at best. Once home, we talked a little about it and agreed we had no idea what it was, and that keeping our mouths shut was probably a good idea. Since that time, I've grown up and had a short career in music, doing production sound in both hard rock and country western. I have a good idea of how decibels work and what it takes to produce that level of sound pressure. Looking back, I'm scared of what could have sounded like that and how close it was. Pale crawler encounter. So yesterday morning, around 4 o'clock to 4:3 a.m., I encountered a crawler up close. I'm a night owl, and I enjoy caffeinated drinks as well as snacks. So like most people who get a craving, I set out to the local Tom Thumb on foot. I live in a trailer park not far from it, so it wasn't really an issue to walk in the dark since my eyesight adjusts really well. There are only a few streetlights. Everything is nice about the walk, and it was a comfortable night. I end up getting my snacks and drinks and head home. I get to a point where there's little to no light. There's a forested area that is small between the park and the town itself. All of a sudden, I hear something emerging from the brush, and it's sluggishly moving on the ground. As my eyes adjust to the darkness and I hear the creature approach, I quickly pull out my box cutter, since unsavory types are often in the area, flip it open to fully extend the blade, and warn whatever is coming that it should stay away, just in case something foolish tries to attack. I didn't make direct eye contact, but I noticed it was pale, on all fours and trying to be stealthy. I think by talking to it, it had become either confused, intimidated, or simply curious about the fact I didn't show fear or worry in its presence. I simply kept my blade out and walked calmly into the light, and was ready for anything that would happen. It didn't follow. I didn't care to look behind me, as I knew if it was still around, it would be back in the brush again. At first I had a feeling of instinct that screamed it was a threat, but after it froze and I had my blade ready, that feeling of it being a threat left me completely. These creatures seem to understand our speech, and when a fight isn't worth it. I walk that road often, and there are always people driving down it. So it's strange that they would be so close to each other, but I often encounter these situations. The entire town is surrounded by forest. I did some research on these animals. They prefer areas like this, but typically avoid locations that are in close opposition to their natural habitats, only approaching towns when food sources are scarce. Thing thought I was on the menu at first, it seems. I'm not someone who usually writes about my encounters. I have seen some shit in life. Things that would make any man piss himself. However, since this sighting is so close to town and has never been documented in this area of the U.S., I felt it was important to make a report to all of you. Document it. Maybe my encounter and the details could help one day. It's ironic. The one night my phone is at 3% and I choose to charge it at home is the one night something happens. I've lived here for nearly a decade, walk to most places no matter the time if I need something. The presence of this crawler is a recent development. As far as I can tell, this is the case. I had to walk at night last week, and it wasn't there. So, it arrived in the area within the last 7 days. This is not for entertainment purposes. Again, this is for documentation. To answer one question that I'm sure I'll be asked, wasn't I scared? No. I have reasons for this. Mostly what has happened in life. I was ready to stand on business, however, if it came to that. I think the reason I was so relaxed after the initial excitement was because I knew it was not interested in attacking me once I stood my ground and challenged it. It stopped following me and froze in place once I did. I was ready to turn and jam my knife into it as many times as I would need to. I don't know if it was scared, curious, or just sizing me up after understanding I would fight back. Whatever the case, it didn't follow me home, so I've been at peace ever since. Besides, I have multiple animals to warn me if something is wrong, and family members too that are perceptive. If anything did, I would have known. I'll go again in the daylight to see if there's any evidence of it. I won't be a moron and go back at this hour, just in case. I was like 6 or 7. It was already dark outside, and I was walking in the forest around the little town my father grew up in Mexico, with my mom. She had a small lamp in her hand, and that was all the light we had. Then we heard sounds like steps in the dry leaves on the floor. My mom instinctively shone her flashlight on it, and we saw the side of a weird monkey-like animal sitting on the floor, the size of our cocker spaniel but dark brown or gray. My child self thought it was a lemur like Zabumafu, although of course those animals don't exist in the wild in our country, especially for its big, round, bright yellow eyes that were staring at us. But I couldn't see more details because my mom took my hand and we ran towards the town like there was no tomorrow. She called it a chupacabra. My dad says it has to be a monkey, even when monkeys aren't common in that area. I have no idea what the hell we saw, but it surely scared us. I saw a strange creature when I was a kid in Bavaria. It all happened in August 2016. I was 15 and my brother was 14. We grew up in rural Bavaria in Germany, and our father had been excited for days because the planet Mars was supposed to be clearly visible in the night sky. And so it was. We admired Mars shortly after sunset. Our house stood at the edge of a forest, and I wanted to be cool, so I went with my brother to walk through the woods at night, about half a kilometer from the house. We did that, and on the way back we came out of the woods again and only had to walk up a steep hill to get back onto our parents' property. There, in the darkness, a muscular naked man came towards us. At first I thought he was naked because he had the same color and texture everywhere, no contrast like clothing. He walked past us quickly, but he wasn't running. He seemed gigantic to me, probably around 2 meters tall. I swear, he looked like he was wrapped in gray, white, light gray cloths, like cleaning rags. And when I said hello, because I didn't know what else to do, I finally realized what was wrong with his face. He didn't really have a face. Instead, it was tightly wrapped in those cloths. And his head was enormous and not human, but like a mix between a pony's and a German shepherd's, this grotesque, elongated shape. He didn't do anything at all, just kept walking. He seemed extremely old to me. I couldn't say another word, and my brother asked me, once we were back at the house, if I had seen that too. A few years later, now in our mid-20s, I asked him about it again. He confirmed the story once more. To this day, I don't know what that was. If someone had wanted to play a prank on us, they would have had the perfect chance to chase us across the entire meadow. Strangely, we were both shaken at the time, but we weren't actually afraid of him. He radiated authority and something ancient, as if he had existed long before humanity, like a nature god. There are several legends about mythical creatures in our area, but nothing that even remotely fits this. What I saw rise out of the grass still haunts me. This all started in 2019. I'm not sure what month it was, but I lived in Indianapolis and was in 6th grade at the time. One night, it was probably around 9 p.m., maybe a little earlier or later. For some reason, I decided to go for a walk. That was pretty normal for me. I did it all the time. I wasn't even scared because I never had a fear of the dark. I had no reason to be. I hadn't been walking for very long. I got onto my road, walked a little way down it, and turned onto another road that led to another road with also a set of houses. While I was walking, I noticed some grass moving. The grass wasn't super overgrown, maybe just a few inches taller than a well-mowed lawn, but nothing crazy. Because it was dark, I thought it was probably a rabbit or a bunny moving around in the grass. I looked closer because I wanted to get a better look at it. Then, out of nowhere, something stood up. It looked like it rose straight out of the ground. It was extremely tall and completely dark, almost pitch black. The only detail I could make out was what looked like a hat on its head. That's all I saw before I took off running down the road as fast as I could. I never looked back once. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. I've heard a few theories and seen a few things people think it could have been. But back then I wasn't into creepy stories or paranormal stuff. I might have watched a few top 15 scary videos here and there, but that was about it. I honestly don't know what I saw that night, but I know I saw something. I work in road construction, and we're doing part of the interstate, and I will say it's in the southern part of the United States. One night we were getting ready to move the equipment onto the road, and I was tasked with slowing the traffic down enough until our equipment was in the work zone. We shut one side of the road off to traffic and make them use one lane until our work zone ends. I was about a mile before the work zone, starting to get ready to slow the traffic down when I was outside the work truck, smoking. I kept hearing footsteps in the woods and down into the median between the roadways. I didn't think much of it because I'm in the South, where we have various critters. I'm just casually smoking my cigarette, not paying attention to anything until I hear a very loud huff. This sound was similar to a dog's huff, but it was about 20 times louder than that of a large dog. There was another person in my work truck with me who also heard it, and he's looking out the window and asking if I heard it. I put out my cigarette and climbed back into the cab and turned on the work lights. Couldn't see into the woods, but I did see the massive shine of two yellow eyes about 8 feet off the ground. We sat and watched the creatures move around in the woods near the median, but they never came close enough for us to see their silhouette. I got the call to close down the lane, and I took off. After work that night, I helped take down the lane closure barrels, and the ones closest to the spot it happened at smelled like piss and were completely soaked in urine, like someone poured buckets of it onto those barrels. I never went to work unarmed anymore. Gargoyle, or dog-like entity. Little backstory. My brother is a bit of a free spirit type, and he and his wife decided to move to the countryside and start a small farm. The house is a grand Victorian-era farmhouse, pretty typical for the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. He has 2 kids. His son is 5, and his daughter is 1. I'm not sure if this is related, but very soon after moving in, my nephew started having seizures where he'd go catatonic and foam at the mouth. Obviously, it was scarier and harder to get to a doctor when you're in a town of like 85 people and 45 minutes away from the nearest big town. He's now on medicine and hasn't had one. My mom went to stay with my brother after my nephew's second seizure/hospital visit. Her profession as a nurse made it a logical choice. She mentioned that around 5 a.m., she entered the pantry to begin preparing coffee due to her inability to sleep, and in the corner of the kitchen, she observed a white dog resembling a pit bull, although its head was more akin to that of a gremlin. She said she stepped toward it and it walked into the cabinet and disappeared. After this, there have been other sightings that people are very quick to dismiss. My nephew talked about how sometimes he sees a white dog upstairs by the bedrooms and asked his mom how it gets in the house. Then, my brother reported that a white entity resembling a somewhat unsettling gargoyle entered his barn while he was inspecting the chickens at night, prompting him to spend an hour researching various animals in the vicinity. My brother's friend was spending the night after drinking a little too much and also mentioned a big white dog. What do dogs/gargoyles mean? Has anyone had experience with this? My brother is incredibly skeptical of anything spiritual, God/ghost/meditation even, but I'd like opinions on what could be happening. Anytime someone spends the night there, they wake up feverish. My brother got an air purifier for the whole house because of it. I really think something is weird there, but the worst part is it doesn't feel scary. I am calm there. Possible dogman encounter. So this took place back in 2023. I was visiting my family in Wisconsin. They live in a heavily wooded area. It was winter and there was snow on the ground. I was sleeping in my cousin's room on the floor. Everyone else was asleep except for my little cousin and I. We were playing Crash Bandicoot on the Switch. Anyways, it was about 2 a.m. I think, and we noticed a light had turned on outside. Their porch light had a motion sensor, so we were obviously like, whoa, what was that? We figured it was an animal of some kind, so we ignored it. But then it happened again. We weren't really scared because they had a raccoon who sometimes got into their cat food box, so we assumed it was just that. We turned off our game because we had to get up early anyways, but when we looked out the window, The light was still on. This meant something was still there. We walked to the window and didn't see anything at first, but then my cousin hit me with his elbow and said, "Holy shit." I looked further out and there was this animal-looking thing that was tall, and it had eyes that were really reflective. It almost looked like they were actually glowing orange. It looked like it could see us, like it was staring at us. This creature was tall, nearly the size of a person and possibly even larger. We assumed it was a coyote, but it was way bigger than that and didn't look like any coyote we had seen. The light shut off because it had been walking away long enough, so we put a towel over the window. They don't have curtains in that room, and we were a little uneasy and went to bed. In the morning we had brought it up to his parents, my aunt and uncle, and they said they had noticed the light but assumed it was either us or, like we thought, a raccoon or something. We told them what we saw, and they said it was probably a coyote. When we went outside, we saw these huge footprints in the snow, although it had been melting all night and morning, so they weren't super clear. My aunt and uncle weren't sure what the footprints were, but they didn't seem scared of them, just thought they were weird. Anyways, I came across this channel and wanted to see what you guys thought. Meeting a weird humanoid creature. This story is true, but it's up to you whether you believe it or not. It happened this summer in Russia. In the evening, I got a voice massage from my boyfriend. From the very beginning, it was clear that something horrible had happened, as he couldn't speak clearly and his voice sounded stressed out. He said when he was on his way home after work, he came across something weird. He was driving alone without any other vehicle nearby. It was getting dark. The road wound up along the forest, and on another turn, he saw some sort of white and gray head peeking out from the trees. He decided that it was just a plastic bag, but suddenly he saw, in the rearview mirror, some sort of humanoid creature running after the car. It wasn't very skinny, with very long arms and no hands, and about 180 to 190 centimeters tall. It was running on all fours and approached the car very quickly. Its elbows bent in both directions, which allowed it to move very fast. My boyfriend could hear its clattering as if a horse were chasing the vehicle. Though the speed was approximately 65 to 70 kilometers per hour, it was still close. There were not any facial features, or at least it was hard to see them. The creature was left behind only after a turn and returned to the forest. We decided it couldn't be a horse or any other animal, as it was too close to see it rather clearly. Moreover, the speed was too high for any animal to run that fast. Unknown humanoid creature. Hello. This is a very skeptical topic for me to discuss. This was 100% real, and to this day I can see this scene play through my head play by play. I'm currently 26, and this sighting of mine happened when I was 21 years old in Longview. I've never in my life experienced anything like this before. I've always heard, seen documentaries, and read accounts of people seeing aliens/humanoids/demons, etc. Never did I once think I would encounter one in my life. My friend and I were living at my parents' house at the time. I have a small-scale landscaping company that we were running at the time. One day, my dad and I got into a verbal argument, which led to my friend and me getting into a verbal argument, which led to me and my friend leaving for Longview to stay with his parents. We left around 7:3 p.m. and arrived around 10:3 p.m. It was completely dark, but the moon was out and bright. We tried to enter the front door of his mom's house, but it was locked. We ended up going to the back door. My friend was walking in front of me, and I was following behind. We were walking on the right side of his house, walking towards the back. His backyard had a shed at the very back of the property, which backs up to a tall pine forest. As we were walking, I noticed that when people walk without paying attention, they often tend to look at the ground. That's what we were both doing as we walked to the back door. Well, something in me felt like looking up at the back of the property. The moment I looked up, maybe 30 to 35 yards away, a tall, slender, gray/white humanoid-shaped figure walked out from behind the shed at the back of the property. I instantly froze and first thought it was a person, but then I realized it wasn't. It felt similar to experiencing sleep paralysis where you cannot speak. I saw this 9 to 10 feet figure walk from behind that shed and stride onto the dirt road leading into the woods. I was trying to scream or yell something out, but I wasn't able to. I was so frightened. My friend just kept walking with his head down and didn't realize what was happening. As soon as the figure entered the woods, I screamed, "Hey!" My friend turned around and asked what I was yelling at. I said, "You didn't just see that?" He was like, "No, dude, you're tripping." I can tell you that I was, in fact, not tripping, and this figure I watched walked for a solid 3 to 4 seconds before it disappeared into the woods. Most bizarre experience of my entire life. I've never been scared of walking around the woods at night or anything, really, until that day. Need help identifying a cryptid? So this has been sitting with me for years. I just kind of figured it was one thing and then the other. But I'm here now, so that's all that matters, right? Well, anyways, I was driving around right after work, Michigan DNR at the time, and I found myself in the Skinwalker area and eventually a pleasant trail that looked unprofessional. I decided to walk it to relieve myself from some of the stress of the day, and all was good for around a mile. Then I heard whistling. The whistling goes on for some time before stopping, then picking back up again. Your typical cryptid fun stuff. But, upon taking my earbuds out, I found it hard to even hear it follow me. But I felt I was being followed, watched. No twigs cracking, no leaves crunching. It was just whistling. I should note I am a cryptid fanatic, so I'm aware of mimicry and taunting and all that jazz. But it's what happened next that still sticks with me. The whistling goes on for some time and I adjust my pace to get the hell Michigan out of there, but I notice my phone just shut off randomly. Strange, but whatever. I turn it back on, and a few moments later, it forces itself to shut down once more from its previous 70-something%. This happened once or twice more before I gave up and went full speed for the half-mile or so I had left. Eventually I get out of there, and I turn my phone back on out of instinct, and it works just fine the rest of the way home. The battery health and all the internal components are functioning as they should. I always thought it could be the cheap crap phone or some sort of intervention, and it still may be. But if it wasn't, I haven't heard of too many Michigan-centric cryptids that mess with electricity/technology like that. It just seems too specific for this phenomenon to be related to the area. Any clue what I may have run into? What did we see? For context, the event was years ago, so the details of said cryptid are hazy. My 3 friends and I would usually go to an abandoned furniture store on the outskirts of our neighborhood to engage in typical teenage activities. Day was like any other normal day. We went in through the back where we had popped a garage door open because the store's main entrance was on a main street in the city. We used our phones as flashlights because the back of this place is huge. We know this place. I have been here countless times before. Nothing out of the ordinary. My buddy and I are in the front. The other 2 friends are behind us. As we pass by a corridor, I see something out of the corner of my eye. I see something tall that has never been there before. I point to it and ask my friend as he is turning the flashlight away and say, "What the F was that?" He pans the flashlight back over my way, and standing there, maybe 8 feet away, is this tall, hunched-over being. The color of its skin was that of a peacock's dark blue/green shimmer. We froze for about 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, all I could see was the color of this thing. It was hunched over with its hands in front of its eyes, like the light hurt it or it was caught off guard. Maybe both. We all turned around and ran as fast as we ever have in our lives, and we never spoke of it again. I get goosebumps and teary-eyed just thinking about this. My great-grandfather's story, Sight of a Creature. This story came to me through my grandmother, whose father, my great-grandfather, used to be a gaucho. For those who don't know, gauchos are basically South American cowboys. They used to drive cattle through the landscape towards the cities, herd animals, stuff like that. He used to drive cattle from Córdoba province towards Buenos Aires city. He did this basically from the beginning of the 20th century, almost to the end of it. Though by the end, due to fences and different agricultural policies, cattle driving was pretty much dead. So let's say effectively he did this from the 1900s to the 1950s, more or less. I have to be clear that Argentina has always been around 10 or 20 years stuck in the past. So when you imagine this place in the 1950s, it was more like the 1930s or 1940s in the US. He used to drive cattle around this area, which consisted mainly of humid plains. There were very few trees in the area. It resembled the humid plains of Texas. He had done this route most of his life. He knew the area, and he had done the trip many times. But then one of those times he was up late at night, and he started to hear some strange noises. Someone who lives this kind of life knows all the sounds of the area, including those of the animals and birds. They can distinguish whether a sound is from an owl, a dog, or something else. He had never heard this sound before, so he started to ride his horse towards it. The horse grows more and more uncomfortable as he approaches it until he gets to his own. He doesn't recognize. From atop a hill, he sees an area filled with plants that he doesn't recognize, which appear swampy. Although northern Buenos Aires is a humid region, it is not a swamp in the traditional sense. In the middle of the water, he saw what he described as very big iguana-like reptiles standing on 2 feet, moving across the water and making that sound he had never heard before. He said they were 2 to 3 horses high. I'm assuming this means as tall as the horse's head or the horse's chest. It was a clear night, so he could see them very clearly. Both he and the horse were terrified. He had never seen creatures like this. After a few moments, he decides to go back with the cows and wait. The next morning he goes back again to his place, and the whole area is no more. No more creatures, no more swamp. Either he couldn't find it again or it was not there anymore. Now, there are a few things you must know. My great-grandfather was one of those people who did not make jokes, fool around, or engage in any similar behavior. He was not a drunk either. That night he was awake. He always swore he did not dream it or imagine it. He was ridiculed by most people who heard the story, yet he kept telling it until he died. Also, he was not educated. He never learned how to read or write. Schools were not that common in that time. I'm sure what he saw was dinosaurs or something like that. But what amazes me is he couldn't have had the concept of a dinosaur in that time. He used to live in a very rural and isolated area. No cinema, no radio, none of that stuff that might have brought him the idea of a dinosaur. Yet he swore all his life he saw that. Do you know someone who has had a similar experience? Have you ever experienced something like a window to the past vision? This story always intrigued me, and I'm just curious if anyone has seen something like this. I'm up to answer any question I can. Once more, I'm not trying to make a joke or a hoax or anything. I just want to share my great-grandfather's story and understand it better. I was vacationing in southeastern Washington. There was a lot of Bigfoot lore there. I didn't want to ask the hippies, so I went to the bait shop. There were lifted trucks everywhere. I asked the good old boys in there, "What's up with all the squash stuff?" They said that they have them and they're around. They're typically seen by the rivers and small streams in that area. He pointed to the mountain behind the shop with a very dense canopy and said, "There's so much stuff up there. People don't go up there. They come down from that area. They're very aggressive. They throw rocks at people's boats." It was all very matter-of-fact, like it was no big deal. Almost everybody there said that they had seen them or had some type of encounter, and they had no desire to turn their town into some 3-ring circus. Even though they act like animals, they believe they're very smart and that they have been around as long or longer than us and probably know more about our world than we know about theirs. These were working people. I believe them. My first encounter with an unknown forest entity. This encounter happened last summer. For context, I am a 20-year-old guy living in eastern Norway. This encounter happened when I was 19, either June or July of 2025. My dad and I went on a 400-kilometer drive to the west side of Norway to pick up a car for my sister. And on the way back home, I was driving a little yellow Mini Cooper that we picked up, and my dad drove his Subaru in front of me. We took the whole trip without any rest stops to save time. We had made pretty good progress on the way home when it started to get a bit darker since it was about 1 or 2 a.m. Norwegian summer nights don't really get dark, being too far north. So visibility wasn't too bad. The road was quite narrow and not at all straight. The road constantly turned left and right as we descended from a mountainous area, I guess. On the way down, we saw a couple of moose by the road, which was right next to a forest. And a bit further down the road, I spotted what I thought was another moose and told my dad. We were on the phone pretty much the whole way. He was about 100 meters in front of me and didn't see the animal. I saw it when I entered a left turnaround, a bend, and realized almost immediately that it wasn't a moose. I instead thought it was some kind of deer, hjort in Norwegian. It was only a couple of meters away from my car at the closest, and it was quite massive. It looked young, though, which I thought was weird for such a big animal. I had never seen a deer, yort, before, so I wasn't sure it was one. But it didn't look quite like any other animal I know about, so I didn't really think about it right then and there. However, upon returning home, I conducted a Google search for Norwegian deer, short, and came to the realization that it bore no resemblance to the species. After a lot more Googling, I found out there are only 4 species in the deer family in Norway. Those being moose/elk, elk, red deer, yort, roe deer, rat deer, and reindeer, reinster. The animal I saw that day didn't look like any of them. It almost looked like a combination of all of them in a way, but I'm not sure. It was at least 2 meters tall at the top of the head. It didn't have any antlers. The face looked almost baby-like, as in it was slightly round and chubby. Its fur was also quite light-colored, almost like sand, but a bit more orange/brownish. The head wasn't shaped like a moose. It wasn't as long. The legs were long and quite thin. The body wasn't fat either, but it looked like a healthy weight for whatever this animal was. The animal was facing me. We made eye contact for a brief moment. I was driving at 50 kilometers per hour. If I remember correctly, I saw the animal for maybe 5 seconds. Although 5 seconds isn't a very long time, it was more than enough for me to see what the animal looked like. The animal never moved while I observed it. It was standing still and looking at me as I drove by. I have thought about this encounter many times since it happened and would love to hear theories about what it could be. If you have encountered a similar creature yourselves, I would love to hear about it. You are welcome to ask questions as well. I saw a humanoid skin creature while on a bike ride. Can someone help me figure out what it was? I was on a bike ride near Buffalo, New York. I was going down a street that was a dead end, and what's after the dead end is a massive forest. I was almost to the dead end before I saw a spot ahead of me where there were no houses, nothing but a guardrail and a drainage creek. I looked back at my phone and out of the corner of my eye saw a human figure with no features or clothes and with skin that wasn't really pale but not tan either. It was doing a strange dance. I looked up at it for a few seconds before it vanished. I then saw something past where I first saw the skin creature. It was movement, but I couldn't make out what that was before it was gone as well. I need help. Am I just seeing things? Or was that actually something? And if so, what was it? I was about 10 miles away from the city. It started out as me just taking my dog out to pee. So this is a regrettably real story that occurred a few months ago. I hadn't wanted to tell anyone until recently when I had a get-together at my house and everyone started telling ghost stories. This isn't a ghost story, but it's something that happened I can't explain. One evening I was cooking dinner, getting ready to wind down for the evening with my husband, who would be coming home soon. My dog was standing at the front door, staring. I assumed that meant he needed to go out to use the restroom. I grabbed his leash and opened the door, my phone in my other hand. The sun had just sunk behind the mountain, casting the town in twilight. Perhaps now would be a good time to explain that I live in a small town at the base of the Appalachian Mountains. I don't think anything of it. I haven't since I moved here a few years ago. I was drawn here by the cheap rent prices and boundless amounts of outdoor hiking trails available. So imagine my surprise as I'm waiting for my dog to use the bathroom while scrolling on my phone, and my dog starts to growl. So I look up and see him shaking like a leaf, staring. I follow his eyes and see a man, creature, staring right at me. It's hunched down very low to the ground, head peeking around the corner of my building. I was shocked. I was even more shocked when it quickly pulled back behind the corner and ran toward the woods next to my apartment. I thought maybe for a moment I was seeing things, until my dog tried to run after it. I had to pull on him to get back inside and lock the door. Somehow, I still didn't feel safe. I called my husband because it was the obvious thing to do. That would scare anyone. He immediately told me we needed to do an egg cleanse. If you don't know what an egg cleanse is, it's something many Hispanic cultures will do. They run an egg over your body to cleanse any negative energy that has attached itself to you. You then crack the egg so the yolk goes into a glass of water. Waiting for a while will allow shapes to form, revealing the truth about how and why the energy is affecting you. Imagine my surprise when an eye shape took form very clearly. It was enough to send shivers down my spine for sure. I was told that the creature was curious, watching me, and that I should not worry too much. I'm curious if anyone else has seen any weird gray-skinned humanoid crouching creatures running/crawling into the woods or staring at you. Also, the woods now terrify me. Any advice on how to get over that, since they're literally not even 5 feet from my front door? A strange creature. A friend from school told me a story about something that happened 2 years ago in Austria. She was on her way home with a good friend of hers. It was about 9 p.m., and it was quite dark, so there weren't many lanterns. It was near a train station. I don't know if this is important, but just in case. After some time, they saw a black figure in the middle of the road right in front of them. It was as small as a little child and did some acrobatics and danced some strange dances. She said that it always looked like you saw a person from behind, but with no colors or anything, just black. At some point, this figure stopped with the dance and started to run in the direction where the two girls were standing the whole time. As it ran, it began to grow bigger and bigger and chase the girls down the road. While it ran, it quickly switched places. One moment it was in the middle of the road and the next it was on the sidewalk, only to return to the road again. Both say that they haven't heard any sounds coming from it. After some time they turned around and it was gone, just gone. After walking for a while, they noticed a shady man behind them, but he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Also, both say that the feeling that came from this figure was really strange and felt quite paranormal and unusual. I've never heard of something like that before, and I'm really wondering what this could be. So maybe someone knows? I would appreciate all the information. The cow graveyard. My friend and I were inseparable. If she was at her house, I was at her house. If I were at my house, that meant she was at my house. This incident happened during the COVID lockdowns. Before I get into the creepy part, I have to explain what the cow graveyard is. So, she lived in a neighborhood right outside of a small town. The houses were probably spaced at least a few 100 feet apart. There was this old man-made stream that had been dried out for quite some time. We called the area the wash. Well, in the wash, there used to be many cow bones from at least 10 dead cows. The bones were clean and old, no skin or hide on them. I liked the cow graveyard because I liked to collect bones of animals that had already passed. One night, while we were at her house during a difficult time, we both experienced a strange feeling. We felt like we weren't real. It's hard to explain. It felt as if we were in a dream, but also not fully present. It had happened to us a few times before, and I always told her that if she felt like that, she should go outside to look at the stars, because in my dreams, the sky looks like a painting, not real. So we decided to take a walk and smoke some weed. We had to do it outside because we couldn't get caught by her dad. We were teens. Once outside, I decided I wanted to walk to the wash. The cow graveyard is at the entrance to the wash. She agrees, and we start lazily walking there, taking our time and having weed-fueled conversations about the universe and our purposes. Once we were halfway to the wash, we saw something. We're maybe half a football field's length away, and at first we tried to be rational about it. It looked like an animal digging in the cow graveyard. There was one small issue. It did not look like any kind of animal we had ever seen, and it was twice the size of a damn bear. Once we realized that there is no way that thing could be a dog, we go silent for a good 30 seconds. We felt stuck, like we couldn't run if we wanted to. And the feeling of us not being real came back tenfold. Finally, she breaks the silence. She whispers/yells, "Dude, what the duck is that thing?" And all I had to say was, "I have no clue." For a moment, I thought I was just tripping balls, but she saw the same thing I did. There was no way it wasn't real. Now I don't really believe in supernatural things or ghosts, so I tried to convince both of us. It was a bear. That was until I really looked. It looked like a human standing with both feet on the ground bent at the waist and starting to dig with their bare hands in the dirt. The dirt was being flung behind it, maybe up to 7 to 8 feet in the air. At this point she is crying and shaking, begging to go home. I, on the other hand, am not surviving a horror movie, and I tell her I want to get closer. I want to see what the duck this thing is. She's begging me not to walk closer to it. I told her she could go home, but I was going to see what it was. After a bit of arguing, we made the agreement that I can yell at it, and if it doesn't look at us, we can get closer. So, I take a deep, shaky breath and I shout at it. The moment I do, its head snaps in my direction. At this point, it is pitch black outside besides a few distant house lights and my phone's flashlight. I swear to you, its eyes were glowing yellow. The moment I locked eyes with that terrifying cow spirit, my friend was crying, and we were running to her house. We sneak into her bedroom through the window and close the blinds. We did not sleep that night, and we had maybe a 5-minute conversation about what we thought it looked like. The next day, probably 11 a.m., we walked to the wash. Every single cow bone gone. The bones of at least 10 cows have been dug up and removed. The dirt was piled back and there were no tracks or footprints in it. No sign anyone was there at all. I can't even look at cows the same anymore. My Bigfoot encounter. Around 2003, my sister started doing a rural paper route for some extra cash. She had to leave early in the morning and it took about 3 hours. So she would ask either my sister or me to ride along with her. She would drive, and we would occupy the passenger seat, placing the newspaper in the mailbox. One morning after the sun had just come up, we had stopped on a long county road, and I rolled down my window to put the paper in the mailbox. While I reached out to deliver the paper, my sister looked down the road and said, "What is that?" I looked on the road, and it appeared to be something very tall with dark hair covering its body. It was standing on 2 legs, walking down the middle of the road. The area we were in was way out in the country of rural Minnesota. We thought maybe it could have been a bear, but even if it was walking on 2 legs down the middle of the road, the legs looked too long to belong to a bear. My sister will still deny that it was Bigfoot, claiming it was just a bear walking on his hind legs. But in the moment she had been so scared that while my arm was in the mailbox delivering the paper, she hit the gas so hard she nearly ripped my arm off. We made an immediate left turn and headed away from whatever it was we had seen. I still don't know what we saw. There have been multiple claims of Bigfoot in our area. I still think about it when I'm driving down backcountry roads to this day. Alabama Dogman sighting. So to preface this, I have always been a little spiritually inclined. I grew up in the southern foothills, and ever since I was young, I've had many encounters with different entities. For years, I thought this was just another one of those weird incidents that I wouldn't ever be able to explain. Last night, I started a really interesting book that detailed the folkways and lore of southern Appalachia. I was almost finished reading when some of the words caught my eye. She began to talk about the many cryptids known to the region, and that was the first time I'd ever read the words dogman. I knew immediately, just from the name, that she was referencing the same creature I'd seen several years ago. I was probably 17 at the time, and just like most kids, once I got my car, I typically stayed out well past dark. We lived in a small community, about 10 miles from the nearest town. My mother would advise me to avoid being out past midnight if possible, but if I were aware that she was already in bed, I did not feel particularly compelled to hurry home. That night, everything appeared normal. I drove to town, got myself a little midnight snack and listened to my music in the parking lot while I ate, and then I started heading back home. Once you left town and went over the train tracks, it turned onto that county road. The road was lined with forests for miles, save for a few little side roads that led to houses tucked back behind the woods. At one point, the trees had been cleared from a half-mile stretch, and I would sometimes pull off the side of the road to look at the stars there. I didn't pull over that night, but I did slow down to be able to admire the night sky while I drove past. As the road curved, something caught my eye standing behind a section of tall grass a little further up between the field and the road. My first thought was that someone's car broke down. It had happened to me several times on that road, but when I rounded the bend I didn't see any car. I didn't slow down any more than I had been. I was going about 30 miles per hour. I saw what I thought was a tall, broad guy wearing a heathered gray hoodie. Then I noticed the gray covering its hands and the dark claws that were resting by its side. Of course, my heart kind of dropped. I took in its posture, the slight hunch of its back and how still it was standing. That was when I finally let myself look at its face, and I genuinely saw what I thought was a coyote's face, not just staring back at me but watching me drive past him. As soon as my mind registered what I was looking at, I turned back to the road and stepped on the gas, shouting obscenities because actually, What the fuck? I glanced back in my rear view to see if he was still there, and I didn't see him, but that didn't stop me from speeding the rest of the way home. I got the car parked as quick as I possibly could and rushed up the steps, running through the house to my mom's room. I startled her up and told her everything I saw, all about this coyote creature standing on its back legs. At the time, I wasn't very knowledgeable of cryptids. I had heard of skinwalkers before. That was the only way I could think to explain it, and of course that terrified me. I have heard stories about those, and I genuinely began to cry when I contemplated that possibility. I had never heard of anyone seeing one that vividly, and I genuinely thought I was doomed. Of course, I was terrified to drive for a long time after that. I refused to go outside at night for months, and I still get nervous any time I have to travel a back road at night. I'm not sure if I find it comforting, but I'm glad I have an idea of what it was now. I still have more to read about them now that I know I'm not the only one who has seen them, but this is my most vivid encounter. I saw something one night about 15 years ago. We lived in a very rural area in Florida. One night we heard a large commotion coming from the wooded lot behind our house. We were used to sounds from typical critters, foxes, opossums, and raccoons, but this sounded big, like a person crashing around back there, so we grabbed a couple of flashlights and went to investigate. We walked to the chest-high fence that separated our property from the next lot and began to shine our lights into the woods. The sounds we had been hearing immediately ceased. Then our lights landed on it. There was a creature kind of huddled next to a tree. I have no idea what it was. The closest I can come to describing it was, please don't laugh, a baby elephant. It had a long snout or trunk, not as long as an elephant's though, but definitely longer than a bear's snout. And it was fairly large, like the size of a large breed dog, and its body was thick/fat. Its eyes were huge and strangely shaped, sort of oblong, being large from top to bottom and narrower if measured side to side. I honestly do not recall much about its legs, except that they were short and thick. It was sitting on its butt, with its back pressed up against an old oak tree. It was terrified. That was what I was sure of. Its fear. It was so strange. It was like I could feel its fear. I was so overwhelmed with its terror, but also with compassion for it. I am not a jerk or anything, but the empathy I experienced was extraordinarily intense, almost excessive. It felt similar to how you would feel if you witnessed your child being that scared. It made my heart ache. So my girlfriend and I stared at it for a minute or two, and then decided to leave it alone. I can't explain why I didn't hop the fence to get a better look or grab my camera. It was as if all I cared about was stopping it from being scared. It seriously felt at the moment like my GF and I were a couple of monsters encroaching on this poor creature's night. So, that's it. I know it sounds crazy, but my girlfriend was there through all of it, so I know I didn't imagine it. I can't explain any of it. It's been 15 years and I can't let it go. Somebody, please tell me if you know what it was or how it managed to perform a Jedi mind trick on me, causing me to just walk away without investigating. It's so frigging weird. Random encounter I had a few years back, wondering if anyone knows what it could have been. So this happened a few years ago close to the ocean in a pretty foresty part of the USA up on the west coast. I was coming home from the ocean and the person who was driving had taken a wrong turn and we were unsure of where we were. But it was an empty road, surrounded by forest. We pulled over so the person who was driving could look at a map to try to figure out how to get out of the area, and I looked over towards the dark woods. As it was the middle of the night, I didn't really expect to see anything. Maybe a coyote or two, but what I saw wasn't anything I've seen before. It was what looked like a large wolf, definitely larger than is possible for a regular wolf. When on all fours, it probably stood about 5 feet tall. It was mostly pitch black, but its stomach was a fiery orange color, almost like the color of a red fox, but a little brighter, and its eyes were glowing a bright yellow color. It couldn't have been headlights, as they were off, and there was no light around us, so there was nothing to make the eyes appear like they were glowing if they weren't. It stepped all the way out of the woods, and I tried to get the driver's attention, but of course he didn't believe me, and continued looking at the map. It came mostly out of the woods and looked at the car before slinking back into the trees and walking away. A few moments after it walked in, it felt like everything went eerily silent, and then a large herd of deer sprinted out of the woods across the street at a very fast pace. I do not believe this to be a werewolf. Does anyone have any ideas as to what it could have been? What was that? So I sadly don't have any evidence because this just happened to me once at night, but still left me quite confused. So it's quite simple. I was maybe 9 or maybe even 12 years old. I'm not quite sure. I woke up at night and I saw a ghost. Definitely a ghost, because that thing was glowing blue, like a light blue. It wasn't a blur either. I could see the face, eyes, nose, and the long hair. The face was round and resembled a woman's, but the voice sounded more male, though it was not too deep, creepy, or threatening. It looked like a ghost of a normal person, I guess. I was stunned and sat upright in my bed. The ghost said something like too much time or not enough time. I'm not sure which one it was. Then it reached its hand out for my arm slowly. I was still stunned, but right before it touched me, I realized what it was trying to do, and I shrieked in shock. I also moved my legs and arms, similar to the typical flinch that occurs when something really scares you. This makes me believe it wasn't a dream, as moving in my dreams usually feels odd and is not always easy. It then disappeared and reappeared in front of my desk, looking a bit angry before vanishing completely. By the way, that thing also looked like it was wearing a long white nightgown. The only thing I'm still confused about is that it never came back, not even in my dreams. I'm not sure what it wanted from me either. It just tried to touch my arm. Maybe the ghost didn't come back because I was too loud, and it looked furious and annoyed after I shrieked. But it wasn't giving off any demonic or truly evil energy or aura. Maybe someone has some ideas about what that was. Wicked creatures in Argentina. I am here because I want to share one of my last experiences in the woods of my state, Santiago del Estero. I am actually living in the capital city. That's the point of my career, and I've been here for the big part of my life, by the way. However, once in a while, my mom invites me to spend time at a cottage she shares with her partner, which is about an hour or approximately 60 kilometers outside the city. It is a beautiful place with plenty of fish and a humble river, and with a lot of wild animals like cougars and deer in a huge forest. One of the weekends of the last winter, June 2021 here, I got invited to go hunting and I accepted. It was like 5 degrees Celsius at 1A, which is common for hunting native deer and hares here. It was so cold. We were in Loreto, a state municipality with ancient military bases and mining yards nearby. I mention this because I believe there is a connection between these creatures and the abandoned station. The point is, the night was getting late, and since we had not caught any animals, my mother's boyfriend, who was with me, suggested we go to an old mining station, and I, who love to explore, agreed. We hear a lot of noise when we get to a house with the door completely broken. Then we thought, there's actually a deer here, and turned on the lights and walked silently because we didn't see another exit for the deer we thought was there. Finally, with the lantern pointing to a square structure, we saw one of those creepy things I didn't believe existed. In that moment I thought it was a homeless person, but this one stays looking at the light like other animals. The guy who was with me told me, "What the fuck hell was that?" And I remember not talking because I was trying to understand it. The freaky thing screams pretty noisily, literally like an angry cougar, but more shrill and aggressive, and goes running to apparently a hole in the debris that was in that structure. We literally outran them by the confusion and dread. And then we got the van and returned to the house to tell the story. My conclusion: I want to believe that what we saw was a psychotic individual who ended up in that situation for no apparent reason. Alternatively, it could have been a ghoul or some other strange creature. My companion thought it was a sick dog, but I know that he has poor eyesight these days. I don't know if these creatures exist, but after reading about mining areas and similar beings, I feel that this could be something we don't fully understand. But I know that what we saw was not normal, and I don't want to return there if I know that things like that walk around our house and shit like that. Thanks for listening. White creatures in the wood line. I work a job where I take care of mentally unstable people at different houses. I am an overweight worker and each house normally has 2 or more staff. This evening, I am working at a house with 4 other staff members near a busy road. Now, outside the house, there are lots of motion lights and stuff like that. The backyard is a decent size. Okay. Now to the paranormal stuff. There is a creature at this house that walks the woodline every night, and I would like to know what it may be. It is a tallish creature that appears to be white. My coworker described it as bony looking. You can only see it in the corner of your eye, and when you look directly at it, it disappears. I was told it won't hurt us, but is just trying to get a reaction. Does anyone have any idea what it could be? I have not seen it, but almost everyone who works at this house has. Not deer and dog/wolf encounters. When I was a student, I rented a room in a mansion, unaware at the time that the owners were multi-generational billionaires. Otherwise, I would have questioned why such wealthy individuals would rent to students. These people are actually descendants of a Scottish royal lineage, but I didn't learn this until years later. The couple lived there, their children were grown and gone, and in retrospect, it makes no sense that they would rent to students given their immense wealth. Anywho, I had a couple of weird experiences when I lived there, and oddly enough, these weird things only happened when the family was gone on their summer vacation, as they go every year to their summer place on the Upper Peninsula in Michigan. Recently, there has been considerable discussion regarding the elite class and the pacts or rituals in which they are purportedly involved, leading me to contemplate whether this might explain their preference for renting to financially disadvantaged students, and subsequently, unusual occurrences transpire at the mansion. The first incident occurred one night after midnight. I was in my room reading, and my cat was sitting on the windowsill of the small kitchen next door. My wing of the house was on the second floor and consisted of a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom unit. I heard my cat jump off the windowsill onto the wood floor, and he ran into my room and looked at me like he wanted me to know he had just seen something horrible. Every hair of his fur was standing on end. His tail was like 5 times its regular thickness because all his fur was sticking up. I wondered what on earth he had seen to make him react like that. I had never seen him like that, and never again did I see him like that in his 18 years of life. So, I got up from where I was in my bedroom, and I walked over to the kitchen to look out the window, which faced the back of the house where there was a large yard, parking, and a garage. Standing next to the garage doors approximately 60 feet away was what appeared to be a deer. Its body was facing the garage door, but its head was turned back in my direction, and it looked me straight in the eye. Remember, I'm on the second floor looking down, and the deer is below looking back and up at me. At the time I was young, naive, and stupid, so I called out to it with endearing terms like, "Ah, look at the deer." It just stood there staring at me. And after a while I just went back to my room like nothing, because we were just staring at each other and, well, it didn't move, and it was late. In retrospect, however, I've been concerned because years later I've heard tales of not deer, and it occurred to me that perhaps my cat saw the true nature of the deer. And that's why he was so frightened, because I think animals can see things we humans can't. Plus, this happened in a city, so how did this deer get there on paved streets? But if it wasn't a deer, what might it have been? Shapeshifter? Other? A year or two later, once again after midnight, I heard intense growling outside. At first I thought that it might be dogs harassing another dog, so I prepared to go outside to take a look, thinking I might help out the poor animal in distress. I was just about to exit the house when it occurred to me to look outside through the windows first. It was then that I noticed something peculiar. There were what appeared to be 3 immense black dogs just going around in circles growling in the backyard. They looked to be tall like Great Danes, but it was strange that they were all uniform in their extremely muscular shape and color. So at that point, I decided not to go out, because something was definitely off. These were not street dogs or strays because they were muscular and well-fed. It doesn't make sense that they would have been wolves because of the odd behavior, and this was in a city. I've recounted both these experiences to family, and their thoughts are that the deer wasn't a deer, and if I had gone out, the dogs would have encircled me in a vortex or portal they were creating by going round and round, and I would have been one more missing person. Unknown creature on the road. Could anyone help me identify what this might be? So last Saturday, my boyfriend and I were driving down SR 36, UT, between Stockton and Tooele at probably 11 p.m. and started smelling this horrible smell, like rotting meat. Then he saw something run out from in front of the car ahead of us and run down the left shoulder. I didn't see it, but he described it as about the same height as a coyote, but shorter in length, and said its head looked smooth and there were no ears and no eye shine. He also noted that it was completely gray. He said it ran unlike any animal he'd seen. It was a quadruped, and its hind legs moved in unison instead of opposite like most canines. I asked him if the creature could be any of the local fauna, such as a fox, coyote, badger, or raccoon. He replied, no, expressing certainty that it was none of those animals. He's a trapper and hunter, so he knows his animals. We initially dismissed it, but tonight, at about 1030 on the same stretch of road, he smelled the same odor and saw the same creature again. I'm sharing here because I believe it could be something cryptid-related. Does anyone have any ideas? Thanks. Possible cryptid encounter. One night, I remember walking around my house and having a premonition that I was going to see or hear something. I don't know whether it was a sixth sense or just the general malaise I felt while walking through the inky darkness. I was approaching my truck in the middle of the night to grab a charger, and just like in a movie, I heard the cracking of a branch of some sort. I turned back and saw this tall, shadowy figure. It was running along the opposite side of the house, and it was upright like a human. The problem is it's moving so fast that its legs are, I shit you not, moving like roadrunners in the cartoon. To this day, I still can't begin to fathom what I actually saw or whether I was meant to see it. If it didn't trigger the floodlight, I imagine I wouldn't have even been able to see it moving that fast through the darkness. Maybe I was lucky it did. If you have any idea what it could have been, I'd appreciate it. Central Oregon sighting. Hiya, I'm very uneducated about this kind of thing, so I'm here for some input. Last night I was off-grid in Central Oregon. I was on grounds that had no lights, so we relied on headlamps when we needed to move from place to place. Long story short, I was leaving an outhouse, and behind a wall I noticed out of the corner of my eye a gray/white figure. When I turned to look at it, I heard a whisper hiss-like sound, like a hash, as it disappeared from sight. The vines on the wall rustled, and I saw a blur of movement, but besides that, there was no proof of life, no further movement or rustling of foliage. I did an audible what the F but tried to remain calm and walked as fast as I could without running back to the cabin. I did some digging and found crawlers to be similar. I don't believe this location is prone to skinwalkers, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I'd love any opinions or other stories. A white, swaying creature stalked me and chased my car at Settles Bridge Park, the 3rd of July, 2025. This happened a year ago in 2025 on the 3rd of July at around 1,240 to 350 a.m. I am 4 feet 11 inches and was 27 at the time this happened. I had pepper spray and not much else. This event made me get a CC weapon/license for protection. My brother and his friends made a fort 3 miles away from the Settles Bridge Park parking lot deep in the woods. It was the 3rd of July, and I arrived late at around 1,240 a.m. They had already gone ahead of me to the fort. I had to walk down the forest trail alone. My phone only had 16% battery, so I decided to save my battery by using the full moon as my light source. The first half of the trail is an old logging road that starts on the left side of the parking lot that's overgrown, and on both sides of it are trees. I get about halfway down that logging road when I notice a tall white figure standing in front of a tree on the left side, rocking side to side. I started immediately doing mental calculations as I continued walking towards it. I tried to think about going back to my car, but every cell in my body was telling me that was a horrible idea. Something in my gut told me it wasn't human. It also told me not to react and to keep going. So I did. I walked right past it and continued walking down that logging road till I took a sharp left into the trees about 10 feet before the logging road ended. I walked 2-ish miles down a really hard-to-navigate trail till I found the fort by moonlight. The fort was built on the other side of an old fence. I crawled underneath a gap in the chain link and joined my brother and his friends at the campfire and didn't say anything. At some point, my bro told me to get firewood, so I started searching for it with a flashlight they gave me. We had this belief that the other side of the fence was unsafe, and that our side was safe from the spooky shit we've felt and seen. We were wrong. Because as I was walking up a hill, looking for firewood, I saw the profile of something with a flat face standing on all fours about 75 feet away at the top of the hill. I told myself it was a deer, abandoned the firewood, and sat at the fire and said nothing. We shot off some guns into the hill I had climbed, did some drinking, I abstained, set off some fireworks in a clearing we made, and smoked. My brother came with his friend, and we decided he would drive us back home in my car. The walk back was uneventful, and when we got in the car, I sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window, looking for it. As my brother backed up the car, that's when I saw it again. It was standing on two legs among the trees around 50 feet deep in the woods, directly in front of where we parked our cars. It had followed us or was already waiting, knowing we would have to return to the lot. I swear to God, man. I watched it drop to all fours and break into a dead sprint. This thing, ducking, chased my car on all fours and kept up with it. We were driving 35 miles per hour, and it kept up, running zigzag through the trees. It veered away when it reached the housing fence line. I don't know what that thing is, but I've seen it several more times since. The fort was disassembled on order of the nearby HOA. You will only find the structural remains on an old deer stand. My brother and I both had a recent encounter with it a few weeks ago in May on the 22nd. On the 22nd of May, I promised my brother we would meet at the lot to smoke. He had finally gotten his own car, so he no longer had to drive mine. I remember turning onto the gravel road that led to the lot and getting a bad gut feeling, a sense of not being welcomed. This feeling isn't unusual. It usually is the prelude to some supernatural, paranormal, weird shit happening. My brother and I are both familiar with this feeling. We feel that way all the time in those woods. We're used to it. Sometimes we see or hear something, but usually we just get a bad leave the forest now, get the F out, you aren't welcomed feeling and some strange noises. It's not that intense, so I don't expect much to happen. I park my car, lock my doors, and put my brights on. I'm parked facing the direction I saw the white creature in 2025. I always park in that direction. It's a habit. As I'm sitting there waiting for my brother to pull up in his car, I start seeing something walking through the trees. It's about 70 feet deep into the woods, but I don't have enough light to tell for certain if it's the creature or if it's an animal or person. My brother pulls up, opens his door, freezes, and turns on his brights. We both watch a pale creature, around 7 feet tall, peek and peer at us from between two trees. It kept ducking behind them, then poking its head back out again. It was humanoid and had a flat face, stood on two legs, and was gripping one of the trees with its hands for stability. I can't remember whether or not its eyes glowed in the light or if it had eyes at all. We watched it for a few minutes before leaving. We drove to a soccer field a few miles away and smoked there instead. This creature is why I will never open my window at night again. This is a true story, and it haunts me every single night. It all started on a Tuesday night around 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm lying alone in bed in the dark, and my window is cracked open. I prefer having a breeze at night to stay cool. I open my window every single night. It doesn't matter if it's hot or cold or windy or rainy. I will open my window. Anyways, I had to share this because it is really haunting me. To explain, all of a sudden the noise started. I remember my eyes rapidly opening and the shivers being brought down my spine. It was extremely paralyzing, causing my entire body to jolt as if a shock wave were coursing through my nerves. This sensation is especially intense at night when you are startled by a noise like your old house settling, but this was unlike anything I've ever experienced. To begin with, the noise that startled me appeared to be a man shouting from a distance of approximately 1/4 of a mile. I thought to myself that this was extremely unusual. I live in a desolate area, and I don't have many neighbors around, so it couldn't have been them. I live in a woodsy area, in a humble neighborhood. Most people who live here are hermits, and don't leave their homes unless it's for the bi-weekly grocery shopping or leaving in the morning to go to work. But the screams were very specific and were arranged in a pattern. They almost sounded inhuman. A loud but faint yell would sound about every 2 seconds, and the yells were unintelligible words and lasted for about 1 to 2 syllables. It was almost perfect, sounding like a recording of a shout played again and again and again, but for hours. The dreadful sound stayed in place for 3 hours of non-stop yelling, and the man never seemed to move locations except for when the noises slowly got farther away, and that's when it seemed to stop. The sounds lasted from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. I assume the man making the disturbance is in his early 30s. It haunts me to think of someone just standing in the forest, blatantly yelling words for 3 hours straight in the middle of the night. The sounds didn't appear like they were desperate, as if they were in need of any help. The only drastic thing would be if a bear mauled you to death, but no one's stupid enough to go out at night like this. The shouts sounded emotionless and, of course, very terrifying. I eventually was able to catch my breath and peek out the window. The noise was not caused by the wind, nor was it a branch scraping my window, despite what some might claim to debunk my experience, but I was too afraid to go outside and investigate. I had to debate whether calling the police would be the right thing to do or not. I kept my ear close to the window for a few minutes, and I was starting to decrypt what he was saying. It sounded like it was in a different language or a gibberish word being spoken, but it was very strange. I know I'm not crazy, and I know what I heard. I will probably never open my window ever again, since I would rather not find out who or what was making those sounds, and I definitely do not want them to come back. Does anyone know what this could be? I asked my neighbors if they heard, and only 1 out of 4 claimed they did. We both don't know what it was. The creature took the form of a deer. I live in rural Kansas, born and raised. I've seen some wild things where we live, and my husband has witnessed more because he's a hunter to put food on the table. Last night we were driving home from a friend's house with our 1-year-old. It was about 9 p.m., and a storm had just rolled through. It was still lightning and thundering. As we crested the hill, my husband and I saw what looked like a large dog on the side of the road, so he slowed down to let it cross. It didn't walk like a dog. Instead, it moved like a predator, resembling a mix between a large dog and a mountain lion, with a long tail, long floppy ears, and a short face. As it crossed the road, we were silent. We watched it jump a barbed wire fence and disappear behind a single pine tree, and we decided, what the hell, and drove forward to get a look at it again on the other side of the fence. When we pulled forward, a large white-tailed doe was staring at us. We thought our eyes played tricks on us, and I looked at my husband and said, "That wasn't a ducking deer," and we drove home confused the whole time. We get home and he calls his dad and asks if he has ever seen anything like it since they used to hunt in that area when he was a kid. He said there were always weird things in that area that no one had ever seen, but you would always hear them. I have seen deer exhibit strange behaviors that are not typical for deer or chronic wasting disease. I have never seen a deer walk with its head down, ears flopped to the side of its head, and stalked like a predator. It didn't have hooves. Its tail was so long. What did we see? I have no idea what this was. I work in vacuum hauling at a remote industrial site in the mountains. There is one area at work that has always felt off to me. I can't explain it, but whenever I'm in that spot, the hair on my neck stands up for no reason. One night while I was driving the vac truck, something suddenly jumped out in front of me and crossed the haul road. I only got a quick look at it, but it was roughly the color of a deer. The strange part was how fast it crossed. It made it across the road in about 2 steps. This was not a narrow road or a small bush trail. This was a haul road wide enough that 2 haul trucks could stop side by side in that spot. By the time I got the vac truck stopped safely and got out to look, whatever it was had already disappeared. I want to be clear that I have zero real knowledge of cryptids or this kind of stuff. I am not claiming it was Bigfoot or anything specific. I honestly do not know what I saw. It could have been a normal animal seen quickly in bad lighting, but the way it moved and the distance it covered in only a couple of steps have stuck with me. The part that bothers me most is that it happened in the same area that already gives me a bad feeling every time I am there. I'm sharing this to see if anyone else has spotted a deer-colored animal moving similarly along remote mountain or mine roads or has any idea what it could have been. (2006) Northwood, New Hampshire. I was working at a Boy Scouts summer camp in Northwoods, New Hampshire. It was a Wednesday night when the staff got a break and got to go to Concord, about 15 to 20 miles away. I was driving home with 3 other staff members in my car. I pulled into Blake's Hill Road, the road the camp was on. It was a less taken care of side road, mostly surrounded by forest. It was about midnight. I was driving a bit over the speed limit, and there was patchy fog. As I turned a corner, a deer shot out in front of my car. The deer had long, unusual-looking legs that appeared to have extra joints, also with a wide alligator-like mouth and oversized deep black eyes. I felt a panic so remarkably deep. As I rounded the corner, this crazy deer darted in front of my car. I thought I hit it, but there was no bump, like nothing was there. I hit the brakes, and it took me a few yards to stop. I sat there and asked the guys in my car if they saw that. 2 of them said yes. One in the back seat behind me, I guess, was dozing off and didn't see it. I then got out. The uneasy feeling was subsiding. I didn't find anything, anyone, any deer, or anything. 2 weeks later, on a very hot day in early August, a thunderstorm was rolling in. My 3 friends, who I was with, went to the lakeside to see the storm come in from the water. We watched a big supercell storm roll over the lake. When it was right above us, all of a sudden the wind picked up. The wind increased in intensity until the tops of the trees began to snap. My friends and I began to run to the service center for shelter. The trees around us continued to fall, all around us as hail was pelting us, trees smashing cars and cabins. Then blackness. For a few seconds I was unconscious. I came to, and my back and head were screaming in pain. I had been hit by one of the falling trees. It took a few minutes for help to arrive. The staff members of the camp. I was then carried half a mile over a destroyed road and mess. I had to get 10 sutures on the back of my head, and I had received a compression fracture in my L3 vertebra. It was declared that a microburst had hit the camp. I had the worst injury. Nobody else got hurt. I saw a strange creature. Can anybody help me identify it? Many years ago, I saw 2 strange animals outside of a church at night. Upon doing research, I came to the conclusion that they were not raccoons. They were far too big and didn't look the same. I do not know what color they were, as it was too dark. They were walking under a roof. It had bars around it to keep homeless people from sleeping there. They couldn't have been someone's pet, because I have been in this area many times and have never seen one. They couldn't have been dogs. I'd say they resembled moles, if anything. I imagine there wouldn't be any moles in the middle of a city, though. I live in British Columbia, Canada. The only details I remember were that they had large backs, like a humpback, were walking on all 4s, and had fat tummies. I don't think they were turtles, too large to be in the middle of a city. Was it some type of mythological creature? Does anybody know? I need help identifying a creature that my sister and I saw during our childhood, a green goblin-like being that resembled Yoda. There were 2 encounters I, 22 female, and my sister, 20 female, had in childhood with the paranormal. My sister and I have had more individual experiences, but these 2 are the most memorable, because we can corroborate them. I'm also sure my sister has more details than I can provide here, but for this I'm just going off what she has told me in the past about our experience. Please note that I may be misremembering some details, but the core idea is still there. We used to share a room together when we were children. I don't even remember exactly how old we were, but we had to have been preschool or kindergarten age. She had a little white plastic toddler bed, while I had a Disney princess bed with a pink Sleeping Beauty canopy. Pretty sure this was around 2007 due to the old Disney princess branding. It's weird because I don't have any pictures of me in this bed, but I remember telling my dad how much I liked it, and I remember that's how I learned the word canopy. To preface further, I honestly feel weird typing this or even remembering this because it feels wrong. It has honestly traumatized me for a long time for some reason, especially because of the profound impact it had on my sleeping habits and the distinct sound the creature made. It saddens me to reflect on how small I was and how everything appeared so frightening in the modest townhouse we resided in. I even still vividly remember some nightmares I had while living there, in addition to an astral projection experience that I didn't recognize as being astral projection for a long time. Early childhood is already traumatizing enough due to everything being new and scary, even without experiencing paranormal shit on top of that. Anyways, one night I woke up in the middle of the night to a dark room, my sister beside me. I can't remember if she was awake or not. I'm lying on my back with a full view of the foot of my bed and the rest of my body. All of a sudden, I hear this bassy show of boom sound with a metallic echo. I remember the sound so ducking vividly, but it's super hard for me to describe or reproduce. Just think of the sound of something suddenly erupting from the ground combined with when you bump a metal water bottle against a metal pole. I see this green creature suddenly shoot up into existence from the ground, and it makes the aforementioned sound. I don't remember exactly where he was located, as I'm pretty sure he was walking/moving, but I'm pretty sure it was from the corner of my footboard, so the lower part of his body was obfuscated by it. The way I've been picturing him all this time is exactly like Yoda from Star Wars. The details may have changed over the years, as that description has been the best way for me to convey what I remember, and my memory may have adapted to fit it. It's also weird because I've never seen Star Wars, and never will. I'm sorry, y'all, I can't do it. He was super short and green and was wearing a brown burlap robe. I think the ears were protruding, kind of like Yoda. I was so ducking terrified, though, that I immediately turned around onto my stomach and pulled the covers over my head, praying that it would go away. This experience is literally the reason why I'm still a stomach sleeper and sleep every night with the covers over my head, lol. I remember lying in that position for a while and finally gaining the courage to look back at the room, and thankfully it was gone. The thing is, my sister remembers some details that I couldn't. She woke up as well during the experience. She said she saw a green cloud of smoke over the whole room. I definitely remember this as well, but it was still very dark in the room, and I hadn't fully woken up yet. She said she saw the green guy actually standing on top of me while I was sleeping. I never actually saw this part, so maybe it occurred before I woke up or after I turned onto my stomach. I do remember the creature starting from the footboard and progressively teleporting around to the side of the bed as I blinked, and it probably eventually ended up on top of me. I don't remember what happened afterward, but I think the door opened and one of my parents came in because we were crying. It was genuinely so traumatizing. Frankly, I don't care if people believe me or not because I feel in my body that this shit was real. I am uncertain about the nature of that entity, whether it was a collective hallucination, a dream, sleep paralysis, a fairy, possibly an alien, or perhaps a spirit. I simply do not know. Maybe it was harmless, maybe it was evil. All I know is that it scared the shit out of little me. The second, more minor experience happened when my sister and I were playing in the basement. This was in a different home, and I'm pretty sure we were a couple years older. It was approximately Halloween, as my mother was upstairs preparing treat bags for the trick-or-treaters. I'm pretty sure we had some Halloween decorations in the basement as well. She and I were sitting on the floor and talking while playing. Up against the wall in the basement was one of those black folding plastic outdoor tables that we usually used for events or get-togethers. For some reason, both of us stop and turn to look at the table. We both see a green disembodied hand start to emerge from underneath the table towards the ground. We both looked at each other and of course freaked the duck out and started screaming and running upstairs. Anyways, I have no idea who the duck this green hoe is and why my sister and I saw him twice. We only ever saw the green hoe when we were together. Also, I apologize for any inconsistencies in the story. I was literally a barely conscious child, so my memory may be a bit skewed and blended with others. Open to any ideas or if anyone has any similar experiences to share. I believe I and a friend saw what would be called a dog man. We were driving down very rural roads here in Montana looking for his phone he lost a few days earlier. He was drunk when he called me to ask for help. I had a few beers, but I wasn't drunk, so I thought I'd help him. These roads are very rural. There's hardly any traffic ever, except for a few locals. We followed his supposed route looking for the phone he said he lost when he got out to piss and fell down. Followed these roads for 30 miles or so and then turned back. The sun was starting to set, so it's getting pretty dusky outside. Is that a word? I don't think dusky is a standard word, but I'm using it anyway. I'm still half-heartedly looking for his phone near the ditch of the road. There were a few times I thought I saw something that could be a phone, so I stopped and had him check it out. Nope, not a phone. Well, about 5 miles back to town, so about 15 miles more to go. It's damn near dark out. I have the high beams on and I see a figure crossing the road about 30 to 40 yards ahead of us, and it's huge. At first I think elk, that would be the most common, but it's not moving like an elk. Then I think moose are kind of gangly looking, so they move weird, but they are rarely seen in my area. It has happened, but very rarely, so now I'm thinking it might be a bear. It moves somewhat like a bear, but it's much too large to be a black bear. Grizzlies are almost unheard of in this part of the state. It has happened, but it's extremely rare, so I'm thinking this is a very, very cool experience. But then, this creature does something that completely astonishes me. Keep in mind, all this is happening really fast, so my mind is trying to explain logical reasons to myself while this thing lumbers across the road. When I say lumber, I don't mean it's clumsy. It moves in a very methodical and very fluid motion. This damn thing gets to the edge of the road, stands up on two legs, and walks into the ditch like a person would. Once again, very fluid-like. I've seen bears walk on two legs. There is even a bear in Colorado somewhere that does this all the time, and it looks pretty creepy to be honest, but this was not a bear. I repeat, this was not a bear, at least not one that I've ever seen. It could have been the height of or taller than a grizzly standing on its hind legs, but from my estimation, it would have had to have been quite a bit taller for what it did next. It walked down into the ditch and up the other side, casually walking over the 4.5 - 5 foot fence like we would walk over a short picket fence for a garden. And when it walked over the said fence, it stared back at us. I could clearly see the side profile of the head as it was turning to look at us. It looked nothing like a bear. It looked like a ducking wolf head, except 2 to 3 times as large. The arms were far too long to be bare and lacked the amount of fur, or the girth that resembles fur, I suppose, that one would expect. I could swear I saw long fingers with claws at the end of each arm. Its movements, the way it glanced at us, and its overall appearance all screamed werewolf to me. I have never seen anything like it, but I hope to see it again. I wasn't really scared when I saw it. I wasn't even scared after the fact. It just seemed like an extremely rare and unique experience. But the way it moved into the ditch and crossed the fence screams. To me, this is not an animal that is a quadruped. This is a very unique animal. After it was all over and it disappeared into the darkness on the other side of the fence, my friend looked at me and asked if I had seen that. I said, "Yes. Explain to me what you saw." He did. And it was almost the exact description of what I had seen as well. I asked him what he thought it was, and he said, "These are his words, not mine, werewolf." And then chuckled a bit, but that was my exact thought as well. I did some research, and there have been many sightings and such all over the world. There are even quite a few in the US. As such, the first sighting, or actually documented sighting, of a werewolf was in Minnesota, I believe. They didn't call it a werewolf, but a dogman, and I firmly believe that I have seen one. Like I said, I wasn't scared. It didn't seem malevolent in any way. It was just going about its business. If anything, when it looked at us, it just seemed curious. Anyways, this is my story. I really don't think anyone will believe it, but I thought I'd share with my favorite community. I know this isn't like the stories I usually share, but I just wanted to share it. Thank you for listening to my story. Is less than #6. Weird encounter while fishing. I live in southern Ohio. I went fishing 3 days ago. Typically, I am accompanied by my younger brother, 13, or a friend, 21. But it was 8 in the morning and everyone was still asleep, so I decided to go alone. Didn't think much of it considering I'm 20 myself. I've been to this pond more times than I could keep track of, so I felt quite comfortable by myself. I do not engage in concealed carry or anything of that nature. However, I arrived there at approximately 8:30. I fished for about an hour, checking my phone around 9:20, seeing how much time had passed since it was moving so slow with no bites. I moved around the pond toward a little cove where there was moss all over the ground and trees hanging over. It looked beautiful until whatever this was, 10 minutes or so after I checked my phone. The few birds I did hear went quiet. I don't know if they just went quiet or if the propeller plane above scared them. I'm not usually scared of things in the woods, except for other people. So when my skin started crawling with anxiety, as if someone were watching me, I felt there had to be someone nearby, maybe a game warden or something. I checked my wallet to make sure I had my Florida license with me, and 10 to 15 seconds later, I realized I wouldn't have felt this way if I weren't ignorant about the animals we have here in Ohio. I would have thought there was a tiger or lion behind me, because I heard a deep growl later. When I got home, I looked up the sound of their growl and compared it to a real lion's growl to see how it matched what I heard. The sound I heard did not seem to come from a large animal. It lacked the deep bass and was not as loud or sudden. Think of a lion growling in a quiet room. That's the best as I can describe it. Anyways, I hurried and reeled in, not thinking twice, but as I got around the pond near where my catfish pole was set up. I had a catfish pole set up at the entrance, and was bass fishing around the edge of the pond while waiting. I figured I'd cast one more time since I wasn't deathly scared since, at the time, the most I thought it could be was a slight chance it could be a mountain lion. I'm the type of person that thinks I can beat a mountain lion with a knife. Stupid. But I guess the mind likes to believe, so that's why I wasn't too scared. The moment my artificial lure hit the water, near where I had just been standing, about 70 feet away from the mossy floor and the overhanging trees, I heard a sound that resembled either a branch breaking against a tree or a rock striking a tree. One of those three things told my parents, and they swear up and down it was everyone's favorite Bigfoot. But I just can't get with the theory of Bigfoot being real. Ever since, I haven't been back to that pond, and I don't think I'll ever go back considering how unexplainable that was. Does anybody have any idea what this could have been, or has anybody had a similar encounter? I live in southern Ohio, about 2 hours away from Kentucky, which is why I thought it could be a mountain lion. However, I am still confused. I'd rather know than just assume it was a cougar. Crazy tall, impossibly thin and with long arms/legs, Slate Springs, Mississippi, USA. I know this is going to sound ducking crazy, but I don't really care. I'm not a stranger to weird stuff even if I don't understand it. I do understand that it happened, and afterwards I always pep-talk myself for hours to not gaslight myself into believing it didn't happen. This is one of those times. Approximately a year ago, while performing late-night cleaning, I approached my back door just before midnight to dispose of some dirty mop water. The backyard was fairly large, 1/4 an acre or so, and surrounded on 3 sides by thick foliage. The 4th side was the closest to the back door and shared a low shrub with my neighboring house, an empty house that no one had ever lived in. So it's dark back there in rural Mississippi at night. So I open the storm door and go to step down the 3 small cement stairs into the backyard. But before I can get more than 1 foot out, I see something from my left side, just on the neighboring house's side of the shrubbery. I literally startled really hard and dropped the mop bucket down the steps at the same time as I exclaimed, "Holy shit." The only way I can explain this thing is by asking you to imagine Slender Man, tall, white, impossibly thin, with arms and legs that are unnaturally long and frightening. But it was like, I don't know, it was wearing some sort of cloaking device, maybe one that had glitched out partly. I only could see it from about the shoulders down to below the knee. The head and lower legs were invisible. The hands also hung low. It was glowing, but not brightly, just like radiating a 2 to 3 dull white glow around the visible bits. It had been walking at a brisk pace. I startled it when it startled me, and it stopped dead and went entirely invisible. But it was still there. I could feel it watching to see what I was going to do. It felt as if they were surprised that I had noticed its presence. I'm guessing it didn't realize it was showing some of itself, or its invisible mechanism had short-circuited or whatever was happening. I froze, and then it became completely invisible, remaining still as it waited. After a few seconds, I gathered myself and said out loud, "Yep, nothing to see here. I'm going to go inside my house and mind my damn business. Carry on." I walked into my bedroom and sat next to my boyfriend watching TV, and I stared at the floor for about a minute and a half, trying to make sense of it. He looked at me finally and wanted to know why I was looking crazy as hell. So I told him. He clearly did not believe me. He asked if I wanted him to go check it out, and I instinctively told him no. Do nothing. And at that moment my little schnoodles, I have 2, started losing their minds, barking from the back door to the kitchen window in the room adjoining the back door. They were barking intensely, which was unusual for them, and typically only happened when they were certain someone was about to knock. He looked at me again, clearly confused, so I shook my head once more and told him I was serious. Do nothing. Don't go out there. I don't know if the experience was actually just something that didn't matter, but made me feel better. But the next night I opened the back door around the same time and said out loud that from then on, from 1130 p.m. to 12 a.m., I would not be coming out that way in case this was a regular footpath for the thing. I didn't let my kids go out at those times, and I honored it till I moved out in February this year and I did not see it again. What was it? Anyone? I grew up on a 75-acre farm in East Texas, the Arklatex specifically. Now that I'm an adult piecing all these together, I realize this thing has been a part of my life much longer than I originally thought. The first ever sighting I can remember was when I was 8. It was probably 11 p.m. in pitch black. I was crossing our bridge over a small creek to get to the fire pit only a few meters away, but before I could get there, I stopped in my tracks because I saw 2 red eyes staring back at me. I couldn't give you the exact height, but 8-year-old me could tell it was taller than my grandfather. Therefore, it was not my grandfather, and therefore, I needed to haul in the opposite direction. I quickly ran back to the house in tears and told him what happened. He told me it was just a spider's eyes reflecting in the moonlight. Believing he knew all there was to know, I accepted this explanation and forgot about it until 2016. The second sighting I can recall was when I was 16 or so. Same plot of land, just on the opposite end where my mother had decided to build her house. Around 7 p.m., I went for a walk down to my mother's pond. About halfway there, I see a white figure in the very top of a pine tree next to the pond. It quickly shuffled behind the foliage out of sight, so I could just see speckles of white peeking through. At first I thought, an albino raccoon. I was not at all scared. But something quickly turned my gut in my stomach and told me to turn around and head home. So I did, and instantly was overwhelmed with crippling fear, like that of sleep paralysis. I speed-walked my way back to the house. I don't remember if I mentioned it to my mother at this point or at the 4th sighting, which was by far the scariest. The 3rd time I saw it, either the same year or the next, I was on my way to the pond again. This time it was between me and the pond, on the ground, on all fours. Here I had a pretty good visual, and the best description I've been able to come up with is a very tall man in a full-body white spandex suit. Again, I got scared and speed-walked home. I never ran. Something always told me to not run. The 4th time I saw it was not long after the last 2. It was around 10 p.m., and I realized I forgot to feed my horse. I walked out to his pen with my flashlight out. Before I got all the way there, I saw his eyes shining at me, so I excitedly skipped up to him. When I got near him, he made a very strange huffing noise I hadn't heard him make before. It was at this point I heard rustling, in a different area of the pen, where I shined my light and saw my horse. What was 4 feet in front of me was not my horse. My body went rigid, and I had to fight every cell in my body to make my legs take me back to the house. When I made it back in, I went to tell my mother. She had gone to bed. I waited the next day and told her everything. My mom's an avid believer in weird things like that, so she listened to me intently and, rather than telling me it was nothing, told me that, whatever it was, she'd cleanse/bless the house, and it would go away. Now, I don't believe this thing is a ghost, so I don't think it can be cleansed out. But I didn't see it again for the remaining time I lived there. I moved to a big city 8 hours away and forgot all about it. Up until recently, when it's been on my mind quite a lot. I will be going home to see my mother soon. I certainly don't expect a sighting. Nor do I want one. I always feel like the next time I see it will be my last, or that it's an omen of death. I don't know. I do know this creature had many, many opportunities to hurt me and did not. It just scared me shitless. I should also add that I mentioned this to one other person, a friend of mine. When I gave my friend its description, she became very upset and asked to change the conversation. After some prying, she eventually told me that she had seen the same thing at a lake 30 minutes from my house, Elliott/Texarkana Lake, and that it had chased her and another girl on all fours. She again asked to change the conversation and never mention it again. If anyone else in the East Texas area is in this community and has seen this creature, I'd love to hear about it. As much as it scares me, I still struggle with convincing myself it was real. Creepy encounter. Whether or not this story is true, I can't say for sure. There were 3 eyewitnesses, and one of the witnesses I know and worked with. This man doesn't really strike me as a dramatic storyteller, so take this all as you will. To be completely honest, I am unsure of what to make of it, so here we go anyway. Here is some background information before I share the actual story he told. I used to work with this man at a food processing station, and he was a trucker. I stopped working with him almost 2 years ago. His name for privacy reasons is D. My mother currently works with him. She basically handles all of the truckers' load weights and keeps track of their routes to send to corporate, and she handles the truckers' paperwork. 2 days ago, D told my mom about an encounter he just had. He was on a trucking run in North Carolina. I don't remember where specifically. I think it was in Pender County. He needed to use the bathroom, and he had also reached the maximum limit for his road hours. So he stopped at a quiet truck stop to go to the restroom. There was no one else in there while he was on the toilet doing a number 2. He heard the door open and what sounded like sandals or flip-flops walking in. Then he heard a voice say, "Let me in, let me in, let me in." He sees a face peek through the crack in the stall door. He describes it as about 4 feet tall, pale, living, and moist-eyed. It had abnormally long, skinny, crooked fingers. He said it began banging on the door. Then it began shoving on the door. The latch on the stall door broke, so D put both of his feet on the door to stop that thing from coming in. It then went into the stall beside him. He saw these abnormally long, crooked, skinny fingers reach over, grabbing the rail, about to climb over. Its face peeks over the stall, and D punches at this thing, but he describes how his hand went through it. He screamed, and then this thing let out a deafening screech that D describes as like a train when it comes to a sudden stop. D pulls up his pants and runs out. This thing runs out of the bathroom. Another trucker, a large black man D described as about 300 pounds, was walking to that bathroom. The creature runs at this man and knocks him over as it runs past him. This man looks at D, asking him, "What was that thing?" "I used to be a football player, and that thing just threw me like nothing." Both of the men decide to get out of there. There were bushes nearby their trucks, so the men walk to their trucks together because they thought that would be safest. They get in their trucks and begin to pull out of this truck stop. D looks in his mirror and sees 3 creatures standing in the same spot where he and the other man had just been. D takes a picture of these creatures as he drives out. He then talks to the black man over their radios. But as D turns his radio on, he hears the same voice from the bathroom. It just repeated, "Let me in, let me in, let me in." The black man talks to D over the radio, asking him if he hears that voice too. He agrees that he hears it. They then decide to check each other's trucks, passing each other in turns, to make sure nothing is on their truck. The trucks are clear. So they drive for a while and stop at another truck stop, a long ways off from the previous D and the other man that he was now traveling with, get out at this truck stop. And they see an older man that was security at this new truck stop, D, and the other trucker he was with here, this security guard while in the truck stop, say, "Oh no, those things are back again." All 3 men run to their vehicles. The security guard's car wouldn't start. So D and the black trucker decide they can't leave the poor old guy and help the man. After D and the other trucker leave and keep driving despite D being over his time limit for trucking. He said he was so terrified he would rather not stop. He didn't care that he was over his time limit. He'd rather get in trouble with the law than stop to even chance seeing those things again. D told his wife about what he saw and said she does not believe him at all. He now believes in supernatural creatures. D went to show his wife the picture he took of the creatures, but in the photo, nothing was there. Again, I do not know how true any of these claims are. If it even has an ounce of truth to it at all, I simply was not there. My mother seems convinced by his reaction while telling the story. She is not usually the gullible type, but still, take this all with a grain of salt. True or not, it is still an interesting story. Has anyone ever encountered a tall, tree-like creature? For background, I used to be a heavy skeptic. However, my friends and I, a group of 3 to 6 people, including me, began to commonly frequent Ghost Road, aka Bragg Road, in Saratoga to ghost hunt. It's a popular area for its ghost lights and other activity. We get lots of activity on spirit boxes, EMF readers, etc. down this road, but recently we picked up something that isn't paranormal. This creature, dubbed Carl, is as tall as the pine trees down here in southeast Texas, lanky as hell, and startling at first glance. However, he just sits back and watches us from a distance. He's never really been aggressive or gotten too close. He doesn't really have much of a face, at least as far as I can tell. When we see him, he tends to stop moving. The minute he does, we basically lose track of him among the trees. I've tried researching everything to figure out what this thing is, but every result is fruitless. Hopefully someone here has answers, as our entire group is super confused about this. I'm an SC DNR officer. I saw something during a coyote operation on Kiowa Island that I still can't explain. I am currently a wildlife officer with the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. Most of my career has been spent working in coastal counties. I've dealt with nuisance alligators, stranded dolphins, black bears, feral hogs, coyotes, and just about every other wildlife issue you can think of. Because of that, I've always been pretty skeptical when it comes to stories about anything paranormal. My job is usually figuring out what actually happened and finding the explanation that makes the most sense. So, to start this off, this incident happened in November of 2024 while I was a part of a coyote management operation on Kiowa Island. Most people along the South Carolina coast already know that coyotes have become a major problem for loggerhead sea turtles in the past 5 years. During nesting season, they'll find the freshly laid nests, dig them up, and eat the eggs before the hatchlings ever get a chance to reach the water. We have been seeing increasing nest losses on the island, and part of our job was trying to identify where the most active coyotes were and reduce some of that predator pressure before the next nesting season arrived. I started just before sunset, which is pretty normal for that kind of work, since coyotes start hunting and being active in the evening. I was one of several DNR officers on the island that day. We were all spread out across different sections of the island and took positions near areas where coyotes had been seen regularly. The plan I was told to follow was fairly straightforward: watch travel routes, identify active animals, and gather information that would help us deal with the problem animals later. I was working on the western side of the island in one of the few remote marsh areas left that hadn't been fully developed yet. I was between a tidal creek and the maritime forest. I had worked that section before and knew it fairly well. One of the major things I remember most about that evening was how low the tide was. There were large stretches of exposed mud flat that normally would have been underwater. The weather was clear and visibility was pretty good considering the sun had already gone down. For the first hour or so, everything was pretty normal. I saw a few wading birds moving around the mud flats and noticed some coyote signs along one of the creek edges. Other than that, there wasn't much going on. After a little while, I noticed movement out in the marsh. I honestly thought that it was going to be a regular coyote. I mean, that's what I was there looking for after all. I couldn't really tell me exactly what it was, though, because it was far enough away to where I needed to use my binoculars to get a better look. The weirdest part to me was that I immediately realized it wasn't a coyote. At first, I thought it was a person. The figure was standing near one of the grass islands, roughly 250 yards away. Distance can be difficult to judge across open marsh, especially around sunset, so that estimate could be off some. What I remember clearly is that whatever I was looking at seemed unusually tall. I remember thinking it had to be at least 7 feet tall, maybe more, but at this point I'm not even sure. I can't promise that it was really that tall because distance can play tricks on you, but it was definitely larger than an average person. The other thing that was strange to me was that it seemed to be wearing some sort of vegetation on its upper body. It looked almost like marsh grass draped over its shoulders and back. At the time, I assumed there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe somebody was wearing hunting camo or hell. Maybe it was a ghillie suit. I'm not even sure at this point. The possibility that it could be a random person in the marsh didn't bother me much, but what really disturbed me was how still it was. It was just standing there facing the creek. I remember lowering my binoculars and looking, well, again because I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The figure was still there. At that point, I got on the radio and told my colleges that I thought I might have a hunter in the marsh, about 250 yards from my location. They acknowledged the call and asked if I needed anything. I told them no, and I just kept watching the figure. The figure remained there for what I would think was around 30 seconds. It could have been a little longer, but I'm really not sure. The next thing I remember is that the figure moved. This is the part that I find hard to believe, even though I saw it with my own eyes. And to be truthful, if someone told me this story before this happened to me, I would probably have even scoffed too. The figure appeared to take a single step, but somehow covered much more distance than it should have. 1 second it was standing beside a patch of marsh grass. The next time it appeared noticeably farther away. In the moments, I thought that I just lost my point of reference in the fading light. I was wrong though. It was still there. It just wasn't where it had been before. At that point, I decided that I should move closer. Loose step, but that probably wasn't the smartest decision I've ever made. Anybody who has spent time in a South Carolina marsh at low tide knows exactly how difficult that mud can be. Every step sinks several inches, and every step takes effort. As I started moving, I kept checking the figure next to my binoculars whenever I could. The farther I went, the stranger the whole thing felt. Moments seemed affected by the terrain. It never appeared to be just inches away. It was struggling in the mud. It would simply be in one spot and then seem to be somewhere else. I know that sounds ridiculous. I'm there, telling you what I remember seeing. At some point I stopped walking and lowered the binoculars. This next part sounds strange now that I'm typing it out, but I remember noticing how quiet everything seemed. Perhaps it was not actually any quieter than usual, and I was simply hyper-focused on what I was observing. I honestly don't know. I just remember thinking about it at the time. A little while later, I couldn't see much of anything clearly. I watched it for a few more seconds, maybe longer, I'm not really sure. Then I looked down to check my footing. When I looked back up, it was gone. My first thought was that it had crouched down. Then I thought maybe it had moved behind one of the grass islands. Nothing I could think of really explained what happened. The area where I'd been watching it was wide open. I spent the next few hours searching that section of marsh. The tracking conditions were actually pretty good because of the low tide. I found deer tracks, raccoon tracks, coyote tracks, bird tracks, and signs of several other animals. What I never found was any indication that a person had been standing where I'd seen that figure. To this day, I am still unsure about what that figure actually was. I told one of the older colleagues I worked with that day about what I saw, and he advised me to leave it alone and not to worry about it, which I found strange. Strange encounter at the cornfield next to my house at 1A. I live right next to the Croton National Forest in eastern North Carolina. This happened just 2 nights ago around 1A, when I was coming home from work. I've spent my whole life around woods, and I'm very familiar with deer behavior and appearance. I grew up studying patterns of deer, coyotes, hogs, and bears. I don't usually get shaken up by wildlife sightings. This one has been different. As I pulled into my driveway, I did what I normally do. My driveway curves in an L shape around the house, and my daughter's bedroom window faces the road, so I briefly turn my headlights off during the turn to avoid shining into her room. Once I clear the angle, I turn them back onto park. When the headlights came back on, there was something standing at the edge of the cornfield that is right behind my house, where it meets the tree line, roughly 20 to 25 feet away. At first glance, I registered it as a deer, but the longer I actually looked at it, the more that assumption broke down. The best way I can describe the body is this. The torso and head didn't feel properly connected in a natural way. The head itself looked deer-like in shape, but the neck is what really stood out. It wasn't just long in a stretched posture sense. It looked structurally wrong, like the distance between the head and shoulders was exaggerated in a way that didn't match normal deer anatomy or stance. Even accounting for alert posture, head raised, neck extended, it looked too extended vertically, almost as if the head were sitting higher and farther forward than it should have been relative to the chest. The silhouette didn't taper the way a deer's normally does when it raises its head. Instead, it looked more like a long, thin column connecting a deer-like head to a body that I couldn't clearly resolve in the grass and shadow. The eyes reflected the headlights and appeared forward-facing in a way that gave them a very direct, predatory feeling rather than the usual side-angled deer look I'm used to. Again, I've spent my life seeing deer in headlights. The part that really made this stick with me is what happened when I turned my headlights fully on. It stood there, but I got a little closer, and only when I flicked my high beams to try to scare it did it finally react and move toward the woods, and this is where I'm struggling to explain it properly. I only clearly registered 2 legs in motion. I never saw a clean, full-body gait like a deer bounding. There was no clear 4-point movement pattern that I could track. It moved fast enough that the lower half became indistinct, and what I did see looked upright in motion rather than low to the ground. The neck of the creature remained extended as it moved. It reached the woods in seconds and disappeared. I know how this sounds. I'm not trying to force a label onto it or turn it into something it isn't. I just know it didn't match any deer behavior or appearance I've ever seen living here. I'm sharing this because I want to know if anyone else near the Croton Forest/Eastern NC area has seen anything similar around cornfield edges or tree-line transitions at night. I'm open to explanations, but I also know what I experienced didn't match anything familiar. I could accept that it was a severely injured animal, but it doesn't seem likely based on what I saw. The chupacabra. The story behind the chupacabra phenomena is a fascinating tale that emerged in the late 20th century, specifically in Puerto Rico. The term chupacabra translates to goat sucker in Spanish, and it refers to a creature that allegedly attacks and kills livestock, particularly goats, by draining their blood. The chupacabra legend began in the early 1990s, when reports of mysterious animal attacks started circulating in Puerto Rico. Farmers and residents discovered their livestock dead with puncture marks on their bodies and completely drained of blood. The media picked up on these accounts, and soon the story spread throughout the island and beyond. Descriptions of the chupacabra varied, but a common depiction emerged as a creature roughly the size of a small bear or large dog with reptilian-like skin, spines or quills on its back, red glowing eyes, fangs, and a long tongue. Some witnesses claimed it could hop or fly short distances. As the reports gained attention, the chupacabra phenomenon expanded beyond Puerto Rico. Similar sightings and livestock killings were reported in other Latin American countries, such as Mexico, Chile, and Argentina, as well as in parts of the United States, primarily in the southwestern states like Texas and New Mexico. The chupacabra became a source of intrigue and fear, with some people even speculating that it was an extraterrestrial or a government experiment gone wrong. Various theories and urban legends were born, fueling the mystery surrounding the creature. In reality, the chupacabra sightings can be attributed to a combination of factors. The original reports in Puerto Rico were likely influenced by the widespread belief in supernatural creatures and legends in the region. As the story spread, it is possible that some cases of animal attacks, possibly by feral dogs or other predators, were misinterpreted or embellished to fit the chupacabra narrative. Furthermore, the chupacabra gained more attention and notoriety due to media coverage, which led to an increase in reported sightings. In some cases, the creatures found and identified as chupacabras turned out to be known animals with mange or other diseases that altered their appearance. While the chupacabra phenomenon has persisted and become a part of popular culture, skepticism remains regarding its existence as a distinct creature. Many experts and scientists attribute the reported sightings to a combination of misidentification, folklore, and urban legends. In conclusion, the story behind the chupacabra phenomena is a captivating mix of folklore, media attention, and sensationalism. It originated in Puerto Rico in the early 1990s, but its reach expanded to other countries, causing intrigue and fear among the public. While the legend of the chupacabra continues to captivate people's imaginations, the evidence supporting its existence as a unique creature remains elusive. My encounter with a cryptid, the sunflower deer. I don't believe in the paranormal. I've never believed anything, like Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, or aliens or anything associated with things like that. All that changed last year, when I felt a terror I never thought possible. It was last April, 2025, and my contract with the Navy had literally just finished. I was officially a free man. When I moved back to Louisiana, my best friend asked to come look over his new land he just bought, and I agreed. He bought about 65 acres out of a 120-acre parcel. The plan was to divide our group and camp out for 2 days, exploring as much of the area as possible to ensure there were no concealed structures, homeless individuals camping out, deceased bodies, or similar concerns, So we split up and made our way out. The first night, nothing happened at all. It was actually extremely boring, to be honest. I set up camp, made a fire, ate some food, canned beans, and went to sleep. When I woke up, there were some tracks just outside my camp that weren't there the night before, but I just kind of figured it was a coyote, a hog, or something. I'm very well known for being a deep sleeper. You have to be to sleep on an aircraft carrier, so I just brushed it off and went on with the day. The entire time I was surveying the land, I felt like someone was watching me. At first, I thought it was Jordan, my best friend and owner of the land, trying to make sure I was actually doing what I was supposed to be doing. But later in the evening, I found a small creek and stopped to take a break and cool off in it. Every time I put my head underwater, I knew something was watching me, and it definitely wasn't Jordan. Again, I just tried to brush it off. I've dealt with anxiety/panic attacks for the last couple years due to something that happened in the Navy, so I just figured I was being paranoid again. When the sun was starting to go down, Jordan and I met back up to discuss everything we'd seen. He told me he found the foundation of some old shack, and I told him about the creek. I asked him if he had some weird feeling about being watched, and to my surprise, he said he did as well. It was never said out loud, but we both sort of just silently agreed that we were not going to sleep at the same time. I told Jordan that I'd stay up, and he seemed relieved at that. I don't think he slept at all the night before. I was sitting on a rock with a flashlight, a Henry 30-30 lever action, and an American Tactical 45 ACP. As I've mentioned before, I was in the military, but I wasn't part of the Special Forces. I worked as an IT technician focusing on radios and frequencies. Although I grew up as a redneck Cajun surrounded by guns my entire life, I was no expert, but I definitely knew what to do. The first hour went by, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. A twig snapped here, or a squirrel scurried across a branch, but that was it. That was until I heard a weird banging noise. It was like a lighter version of two bucks knocking their racks together. At first it started, then a minute later, then 30 seconds, and soon enough it was constant and getting louder and louder. I was starting to panic a bit, so I fired once in that direction, not trying to hit it, but to scare whatever it was off and wake up Jordan, and both worked. Jordan was awake, and the noise stopped. He grabbed his gun and aimed it in the direction where I had shot. Then the noise started back again, but so much louder. It was legitimately deafening, and Jordan dropped his gun and fell to the ground, covering his ears. I was barely holding on, and only because of hearing loss, I kicked out a big light, and I saw it. I genuinely have no idea how to describe this thing, but I'll try my best to. It had a body like a deer, but all of its proportions were elongated and longer than they should have been. It was either whitish/brown skin or fur, I couldn't really tell. Now for the part that's terrified my dreams since that night, its face. It had normal buck antlers, but its head was extremely disproportionate to its body. It was extremely small and circular, with bulging eyes and a ring of black hair that went around its entire head, reminding me of a sunflower. Was by far the most terrifying thing I've ever seen/heard. I wish I could describe it better, but maybe one day I can get an artist to draw it better than I can describe it. I remember thinking I was going to die there. So I fired my rifle at the creature, hit it, and saw that it was obviously hurt, but the noises it made were terrifying. So I kept firing my rifle until it was empty. And when the creature started to run away, I switched to my pistol and continued shooting. After we heard its cry of pain pretty far away, Jordan and I left everything in the woods and ran to our trucks. By the time we got back, we were exhausted, terrified, and utterly shaken to our cores. We tried to explain how it looked to our friends and family, and my brother Bo called it the sunflower deer, which he made up on the spot. Has anyone ever heard of this before? It's been a year, and I don't go into the woods anymore. Mystery creature. So, it has taken me a while to have the courage to even write this because it seems bizarre, but here we go. When I was a little girl in the 80s, my favorite aunt and her fiancé came to stay with my grandmother and me for the night. I decided that I wanted to sleep next to my aunt that night, and so I crawled in bed next to her. I remember lying there just wired and unable to sleep, and then suddenly I saw this shape move out of the open closet area and in front of the window. This figure looked to be what I would describe as a male build, and what I would describe as having glowing fissures all over that resemble the glow, either fire or what I would call lava today as an adult. In the dark, the non-glowing parts appeared dark or black like a shadow, and the figure looked solid, resembling a real person. I remember trying to be very still and quiet, but I don't recall having any fear whatsoever. It was startling at first, but I was not afraid for some reason. For reference, this was in the South. And at the time I had no real knowledge of entities other than the usual religious stuff, none of which bothered me at all. The figure did not make any strange gestures or do anything frightening. It literally just stepped in front of the window like it was standing there watching us. I still do not have any idea of what that could have been. And yes, I was definitely awake. 40 years later, I remember it all vividly. Curious to know if I am the only one that has experienced something like this? I'm a National Parks Ranger. Let me tell you that these guys have some of the best, creepiest, and completely unexplainable stories you'll ever hear. Some of them have been in the game for decades, and they should honestly pitch some of their stories to Netflix or something. Regular Joes would never believe me. I mean, if you heard some of the things we came across just on regular routine patrols and driving around. The particular park we look after is huge. I mean, absolutely massive. Miles and miles, and well, you get the picture. We knew that there were old shacks and houses on the land. And when I say houses, I mean more like something from the frontier times, or one of these off-grid types. We've never actually come across one where somebody still lives in it. I guess the days of just making a home wherever you laid your hat on are long gone. And oftentimes when we would come across one, it would have been left to rack and ruined. Usually not much remains other than some rotting wood, and a few reminders that a person at one point or another used to live here before animals have moved in and taken over. However, this one time we came across something that was more than a little weird. I've been working at Blackwater Ridge National Forest for almost 9 years now. That's enough time to see things that would make your skin crawl. Not supernatural things. I don't believe in that nonsense. But nature can be brutal. I've found the remains of hikers who misjudged the weather, seen what bears do to an unattended campsite, and pulled bloated bodies from the lake after spring thaw. But nothing compared to what Hunter and I found that October. Hunter Reynolds had been my partner for about 3 years. Ex-military, built like a linebacker but with the patience of a saint. He'd seen combat in Afghanistan, and very little rattled him. We made a good team. I knew the forest, and he knew how to handle just about any situation that came up. That fall had been unusually warm, and we were taking advantage of it to conduct some extended surveys in the northwestern quadrant of the park. This was genuine backcountry. No designated trails, no campsites, just wilderness that hadn't changed much in the last century. The area was so remote that we rarely patrolled there, maybe once every few years. "You sure about these coordinates?" Hunter asked, squinting at the GPS as our Park Service truck lurched over yet another fallen log. The service road had disappeared miles back, and we were basically forging our own path through the forest. "That's what they gave us," I replied, gripping the wheel tighter as we bounced through a shallow creek. "The ornithology team wants data from as many different ecosystems as possible. Apparently, there's been some unusual migration patterns." Hunter grunted, reaching for his thermos. 2 days out here to count birds. Could think of better ways to spend my weekend." "Like what? Watching football in your cabin and drinking that swill you call beer." I laughed, knowing full well that's exactly what he'd be doing if we weren't out here. "Don't knock it till you've tried it," he smirked. We'd been on an overnight to get as far out as we could onto this piece of land. Like I said, you could drive for hours and not come close to seeing anything at all, except forests, trees, and surprisingly, more forest. Some areas were so thickly overgrown, it was impossible to get back there. But we were doing some research on the different birds found in the area, which required us to cover as much ground as possible. It was mid-afternoon on the second day when the forest thinned slightly, revealing a small clearing ahead. I slowed the truck to a crawl. "Hold up," Hunter said, leaning forward. "What's that?" Through the trees, barely visible, was what looked like a structure. This wasn't entirely unusual. The park had dozens of old hunting cabins and homesteads scattered throughout, most abandoned decades ago when the land became federally protected. But this far out, that was odd. I killed the engine, and we sat for a moment, listening to the tick of the cooling motor and the distant call of a raven. "Should we check it out?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Hunter was already reaching for his pack. "Might as well. Could be a squatter." We'd dealt with illegal residents before, usually down on their luck types or survivalists who thought federal land was up for grabs. They were rarely dangerous, just stubborn. As we approached on foot, the silence became more pronounced. No birds calling, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of our boots on the forest floor and the occasional creak of a tree in the light breeze. That was when we came across the hut. Now, it isn't wholly unusual to find these, but as I said, they're usually dilapidated. This one, however, although on the small side, looked to be in pretty decent condition, at least from the outside. The wooden structure looked old and weathered, but was still standing. It was a simple one-room affair, maybe 12 feet by 15 feet, with a pitched roof that still had most of its shingles intact. The logs had darkened with age, and thick moss covered the north-facing wall, but there was something unnervingly well-preserved about it. No broken windows, no collapsed sections, no obvious animal damage. Most telling of all, no tracks, not even game trails. It was as if the forest itself was avoiding this place. "How old you think this is?" Hunter asked, circling to the side of the structure. I ran my hand along the rough-hewn logs. "Hard to say. The construction style looks turn of the century, but it's been maintained, or at least it was at some point." We couldn't see any obvious holes where animals had gotten inside. I was with my buddy and colleague Hunter, and we both jumped out of the truck to take a better look. There was an actual door to the structure, since it was completely overgrown all around with no obvious tracks beside our own. We summarized that there was nobody home, or at least had been for a long time. The door actually seemed to be locked. Hunter tried the handle. "Locked," he confirmed. "Nobody uses padlocks out here." I checked my watch. We had several hours of daylight left, and the bird survey could wait. Something about this place demanded investigation. "Standard procedure?" I asked. Hunter nodded. "I'll document while you check for entry." I pulled out my radio to log our position and actions. Protocol when investigating any structure, but was met with nothing but static. Not unusual this deep in the backcountry, but still annoying. "No signal," I muttered, tucking it back into my belt. "We'll log it when we get back." Hunter was already taking photos with his department-issued camera, documenting the exterior condition of the cabin. I approached the door again. It was solid wood with a simple iron handle and what appeared to be a deadbolt lock. This wasn't some flimsy interior door. This was built to keep things out. Or perhaps, to keep something in. The wood around the lock had begun to rot, softened by years of rain and snow. I pressed my shoulder against it, testing its give. "You sure about that?" Hunter asked, lowering his camera. "If someone's squatting, we need to know," I replied. "Besides, this place has been abandoned for years." With a firm push, I felt the wood around the lock start to splinter. One more solid shove, and the deadbolt tore free from the rotted frame, the door swinging inward with a low, protesting groan. The darkness inside seemed to reach out like something alive, and a wave of cold, stale air washed over us. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Little did I know, we were about to uncover a mystery that would haunt me for the rest of my career. Upon entering the property, we were hit by the expected smell of rot and mildew, but not the usual animal feces and stink we were used to. There were no windows, so we just used our flashlights, finding some old lamps that the owner must have had when things got dark. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, particles of dust dancing in its path. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe, and carried an odor I couldn't quite place. Musty and stale, yes, but with an underlying chemical tang. Preservatives, maybe, or some kind of solvent. "Jesus," Hunter whispered, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. "It's like a time capsule in here." He wasn't wrong. Aside from being shut up for God knows how long, the place was surprisingly tidy. Whoever had lived here had been house-proud. It might have been a small hut in the woods, but everything seemed to have a place. Dishes were stacked on shelves, the tiny sink empty, the bed in the corner was even made. Clothes and blankets folded neatly close by. There was even a small table laid for dinner. My flashlight beam revealed a scene of eerie orderliness. A small wooden table stood in the center of the room, set with 2 plates, 2 cups, and 2 sets of silverware, all arranged with meticulous precision. A thin layer of dust coated everything, undisturbed for what must have been years. Against the far wall was a narrow bed, its woolen blanket pulled tight with military precision. Beside it stood a small nightstand with an oil lamp and what looked like a leather-bound journal. Above the bed hung a crucifix, its shadow stretching across the wall like a dark sentinel. A small pot-bellied stove occupied one corner, cold and silent for years. Shelves lined another wall, stocked with preserves in mason jars, their contents now discolored and unidentifiable. Hanging from hooks on the ceiling were bundles of dried herbs and what appeared to be animal parts, preservation techniques from another era. "Check this out," Hunter said, his flashlight illuminating a series of photographs tacked to the wall. They were faded and yellowed, but I could make out the images. A stern-faced man standing in front of the very cabin we were in. The same man with what appeared to be a small dog at his feet. And most disturbingly, a photograph of 2 men standing side by side, their faces scratched out with something sharp. I moved closer to examine the photographs. The man was tall and gaunt, with a full beard and the weathered look of someone who had spent his life outdoors. His eyes were deep-set and intense, staring into the camera with an expression that seemed almost accusatory. The dog was some kind of terrier mix, small but alert-looking. "Any idea when these were taken?" Hunter asked. I studied the style and quality. Early 1980s would be my guess, maybe late 70s. Hunter nodded, moving his flashlight around the room. "So our mystery man was here fairly recently, historically speaking." "Looks that way," I agreed, turning my attention to the rest of the cabin. What struck me most was the absence of certain things. No television, no radio, not even a battery-powered clock. This person had lived completely off the grid, isolated from the modern world. The only concessions to technology were a kerosene lamp and what looked like a hand-cranked emergency radio, now caked with dust on a high shelf. Hunter moved toward the small kitchen area, where a cast-iron skillet hung from a hook and a few dented aluminum pots were stacked neatly on a shelf. He opened a small cabinet, revealing a few canned goods, their labels faded beyond recognition. "Whoever lived here was prepared to stay for the long haul," he remarked. I nodded, sweeping my flashlight across the floor. That's when I noticed something odd. Scratch marks near the door, as if something had been desperately trying to get out. Or perhaps trying to keep something from getting in. We did notice some scratches and a mess by the door which seemed strange compared to the rest of the interior. But that was soon solved when we discovered a canine skeleton at the end of the bed. Whoever this place had belonged to had left the dog inside when they just up and left. The beam of my flashlight caught something in the corner, a small heap that, at first glance, looked like discarded clothing. But as I approached, the shape revealed itself in the harsh light. "Hunter," I called, my voice tight, "you need to see this." The remains were almost perfectly preserved, desiccated rather than decomposed, the dry air of the cabin having effectively mummified what was once a small dog. It lay curled up as if asleep, its skin drawn tight over its frame, teeth bared in a final grimace. Dark, matted fur still clung to parts of its body, and its clouded eyes stared sightlessly at the wall. I say skeleton, but it was clearly a dog that was mummified, and not much left of it. That really got to me, being an animal lover, but there was something else too, although I couldn't quite put my finger on it, yet. Hunter crouched beside me, his face grim. Poor little guy. Looks like he starved to death. I examined the remains more closely, careful not to disturb them. Yeah, but why? If the owner left, why not take his dog, or at least let it out? We both fell silent, contemplating the implications. The dog had been left to die, locked inside this cabin. Either the owner couldn't return, or they chose not to. "Let's keep looking," Hunter said finally, standing up. "Maybe there's something that explains all this." I nodded, moving toward a small desk tucked into the corner. It was a simple construction, little more than a plank of wood on 4 legs, but it held what appeared to be a ledger or journal. I carefully opened it, the brittle pages threatening to crumble under my touch. The handwriting was neat and precise, almost obsessively so. Dates, locations, and cryptic notations filled the pages. The most recent entry was from October 17, 1983, almost exactly 42 years ago to the day. "Listen to this," I said, reading from the journal. "It's been watching the cabin again, standing just at the tree line where it thinks I can't see it. But I know it's there. The dog won't stop barking. I've loaded the shotgun, but I don't think it will help. Not against something like that." Hunter frowned. "What the hell does that mean? Something like that?" I shook my head, turning the page, but the rest was blank. Whatever had happened after October 17th, the cabin's occupant hadn't recorded it. My initial thought was perhaps the person had been out hunting, maybe had an accident, been hurt, or unable to get help, and never returned. I wondered if they simply wandered off into the woods and killed themselves. However, we both then noted a single shotgun mounted on the wall. Then I noticed something else. The small table was indeed laid with plates and cutlery for 2 people. 2 place settings, Hunter noted, running his finger through the dust on the table. Was he expecting company all the way out here? I examined the shotgun mounted on the wall, an old Remington 870, well-maintained despite its age. The wood was polished, the barrel oiled. Whoever owned it had taken good care of their weapon. If he went hunting, why leave this behind? I wondered aloud. And if he was expecting trouble, why not have it loaded and ready? Hunter was examining the door now, his flashlight beam highlighting the splintered wood where the deadbolt had been. "What's odd," he said slowly, "is that the deadbolt was engaged from the inside. Whoever left this place didn't use the door." I felt a chill run down my spine. That's impossible. There are no windows, no other exits. We weren't concerned about it being any sort of crime scene after all this time, so we removed the shotgun to take back with us. We'd do some digging in the off chance it might be registered. There was nothing else in there to help with any identification or value to return to any family members. That is, if we ever worked out who'd actually been there. I carefully lifted the shotgun from its mount, checking to see if it was loaded. It wasn't. I broke it open, inspecting the chamber and barrel. Clean, as if it had been recently maintained. "We should take this back," I said. "Maybe we can trace the serial number, find out who owned it." Hunter nodded, still examining the cabin with methodical precision. He was in the corner now, where a small stack of journals and notebooks was piled neatly on a shelf. "You should see these," he called. "Whoever lived here was documenting something." I joined him, balancing the shotgun carefully as I leaned in to look. The notebooks were filled with detailed drawings, intricate sketches of the surrounding forest, maps with locations marked with cryptic symbols, and most disturbingly, page after page of the same elongated figure, standing just at the edge of the tree line. The drawings were skillful but unsettling, the figure always partially obscured by trees, its proportions not quite right. "What do you make of this?" Hunter asked, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. I shook my head. Guy was isolated out here for too long, started seeing things. But even as I said it, I felt a nagging doubt. The drawings were too consistent, too precise. This wasn't the random scribbling of a madman. This was documentation. We were just closing the door back up when suddenly the thing that had been looking us in the face, the thing that had been gnawing at me, making me question this particular hut over all the others, became apparent, like a light bulb going off. It was locked from the inside. There were no windows. It wasn't really big enough for a second entrance. And there was one way in and out, all having been locked, which was massively atypical in itself. "Wait," I said, my hand on the doorframe. "This doesn't make sense." Hunter looked at me, waiting. "The door was locked from the inside," I continued, working through it out loud. "There are no windows, no other exits. How did he leave?" We both stood in silence, the implications sinking in. This small hut, but incredibly neat hut, which barely enough room for one person, had a tiny table set for two, had been locked from the inside with no other way out, and yet the only bones were those of a small dog. "Maybe there's a trap door," Hunter suggested, already moving back inside, his flashlight beam sweeping the floor. I followed, examining the walls for any sign of a hidden exit. We searched methodically, checking every inch of the small cabin, but found nothing. No secret passages, no hidden doors, not even a loose floorboard. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows through the open door. We needed to get back to the truck before dark. "We should head back," Hunter said, voicing my thoughts. "We can report this, come back with a team if necessary." I nodded, taking one last look around the cabin. Something about this place felt wrong, like we were missing something obvious. But what? As we stepped outside, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The cabin had an oppressive quality to it, a heaviness that was difficult to define. The forest, by contrast, felt alive and welcoming as the golden hour light filtered through the canopy. We secured the door as best we could with some rope from our packs, marking the location on our GPS. The shotgun was wrapped carefully in a blanket and stowed in the truck. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the image of that tiny cabin from my mind. Perfectly preserved, meticulously maintained, yet abandoned in the strangest way possible. A man had vanished without a trace, leaving everything behind, including his faithful dog. How could someone lock a door from the inside and then disappear? Little did I know, this was just the beginning of the mystery. We took the gun back to base, did a ton of research, but never found out who had lived there. Never resolved any of the mystery of what happened to them, or how the door had seemingly locked itself, or of course how the owner just managed to vanish out of thin air. The drive back to headquarters was mostly silent, both of us lost in our thoughts about what we'd discovered. The forest grew darker around us, shadows deepening between the trees as the sun set. Twice I thought I saw movement just off the road, but when I slowed and directed the headlights toward it, there was nothing there. You see something? Hunter asked the second time I slowed the truck. I shook my head. Thought I did. Just shadows playing tricks. He nodded, but I noticed his hand had moved to rest on his sidearm. By the time we reached the ranger station, it was fully dark. The main building was quiet, with only a few lights on in the administrative wing where the night staff would be monitoring emergency communications. We logged our return and secured the shotgun in the evidence locker. It was too late to do any serious research, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something important. I pulled the duty roster toward me, checking who was scheduled for the next day. We should talk to Jenkins, I suggested. He's been here longer than anyone. Might know something about that area. Hunter agreed. First thing tomorrow, I'll run the shotgun's serial number, see if that leads anywhere. I should have gone home then, gotten some rest, but instead, I found myself in the archives, pulling old maps and incident reports for the northwestern quadrant. Most of the files were digitized now, but the older records were still kept in filing cabinets in the basement, yellowed paper and faded ink chronicling decades of park history. I lost track of time as I pored over the documents, searching for any mention of a cabin in that area, any record of a permit issued, any report of a missing person. My eyes burned from the strain of reading in the dim light, but I couldn't stop. It was past midnight when I found it. A missing person report from November 1983. A man named Thomas Reeves, 54, had failed to return from a hunting trip in the northwestern quadrant. Search parties had been dispatched but found no trace of him. The case had eventually gone cold, one of many unsolved disappearances in the vast wilderness. But what caught my attention was a detail in the personal effects section. Subject reportedly owned a cabin within park boundaries, location unknown, and was accompanied by a small terrier-type dog named Jack. I felt a chill run down my spine. This had to be our guy. I photocopied the report and continued searching, now with a name to guide me. I found several more mentions of Thomas Reeves, a citation for illegal trapping in 1979, a permit application for a research cabin in 1980, approved X, with coordinates that roughly matched our discovery, and most interestingly, a complaint filed by Reeves himself in July 1983, just months before his disappearance. The complaint was bizarre. Reeves had come to the ranger station claiming that someone or something was stalking him at his cabin. The ranger who took the report, a man named Carlson, had clearly been skeptical, noting that Reeves appeared agitated and sleep-deprived, and that his claims were inconsistent and paranoid in nature. Reeves had insisted that a figure had been watching his cabin for weeks, standing just at the edge of the clearing, never approaching but never leaving either. He claimed his dog would bark at it incessantly, and that sometimes at night he could hear it moving around the cabin, testing the walls. Carlson had promised to send a patrol to check on the cabin, but noted that, due to the remote location, it might be several weeks before they could get out there. There was no record of whether that patrol ever happened. I was still reading when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Hunter appeared in the doorway, looking concerned. "You're still here? It's almost 2 a.m. I gestured to the files spread out before me. I found him, the cabin owner. Thomas Reeves went missing in November 1983. Hunter raised an eyebrow, coming to look over my shoulder. "What's the story?" I handed him the complaint form. Sounds like he was being stalked by something before he disappeared. And get this, he had a dog named Jack. Hunter read quickly, his frown deepening. "You think there's any truth to this? Could have been another person, maybe someone with a grudge." "Out there?" I shook my head. "That's seriously remote terrain, even now. In the 80s, it would have been virtually inaccessible except to someone who really knew the area. Maybe that's exactly who was after him," Hunter suggested. "Another backcountry type who didn't like sharing the territory." It was a plausible theory, and certainly more rational than some of the thoughts that had been creeping into my mind. "There's something else," I said, pointing to a notation at the bottom of Reeves' permit application. "He wasn't always alone out there. He had a research partner, at least initially, Dr. Alan Hayes, anthropologist from the State University. They were documenting old trapper cabins and Native American sites in the area." Hunter leaned in. "Any record of what happened to Hayes?" I shook my head. "Nothing in these files. but there's a reference number for his separate permit application. We'd need to request it from Central Archives. First thing tomorrow, Hunter said firmly. For now, you need sleep. So do I. He was right. My eyes were burning, and the words on the pages were starting to blur. I gathered the most important documents, locking the rest back in the filing cabinet. As we walked to our vehicles, the night air crisp and cold, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The stars were brilliant overhead, the forest around the compound deep in shadow. I found myself scanning the tree line, looking for, what? A figure standing just at the edge of visibility. You okay? Hunter asked, noticing my distraction. Yeah, I lied. Just tired. I didn't sleep well that night. Dreams of narrow cabins and locked doors chased me through restless hours, and more than once I woke thinking I heard scratching at my bedroom window. But each time I checked, there was nothing there, just the wind-moving tree branches against the glass. Morning came too soon, gray light seeping through my curtains as my alarm blared. I showered and dressed mechanically, my mind still in that cabin, still trying to make sense of what we'd found. The shotgun, the meticulously set table, the locked door, the missing man, and his poor abandoned dog. I arrived at the station early, finding Hunter already at his desk, phone pressed to his ear. He gestured for me to wait as he finished his call. That was the firearms registry, he said as he hung up. The shotgun was registered to Thomas Reeves in 1978, never reported stolen, never transferred to another owner. I nodded, unsurprised. I pulled his employment records from the university archives online. He was a forest ecologist, specialized in isolated ecosystems. Hayes was his research partner, an anthropologist studying frontier settlements. They got a joint grant to document historical sites in the national park. Any record of Hayes after 1983? I shook my head. His faculty page says he took early retirement in December 1983, just a month after Reeves disappeared. No publications after that date. I'm trying to track down a current address or phone number, but no luck so far. Hunter leaned back in his chair, thinking. So we have two men doing research together in an isolated cabin. One disappears under mysterious circumstances. The other retires suddenly a month later. Coincidence? Seems unlikely, I agreed. But what's the connection? And how does it explain a door locked from the inside with no other way out? Before Hunter could respond, Jenkins appeared in the doorway, the senior ranger, a weathered man in his 60s who had worked the park since before either of us was born. His eyebrows rose as he took in the scattered papers and our serious expressions. Heard you two found something interesting yesterday, he said, ambling into the office and helping himself to coffee from the pot in the corner. Cabin in the northwestern quadrant, Hunter confirmed. Belonged to a man named Thomas Reeves, went missing in '83. You remember anything about that? Jenkins' hand paused halfway to his mouth, his expression growing serious. Reeves? Yeah, I remember him. Strange case. I was fairly new then, but I was part of one of the search parties. What can you tell us? I asked eagerly. Jenkins settled into an empty chair, looking thoughtful. Reeves was an odd duck. Brilliant, according to everyone who knew him, but not exactly social. Had some kind of falling out with his research partner, Hayes, I think the name was. After that, he spent more and more time at that cabin alone. Did you know Hayes? Hunter asked. Jenkins shook his head. Only by reputation. He came around the station a few times with Reeves in the early days, but after their disagreement, it was just Reeves. Do you know what they argued about? I pressed. Jenkins sipped his coffee. Something about their research. Reeves wanted to publish, Hayes didn't. Said they needed more evidence before going public. At least, that's the gossip I heard. And the disappearance? Hunter prompted. Jenkins' expression darkened. Strangest thing I've seen in 40 years of service. We found the cabin just like you described, locked from the inside, everything in perfect order. No signs of struggle, no blood, nothing to indicate what happened. Just that poor dog, already dead by the time we got there. No theories on how he got out? I asked. Nothing that made sense, Jenkins admitted. We searched every inch of that place. No trapdoors, no hidden exits. The official report ruled it an unexplained disappearance, presumed dead after wandering away from the cabin, but he trailed off. But what? Hunter pressed. Jenkins looked uncomfortable. It didn't add up. Reeves knew those woods better than anyone. He wouldn't just wander off and get lost. And then there were the reports. Reports? I echoed. In the weeks before he disappeared, Reeves came in several times claiming he was being watched, said something was stalking his cabin. We wrote it off as paranoia, guy living alone in the woods too long, you know how it goes. But after he vanished, Jenkins shook his head. 3 of the search party members reported seeing someone watching them from the trees. When they gave chase, they found nothing. No tracks, no signs anyone had been there. A chill ran down my spine. Just like in Reeves' journals, he drew pictures of a figure watching from the tree line. Jenkins nodded gravely. The search was called off after 2 weeks. No trace of Reeves was ever found. And Hayes, Hunter asked, was he interviewed? Extensively, Jenkins confirmed. He had an alibi, was lecturing at a conference in Seattle when Reeves disappeared, but he left the university soon after, moved away. Some people thought he knew more than he was saying, but there was never any evidence connecting him to the disappearance. I exchanged a glance with Hunter. We were both thinking the same thing. We needed to find Hayes. Any idea where Hayes might be now? I asked. Jenkins shrugged. Last I heard, he moved up to Alaska. That was years ago, though. Could be anywhere now. If he's even still alive, he'd be in his 80s. As Jenkins left, Hunter and I sat in silence for a moment, processing what we'd learned. So, Hunter said finally, we have a missing researcher, a mysterious figure stalking the cabin, a door locked from the inside, and a research partner who suddenly retired and disappeared himself. And a table set for 2, I added quietly. Don't forget that. Hunter's eyes met mine. You thinking what I'm thinking? I nodded. We need to go back to that cabin. The next day dawned cold and clear, a perfect October morning. Hunter and I loaded up the truck with more equipment this time. Better lights, cameras, measuring tools, and evidence collection kits. We weren't just exploring now, we were investigating. The drive seemed shorter this time, though it was still several hours before we approached the remote area where we'd found the cabin. The forest felt different somehow, more watchful, the shadows between the trees deeper than they should have been in the bright morning light. You feel that? Hunter asked as we bumped along the barely there trail. I nodded, not needing to ask what he meant. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense of anticipation that hadn't been there before. Or maybe it had, and we just hadn't noticed. We parked in the same spot as before and approached the cabin on foot. The rope we'd used to secure the door was still in place, undisturbed. The clearing was silent. No birds, no insects, just the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. Let's be methodical, Hunter said as we reached the door. Full documentation this time. I nodded, setting up a digital video camera on a tripod to record our investigation while Hunter took photographs of the exterior from every angle. When we finally entered the cabin, it felt different than before. Knowing what we now did about Thomas Reeves and his mysterious disappearance gave everything a new context. The neatly made bed, the carefully arranged shelves, the table set for 2, all of it felt like evidence now, pieces of a puzzle we were struggling to assemble. Let's start with the floor, Hunter suggested. If there's any kind of hidden exit, that's the most likely place. We began a meticulous examination, tapping every floorboard, measuring dimensions, checking for any discrepancies. I ran my hands along the rough-hewn planks, feeling for seams or hinges, while Hunter used a metal detector to search for hidden hardware. After an hour, we'd found nothing. Every floorboard was solid, every measurement consistent with a standard one-room cabin. There was no hidden trapdoor, no secret exit. Walls next, I said, trying to hide my frustration. The walls yielded no better results. The logs were solid, the chinking between them intact. There was no evidence of a secret door or removable panel. The roof, too, was solid. No hatch, no access point. By midday, we had examined every inch of the cabin and found absolutely nothing to explain how Thomas Reeves could have left with the door locked from the inside. It was, as Jenkins had said, a perfect mystery. Let's take a break, Hunter suggested, seeing my growing frustration. Get some fresh air, clear our heads. Outside, the day had grown overcast, the bright morning giving way to a dull gray afternoon. The clearing around the cabin seemed smaller somehow, the forest pressing in from all sides. What about Hayes? I said, staring into the trees. Jenkins said they had some kind of disagreement about their research. What if it was something they discovered out here? Hunter considered this. Worth looking into. but it doesn't explain the locked door. Maybe Hayes knows how Reeves got out, I suggested. Maybe he's the only one who knows. Hunter nodded slowly. I've got a buddy in the state police. Might be able to help us track Hayes down if he's still alive. We were about to return to the cabin when I noticed something, a faint path leading from the back of the clearing into the woods, barely visible among the underbrush. It certainly wasn't a maintained trail, but it was definitely a path, worn by repeated use. Did you see this yesterday? I asked, pointing it out to Hunter. He shook his head. No, but we were focused on the cabin. You think it leads somewhere? Only one way to find out, I replied, already starting down the narrow track. The path wound through dense forest, overgrown but still discernible. It had clearly once been used regularly, though it seemed no one had walked it in years. Fallen branches and new growth obscured it in places, but the underlying trail was unmistakable. We followed it for about half a mile before it opened into another small clearing. And there in the center stood a stone structure, not a cabin but some kind of monument or marker. It was about 4 feet tall, roughly cylindrical, with symbols carved into its surface that I didn't recognize. What is this? Hunter asked, approaching it cautiously. I shook my head, equally baffled. The stone was weathered, covered in lichen in places, but the carvings were still clear, spirals, angular shapes, and what looked like stylized human figures. Maybe this is what they were researching, I suggested. Hayes was an anthropologist, right? Studying frontier settlements and Native American sites. Hunter nodded, taking photographs of the stone from every angle. But what does it have to do with Reeves' disappearance? I circled the monument, examining it carefully. At the base, partially hidden by moss, I found an inscription, not in the strange symbols that covered the rest of the stone, but in English, crudely carved as if with a knife. Hayes was right, it follows. A chill ran down my spine. Hunter, look at this. He crouched beside me, brushing away more of the moss to reveal the inscription. Reeves, he said quietly, has to be. But what does it mean? It follows. What follows? Hunter stood up, scanning the surrounding forest. Whatever he thought was watching him from the trees. The silence of the clearing suddenly felt oppressive. The wind had died completely, leaving an unnatural stillness. I found myself straining to hear any sound, birds, insects, anything. But there was nothing, just our own breathing and the faint rustle of our movements. We should get back to the cabin, Hunter said, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. It'll be dark soon. I nodded, suddenly eager to leave this place. As we turned to go, I glanced back at the stone monument one last time and froze. Standing just beyond it, partially hidden by a tree, was a figure. It was tall and thin, unnaturally so, its proportions subtly wrong in a way that sent a wave of revulsion through me. I couldn't make out any details. It was as if the shadows beneath the trees had congealed into a vaguely human shape, but I could feel it watching us. Hunter, I whispered, not taking my eyes off the figure. He turned, following my gaze. What? I don't see. And then he did. I heard his sharp intake of breath, saw his hand move instinctively to his sidearm. Hello? He called, his voice steady despite the tension I could feel radiating from him. Park rangers, identify yourself. The figure didn't move, didn't respond, just stood there, watching. Hunter drew his weapon. Sir, I need you to step forward and identify yourself. Now. Still nothing, just that silent, motionless presence at the edge of the clearing. Hunter started forward, and I followed, my own hand moving to my sidearm. We advanced slowly, cautiously, across the small clearing toward the figure. And then, between one step and the next, it was gone. Not like it had run away or ducked behind the tree, it was simply no longer there, as if it had never been. Hunter broke into a run, reaching the spot where the figure had stood and circling the tree. Nothing, he called, scanning the surrounding forest. No tracks, no sign anyone was here. Just like the search party had reported 40 years ago. Let's get back to the cabin, I said, a note of urgency in my voice that I couldn't suppress. Now. We half jogged back along the path, both of us constantly scanning the forest around us. Twice I thought I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look there was nothing there. The cabin was exactly as we'd left it, the door standing open, our equipment untouched, but it no longer felt like an inanimate structure. It felt like it was watching us, waiting for us. We need to get this equipment packed up, Hunter said, his voice deliberately calm. "Head back while we still have daylight." I nodded, already gathering the camera and tripod. Neither of us wanted to admit it, but we were both spooked, not just by what we'd seen, or thought we'd seen, in the clearing, but by the whole situation. The locked cabin with no escape, the missing researcher, the strange stone monument, and now a figure watching from the trees, just as Reeves had described 40 years earlier. As we worked, the light began to fade, the overcast sky darkening toward evening. We would have to hurry if we wanted to navigate the rough terrain back to the main road before nightfall. "Almost done," Hunter said, packing the last of the equipment into his bag. "Just need to secure the door again." I nodded, scanning the cabin one last time. My gaze fell on the table, still set for 2 after all these years, and suddenly, with absolute clarity, I knew. "Hunter," I said slowly, "the table set for 2. What if Reeves was expecting Hayes that night? What if Hayes was coming to the cabin and Reeves was waiting for him?" Hunter paused, considering this. "But Jenkins said Hayes had an alibi. He was at a conference when Reeves disappeared." "That's what Hayes claimed," I pointed out. "What if he lied? What if he came here that night and something happened?" "You think Hayes killed Reeves?" Hunter asked, his voice low. "But that still doesn't explain the locked door. And where's the body?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but I think Hayes is the key to all this. We need to find him." As we stepped outside, securing the door behind us, the forest had grown dark around us. The setting sun cast long shadows between the trees, and the wind had picked up, carrying a chill that cut through my jacket. We hurried back to the truck, both of us constantly looking over our shoulders. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that wouldn't go away. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, and for just a moment I thought I saw a tall, thin figure standing at the edge of the clearing watching our departure. But when I blinked, it was gone. We drove in silence for several miles, both lost in our thoughts, before Hunter finally spoke. "We need to talk about what we saw back there." I nodded, my hands tight on the steering wheel. "That figure by the stone monument." "Yeah." Hunter hesitated. Did it look human to you?" I considered the question carefully. "Not entirely," I admitted. "The proportions were wrong, too tall, too thin, but it was hard to see clearly." "And it just vanished," Hunter added. "No sound, no movement, just gone." "Could have been a trick of the light," I suggested, not believing it myself. The shadows under those trees were pretty deep. Hunter didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice was quiet, thoughtful. "You know, my grandfather was half Blackfoot. He used to tell stories about creatures that lived in the deep woods, things that weren't quite human, that could mimic human shape but not perfectly. He called them walkers." I glanced at him, surprised. Hunter had never mentioned his indigenous heritage before, and he'd certainly never talked about believing in legends or creatures from folklore. "You think that's what we saw?" I asked, trying to keep the skepticism from my voice. He shrugged. "I'm not saying I believe in monsters, but whatever we saw back there, it wasn't normal. And it fits with what Reeves reported before he disappeared. Something watching from the trees, something that wasn't quite right." I thought about the inscription on the stone monument. Hayes was right. It follows. Whatever Reeves and Hayes had been researching out there, it had led to something that frightened Reeves enough to carve that warning. "We need to find Hayes," I repeated. "If he's still alive, he might be the only one who knows what really happened." Hunter nodded. "I'll make some calls when we get back. If he's out there, we'll find him." As we emerged from the forest onto the main park road, I felt some of the tension leave my body. But the questions remained, swirling in my mind. What had happened to Thomas Reeves 40 years ago? How had he left a cabin locked from the inside? And what was the figure watching from the trees? Little did we know, the answers would be more disturbing than we could possibly imagine. The next morning I arrived at the station to find Hunter already at his desk, phone pressed to his ear. He waved me over as he finished the call. "That was my contact in the state police," he said, hanging up. "They found Hayes." My heart raced. "He's alive. Where is he?" "Alive but not well," Hunter replied. "He's in a nursing home in Seattle, end-stage Alzheimer's. According to my contact, he has periods of lucidity, but they're becoming increasingly rare." I felt a mix of emotions, disappointment that we might not get the answers we sought, but also a strange relief. Part of me had been afraid of what Hayes might tell us. "We should go see him," I said. "Today if possible, before he—" I didn't need to finish the sentence. Hunter nodded. "Already cleared it with the supervisor. We can take a personal day. It's about a 3-hour drive." The journey to Seattle passed in thoughtful silence. Both of us were processing what we'd experienced at the cabin, and both of us were wondering what Hayes might be able to tell us, if anything at all. The nursing home was a modern facility in a quiet suburb, its bright antiseptic interior at odds with the dark mystery we were pursuing. The nurse who greeted us seemed surprised by our visit. "Dr. Hayes rarely gets visitors," she explained as she led us down a hallway. "Just his daughter sometimes, but she lives in Europe now." "What can you tell us about his condition?" Hunter asked. The nurse's expression was sympathetic. "He has good days and bad days. Today has been relatively good so far. He was a brilliant man, an anthropologist, did you know? But the disease," she shook her head, "it's taken so much from him. Still, there are moments when the old Dr. Hayes shines through." She paused outside a door. "Just don't expect too much. And if he becomes agitated, please call for assistance immediately." We nodded our understanding, and she opened the door. The room was small but comfortable, with a window overlooking a garden. In an armchair by the window sat an elderly man, thin and frail, his white hair sparse, his hands gnarled with arthritis. He was staring out at the garden, seemingly oblivious to our entrance. "Dr. Hayes," the nurse called gently, "you have visitors, park rangers from Blackwater Ridge." He turned slowly, his watery blue eyes focusing on us with surprising sharpness. For a moment he said nothing, just studied us with an intensity that was almost unnerving. "Blackwater Ridge," he repeated finally, his voice stronger than I had expected. "You found the cabin." Hunter and I exchanged a glance. Not a question, a statement. "Yes, sir," I confirmed, stepping forward. "We found Thomas Reeves' cabin. We're trying to understand what happened to him." Hayes continued to stare at us for a long moment, then gestured to 2 chairs near his own. "Sit, you'll want to sit for this." As we took our seats, the nurse quietly excused herself, promising to check back soon. "How much do you know?" Hayes asked once we were alone. "We know Reeves disappeared in November 1983, Hunter began. "That the cabin was locked from the inside with no other way out. That he left his dog behind. That he'd reported being watched by something in the weeks before he vanished." Hayes nodded slowly. "And you found the stone, the marker?" "Yes," I confirmed. "With the inscription, Hayes was right. It follows." A shadow crossed the old man's face. I told him not to publish. I told him we needed more evidence, more research. But Thomas was always impatient, brilliant but impatient. "Publish what exactly?" I pressed gently. Hayes' gaze drifted back to the window, to the garden beyond. For a moment, I thought we'd lost him to his illness, but then he began to speak, his voice distant, as if reciting from memory. "We were documenting historical sites in the park, old trapper cabins, mining operations, Native American locations. But we found something else, something that didn't fit any known pattern." He paused, his arthritic fingers tapping against the arm of his chair. "The stone markers. They weren't created by any indigenous tribe we knew of, nor by European settlers. The symbols were unusual. Thomas thought they might be much older, pre-Columbian, perhaps even pre-human." "Pre-human?" Hunter echoed skeptically. Hayes's eyes snapped back to us, suddenly focused. "There are things in this world that have been here longer than us, Ranger. Things that hide in the deep places, the dark places, things that watch and wait." A chill ran down my spine. This was sounding too much like the ramblings of a man with dementia, and yet there had been something watching us from the trees, something that vanished without a trace. "What happened to Reeves?" I asked, steering the conversation back to solid ground. Hayes was silent for a long moment. Thomas became obsessed with the markers. He started spending more time at the cabin, documenting them, trying to decipher the symbols. That's when he began to notice it, the watcher in the woods. "What was it?" Hunter asked. Hayes shook his head. "I never saw it myself. Thomas described it as a tall, thin figure that would stand at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin for hours, never approaching, never leaving. Just watching. He thought it was connected to the markers somehow." "And you didn't believe him," I guessed. "I believed he saw something. Hayes corrected. But I thought it was likely a person, maybe another researcher, maybe someone living off the grid. I didn't believe his theories about it being some ancient entity awakened by our discovery of the markers. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. We argued about it. I wanted to approach the situation methodically, scientifically. Thomas wanted to publish immediately, to alert the world to what he believed was a momentous discovery. We parted ways. And then he disappeared, Hunter prompted. Hayes nodded, his expression haunted. He called me the night before, said he had proof now, evidence that couldn't be ignored, asked me to come to the cabin the next day. Said he'd make dinner, that we'd talk it through like old times. The table set for two, I murmured. I was at a conference in Seattle, Hayes continued. I told him I couldn't get away. He sounded desperate, afraid, but also excited. Said if I wouldn't come, he'd document everything and mail it to me. That was the last time I spoke to him. And you never went to the cabin? Hunter asked. Hayes was silent for a long moment. No, he said finally. I never went back. But there was something in his tone, a hesitation that made me doubt his answer. Dr. Hayes, I said gently, we're not here to accuse you of anything. We just want to understand what happened. If you did go to the cabin that night. I didn't, he interrupted more forcefully this time. I was in Seattle. Multiple witnesses confirmed that. The police investigated thoroughly. Then how did Reeves leave the cabin? Hunter asked. The door was locked from the inside. There were no windows, no other exits. It's impossible. Hayes turned to look out the window again, his profile sharp against the light. Not impossible, he said quietly. Just not explainable by conventional means. What does that mean? I pressed. He turned back to us, his eyes suddenly clear and focused. The markers aren't just stone monuments. They're boundaries, thresholds, places where the fabric between places grows thin. Places, Hunter repeated skeptically. Hayes ignored him, continuing as if in a trance. Thomas believed he had found a way to open that threshold, to step through, but he didn't understand what was on the other side. What might follow him back? A heavy silence fell over the room. Outside, clouds had darkened the sky, casting the garden in shadow. You're saying Reeves? What? Walked into another dimension? I asked, trying to keep the incredulity from my voice. Hayes's expression was deadly serious. I'm saying Thomas found something he didn't understand, and it cost him everything. The inscription, Hunter said slowly. Hayes was right. It follows. What does that mean? A look of genuine fear crossed the old man's face. I warned him that if these entities existed, if they were real, then disturbing them would be dangerous, that they might notice us. Follow us. Follow you where? I asked. Hayes's hands were trembling now. Everywhere, always watching, always just at the edge of your vision, following you home, standing outside your window at night. Never approaching, never attacking, just following, watching, waiting. For what? Hunter asked. For you to let your guard down, Hayes whispered. For you to make a mistake, to lock yourself in without escape. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. And you think that's what happened to Reeves? This thing followed him, trapped him in the cabin? Hayes shook his head. No. I think Thomas tried to escape it the only way he thought he could, by using the threshold he believed he'd discovered, by stepping through. Through to where? Hunter asked. I don't know, Hayes admitted. No one does. No one who's gone through has ever come back. The room fell silent again. Outside it had begun to rain, drops pattering against the window. Dr. Hayes, I said finally, do you really believe all this, or is it just a theory? His eyes met mine, clear and lucid. I've spent 40 years trying not to believe it, Ranger, trying to convince myself it was all in Thomas's imagination, that he simply wandered off, got lost in the woods, died of exposure, that the locked door was some kind of mistake in our investigation. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. But I saw it too in the end, after Thomas disappeared, when I finally went to the cabin to collect his research. Standing at the edge of the clearing watching me, too tall, too thin, its proportions all wrong, and when I fled, it followed. Followed you where? Hunter asked. Everywhere, Hayes said simply. For years. Always at the corner of my vision, always just out of sight when I turned to look, standing outside my house at night, watching from across the street, following me from city to city as I tried to escape it. "And now?" I asked, my mouth dry. A sad smile crossed Hayes' face. "Now I'm old, and my mind is failing. Some days I don't remember my own name, let alone the horrors of the past. It's a blessing in its way. I think it's lost interest in me now that I'm here, now that my mind is going. Or maybe it's still there, and I just can't see it anymore." He reached out suddenly, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "But you found the cabin. You saw the marker. And I have to ask, have you noticed anything watching you since then? Standing just at the edge of your vision, following you home?" I thought of the figure we'd seen by the stone monument, of the constant feeling of being watched as we drove away, of the shadows I'd thought I'd seen moving outside my window last night. "No," I lied, meeting Hunter's eyes briefly. He gave a small nod, understanding my decision. "We haven't seen anything unusual." Hayes studied my face for a long moment, then released my wrist. "Good," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "That's good." A nurse appeared in the doorway. "Dr. Hayes needs his rest now," she said gently but firmly. As we stood to leave, Hayes caught my arm once more. "If you do see it," he whispered urgently, "don't acknowledge it. Don't look directly at it. And whatever you do, don't try to approach it or communicate with it. Just pretend it isn't there. Maybe it will lose interest. Maybe it will find someone else to follow." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "And stay away from that cabin," Hayes added, his voice breaking. "Board it up, burn it down, I don't care. But stay away from it, and especially from the stone marker. Some doors should remain closed." As we walked out of the nursing home into the rainy afternoon, neither Hunter nor I spoke for several minutes. The world around us seemed normal, ordinary, traffic moving on wet streets, people hurrying with umbrellas, the distant sound of a siren. But something had changed. "So," Hunter said finally as we reached our vehicle, "what do you think? Dementia? Guilt over abandoning his friend? Or he's telling the truth," I finished when he didn't continue. "At least his version of it." Hunter nodded slowly. "We did see something in those woods, something that vanished without a trace." "Could have been a person," I suggested, not believing it myself. "A hiker, maybe, who ran when we approached." "Without leaving footprints? Without making a sound?" Hunter shook his head. "And that doesn't explain the locked door. How Reeves got out of that cabin without using the only exit." We drove in silence for a while, the rain drumming on the roof, the wipers keeping time like a metronome. The forest flanking the highway seemed darker somehow, deeper, as if the spaces between the trees held secrets we could never understand. "What do we do now?" Hunter asked eventually. "Report everything? Try to get permission for a full investigation of the cabin and the stone marker?" I considered the question carefully. If we filed an official report about everything we'd seen and everything Hayes had told us, we'd be laughed out of the service. Ancient entities from another dimension? Thresholds between worlds? It sounded insane. But if we didn't report it, if we let it go, what then? Would someone else stumble upon that cabin someday, become fascinated by the mystery, start investigating the stone markers? Would they begin to notice a tall, thin figure watching them from the trees? We tell the truth, I decided. We found an abandoned cabin belonging to a man who disappeared in 1983. We found a stone marker with unusual carvings that may have been the subject of his research. We spoke to his former colleague, who is now suffering from Alzheimer's and whose recollections may not be reliable. "And the figure we saw?" Hunter asked. I hesitated. Inconclusive. Possibly a person, possibly a shadow or trick of the light. Insufficient evidence to make a determination. Hunter nodded slowly. "And the locked door? How Reeves got out?" "Unknown," I said simply. "An enduring mystery." It wasn't the whole truth, but it was all we could safely report without risking our careers and reputations. The rest, Hayes' story, the watcher in the woods, the feeling of being followed, that would remain between us. As we neared the turnoff for the park, I glanced in the rearview mirror and felt my heart skip a beat. For just a moment, just a fraction of a second, I thought I saw a tall, thin figure standing at the edge of the forest beside the highway, watching our car pass. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. Just trees, shadows, and the deepening twilight. We took the gun back to base, did a ton of research, but never found out who had lived there. Never resolved any of the mystery of what happened to them or how the door had seemingly locked itself, Or of course how the owner just managed to vanish out of thin air. That's the official report anyway. The truth is something else entirely. Something we carry with us, a weight on our shoulders, a shadow at the corner of our vision. Something that follows us now, patient and watchful, waiting for us to let down our guard. Just as it followed Thomas Reeves and Alan Hayes before us. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some doors better left closed. But it's too late for that now. It follows. I never should have ignored the old man's warning. That's what I keep telling myself as I huddle in this ranger station, my hands trembling as I write this account by lamplight. The wind howls outside, scratching at the windows like desperate fingers seeking entry. But it's not the wind I fear. My name is James Blackwood, and until 3 weeks ago, I was just another seasonal park ranger at Grand Canyon National Park. I'd taken the job after burning out from my corporate career in Phoenix. The canyon called to me perhaps because of the stories my grandmother used to tell about our Cherokee ancestors and their deep connection to the land. Some places remember James, she would say, her weathered hands working cornmeal dough. Some places hold on to what happens there. I thought I understood what she meant. I didn't. It began with Salagi Unidoddle's walking elk, a Cherokee elder I encountered during my second week on duty. I found him sitting alone at Yavapai Point just before sunset, long silver hair pulled back, eyes fixed on the deepening shadows across the vast chasm. "You shouldn't be out here so close to dusk, sir," I said, approaching with my official ranger smile. "The shuttles will be finishing their routes soon." He didn't look at me, just kept staring into the canyon. "You have the old blood," he said finally. "I can see it in your face." "Cherokee?" I nodded, surprised. "My grandmother's side. James Blackwood." I offered my hand. He ignored it. "This is not a good place for you to be," Utlov said. He used the Cherokee word for a whirlwind, a name I hadn't heard since my grandmother died. "I'm sorry. The Anigahuga are restless. They've been disturbed." He finally turned to look at me, his eyes reflecting the dying sun. "The tall ones, the ancient people, they walk again." I'd heard all the legends growing up, stories of Nunyunui, the stone giants, and Sulkalu, the slant-eyed giant of the hills. Folk tales to frighten children, I'd always thought. "The tourists will be gone soon," I said gently. "Let me walk you back to the visitor center." His hand shot out, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "Listen to me, Utliv Sadve. 3 hikers will vanish tomorrow in the western reaches, then 2 more by week's end. It begins. Stay away from Havasu Canyon when darkness falls. What walks there is older than your people or mine." I extracted my arm carefully. Another tourist with an overactive imagination, I thought. The canyon did that to people. Its immensity made them feel small, made them believe in ancient powers. "I'll keep that in mind, sir. Now please let me escort you back." As we walked, he spoke quietly. "Your grandmother taught you nothing of respect, the old ways?" "She taught me plenty," I said, a defensive edge in my voice. "But this is a national park, not a haunted forest." He stopped, shaking his head sadly. "The park boundaries mean nothing to them. They were here before the first human laid eyes on this place. They will remain when the last of us is dust." I dropped him off at the visitor center and thought little more of it. Just another day dealing with the eccentrics drawn to natural wonders. Until the next morning, when the call came in about 3 missing hikers in the western reaches of the park. The search began immediately. Standard procedure helicopter sweeps, ground teams, canine units. I was assigned to coordinate with local emergency services. As reports filtered in, a cold feeling settled in my stomach. The hikers, 2 men and a woman from Illinois, had last been seen heading toward a side trail near Havasu Canyon. They probably just got lost and their phones died, my supervisor, Ranger Martinez, said. "Happens all the time with these amateur hikers." But I couldn't shake Walking Elk's words from my mind. By sunset, we'd found nothing. No tracks leading away from the trail. No personal items, no distress signals. It was as if they'd simply vanished into the landscape. That night I couldn't sleep. I pored over maps of the search area, looking for anything we might have missed. Caves, rock shelters, unofficial trails. Around 3 a.m., I pulled out my grandmother's journal, a weathered leather book filled with Cherokee stories and teachings I'd kept but rarely read. I found a section about the Anigahuga, the Ancient Ones. According to Cherokee legend, they were a race of giants who lived in the mountains long before humans arrived. Some stories claim they retreated underground when people came, living in vast cave systems. Others said they transformed themselves into something neither human nor animal. The Anigahuga avoid the places of men, my grandmother had written, but when disturbed, they will take what they believe is theirs. I closed the book, telling myself I was being ridiculous. These were just stories, cultural metaphors, not literal beings. The missing hikers had a rational explanation. They always did. 2 days later, a family of 2 father and teenage daughter disappeared from the same region. The park went into high alert. The media descended. Theories multiplied: serial killer, human trafficking, drug cartel activity. No one mentioned ancient giants. Why would they? Martinez pulled me aside after the morning briefing. "You look like hell, Blackwood." "Not sleeping well," I admitted. "Look, I know these disappearances are unsettling, but we need to stay focused. The director's breathing down my neck, and the FBI is sending a team. I need you sharp." I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. "Has anyone interviewed the Cherokee elder, the one who was at Yavapai Point a few days ago?" Martinez frowned. "What elder?" "Older man, long silver hair. Goes by Walking Elk." "No one matching that description has come through official channels." "Why?" I hesitated. "Just someone I talked to who seemed to know the area well." That evening after my shift, I drove to the nearby community of Supai to look for Walking Elk. The Havasupai Reservation bordered the park, and if he was a local elder, someone there would know him. At the Tribal Community Center, I showed his photo to the receptionista, picture I'd managed to take discreetly when walking him back to the visitor center. She stared at it, then at me, her expression unreadable. "Where did you see this man?" she asked quietly. "At the canyon, Yavapai Point. He called himself Salagi Unadotovs." She said something in her native language to an older woman nearby, who approached and studied the photo. "This is not possible," the older woman said. "This man was my grandfather's uncle. Salagi Unadotlova died in 1943. A chill ran through me. There must be some mistake. I spoke with him 3 days ago. They exchanged looks. The older woman took my arm and led me to a quiet corner. "Listen carefully, Ranger. There are places in the canyon where the veil is thin, where those who have passed sometimes return to warn the living." She lowered her voice. "What did he tell you?" I swallowed hard. "He said the Anigahuga are restless, that they've been disturbed." Her face paled. "And people are now missing." It wasn't a question. 5 so far. She closed her eyes briefly. "It has happened before. In my grandfather's time. In his grandfather's time." "What has?" "The awakening." She looked toward the darkening canyon visible through the windows. "Did he tell you how to stop it?" I shook my head. "Then you must find him again, before more are taken." As I drove back to my ranger station that night, the canyon walls loomed black against the star-filled sky. For the first time since arriving, I felt like an intruder hearing a trespasser in an ancient domain where humans were merely tolerated, not welcomed. And somewhere in those depths, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was stirring, something that had been sleeping for a very long time, something that was now awake and hungry. The morning briefing was tense. 2 more hikers had gone missing overnight, a honeymooning couple from Seattle who'd ventured out for a sunrise hike and never returned to their lodge. Their rental car remained in the parking lot, backpacks and supplies untouched inside. "That's 7 people in 5 days, Martinez said grimly, addressing the assembled search teams. "The FBI is officially classifying this as a potential serial predator situation. Agent Reynolds will be coordinating with us starting today." Reynolds was a stern-faced woman with short gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She immediately took control of the briefing, outlining new search protocols and establishing a task force headquarters. "We believe we're dealing with a human predator," she stated flatly. "Possibly someone with intimate knowledge of the canyon's remote areas, maybe even someone posing as park personnel." Her gaze swept across the room, lingering momentarily on each ranger. The implication was clear: no one was above suspicion. After the briefing, I approached her with my topographical maps. "Agent Reynolds, I've been analyzing potential hiding places within the search radius. There's a network of smaller canyons and caves here. I pointed to an area near Havasu Falls that could provide shelter and would be nearly impossible to spot from the air. She studied the map. You know this area well? I've hiked most of it. My family has connections to this region. Cherokee, right? She asked, surprising me. I read your personnel file. Interesting that all the disappearances have occurred in areas with significant Native American historical sites. I stiffened. What are you suggesting? Nothing yet. Just noting patterns. She folded the map. I want you on the ground team heading to this cave network. Your knowledge could be valuable. As she walked away, I felt a growing unease. Her comment about Native American sites wasn't coincidental. The missing persons had all vanished near areas considered sacred by several tribes, places where ancient dwellings and pictographs could be found. Places where the veil might be thin, as the woman at the reservation had said. The ground team assembled at dawn the next day, myself, 2 other rangers, a local guide from the Havasupai tribe named Michael, and a FBI tactical agent. We descended into the western reaches of the canyon, the morning sun casting long shadows across the red rock formations. The caves are about 4 miles ahead, Michael said as we hiked. My people don't go there much anymore. Why not? Asked Agent Harris, the FBI tactical member. Michael shrugged. Bad dreams. We continued in silence after that, each lost in our own thoughts. The canyon changed as we hiked deeper, the tourist-friendly paths giving way to rougher terrain. The colors intensified, deeper reds, more vivid oranges, shadows of purple in the recesses of the rock. By midday, we reached the cave network I'd identified. From the outside, they looked unremarkable, just dark openings in the striated canyon wall, partially obscured by stunted juniper trees. We'll check each one systematically, I said, unslinging my pack. Document everything. Look for any signs of recent human activity. Or non-human activity, Michael murmured, so quietly I barely caught it. The first 2 caves yielded nothing, just limestone chambers that extended about 50 feet before narrowing into impassable crevices. The third was more promising. It opened into a larger chamber with evidence of ancient habitation, smoke stains on the ceiling, worn depressions in the floor where grinding had once occurred. Ancestral Puebloan site, Michael confirmed, examining pictographs on the wall. Very old. I moved deeper into the chamber, my flashlight beam dancing across the rock walls. The pictographs changed as I went, the typical hunting scenes and handprints giving way to something else. Tall, elongated figures towering over human forms. Strange symbols I didn't recognize. Michael, I called, can you identify these? He joined me, his expression growing troubled as his light played across the ancient images. These are not from my people, but we have similar stories, he said quietly. They depict the tall ones, what your people might call Tsul'kalu. Sasquatch? Bigfoot? Agent Harris asked with undisguised skepticism. Michael shook his head. Those are simplifications. The tall ones were ancient when humans first came to this land. They are guardians in some stories, in others they are judges. They take those who disrespect the sacred places. Harris snorted. Well, unless they left footprints or hair samples, they're not much use to our investigation. I continued examining the pictographs, my light catching something unusual on the cave floor beneath them. Kneeling, I found a small depression filled with what looked like fresh offering scorn pollen, small carved stones, feathers bound with red thread. Someone's been here recently, I said, looking to Michael. His face had gone pale. These are appeasement offerings. Someone is trying to calm the tall ones. Or someone's creating an elaborate backstory for their crimes, Harris interjected, making it look supernatural to throw us off the trail. Before I could respond, our radios crackled to life. Ground team, this is command. We have a situation. Another disappearance reported 20 minutes ago. Solo hiker, male, 40s. Last seen near your position. Emergency transponder activated briefly, then went silent. Harris immediately took charge. Copy command. Coordinates. Sending now. Approximately half-mile northwest of your position. We gathered our gear quickly, tension thick in the air. As we prepared to leave the cave, I noticed Michael lingering by the pictographs, whispering something in his native language. What are you doing? I asked quietly. Asking permission to pass safely, he replied, meeting my eyes. You should do the same, Utlifsav. I froze. What did you call me? It is what they call you, is it not? The whirlwind. I can see why. He nodded toward the cave entrance. We should go. It will be dark soon. We don't want to be in these canyons after sunset. The coordinates led us to a narrow slot canyon. The hiker's emergency transponder lay on the ground, intact but silent, next to a top-of-the-line backpack. A water bottle was tipped over nearby, water still dripping from its mouth. A camera with a broken strap lay several feet away. Looks like signs of a struggle, Harris said, photographing the scene. I knelt by some markings in the sandy soil. They resembled footprints, but were unlike any I'd seen before, enormously wide, with distinct toe impressions, nearly twice the size of my own boot. Got tracks here, I called. Harris joined me, frowning. What the hell made these? A bear? I shook my head. Bears leave claw marks. These are feet, big ones. Someone wearing oversized boots to disguise their tracks, Harris decided, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The tracks led deeper into the slot canyon, which narrowed as it wound between towering walls of striated red rock. The air grew noticeably cooler as we followed the footprints, the sunlight unable to reach the canyon floor. Michael suddenly stopped. We should turn back. We have a missing hiker, Harris countered. Possibly injured. He is gone, Michael said with certainty, and we will be too if we continue as night approaches. Harris looked ready to argue, but I intervened. It'll be dark in less than an hour. This canyon gets dangerous at night. Flash floods, temperature drops. We mark this location, return to base, and come back at first light with more resources. Harris reluctantly agreed, and we began our return journey. As we hiked, I felt a growing sensation of being watched. Several times I turned quickly, certain I would catch sight of something following us, but there was only the empty trail and lengthening shadows. About a mile from our extraction point, we heard a sound that didn't belong in the natural symphony of the canyon. A low, rumbling vocalization that was neither human nor any animal I recognized. It echoed off the canyon walls, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. We all stopped, instinctively moving closer together. Mountain lion? One of the other rangers suggested, his hand moving to his sidearm. The sound came again, longer this time, modulating in a way that felt almost like language. The hairs on my neck stood up. Whatever was making that sound was big, very big. Move, Michael said quietly but urgently. Now. Don't run, but don't stop. We increased our pace, the sound following us, sometimes seeming to come from ahead rather than behind. As the shadows lengthened, rock formations took on ominous shapes in my peripheral vision, tall, moving silhouettes that vanished when I turned to look directly. The radio crackled again, command checking on our status, but the transmission was garbled, breaking up into static. The electronic interference only heightened our sense of isolation. We reached the extraction point just as the sun dipped below the canyon rim. The helicopter was waiting, its rotors already spinning. As we climbed aboard, I looked back at the darkening canyon. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something standing on a ridge above us, a tall, massive silhouette watching our departure. Then the helicopter banked, and it was gone. Back at base, we debriefed with Reynolds and Martinez. Harris emphasized the signs of struggle in the strange tracks, suggesting a human perpetrator using misdirection and psychological tactics. When it was my turn to report, I found myself hesitating. How could I explain the feeling that had gripped me in that canyon? The certainty that we were being stalked by something ancient and intelligent. The strange tracks that resembled no human or animal print I'd ever seen. Ranger Blackwood, your assessment? Reynolds prompted. The scene was unusual. I began carefully. The tracks we found don't match standard profiles, not human, not known wildlife. And there was a vocalization unlike anything native to the region. Reynolds studied me. Are you suggesting something unnatural? I'm suggesting we consider all possibilities. There are aspects of these disappearances that don't fit conventional patterns. Like what? Martinez asked. No bodies, no blood, no definitive evidence of violence despite signs of struggle, and all the disappearances happening in areas with significant historical importance to indigenous cultures. Reynolds leaned back, her expression unreadable. We deal in evidence, Ranger Blackwood. Concrete, measurable evidence, not local legends or supernatural speculation. I nodded, knowing I'd already pushed the boundaries of professional credibility. Of course, I'm just noting unusual patterns. After the debriefing, Michael found me in the parking lot. You feel it too, he said simply, the presence in the canyon. I didn't deny it. What do you know about this, Michael? Really know? He looked toward the darkened silhouette of the canyon against the night sky. My grandfather was part of a search party in 1972 when 3 hikers disappeared. He told me they found the same signs, giant footprints, strange sounds. They followed the tracks to a cave high on the canyon wall, accessible only by an ancient path. Inside they found evidence. Of what? That the tall ones are real, that they take people who trespass in certain places. He met my gaze. My grandfather would never speak of exactly what they found. He only said that afterward, the tribal council placed permanent restrictions on certain areas, places where the membrane between worlds is thin. And you think that's what's happening now? These tall ones are taking people? I think someone has disturbed something ancient, broken an old agreement. He handed me a small leather pouch. Keep this with you. It offers some protection. Inside was a mixture of herbs and what looked like cornmeal. Protection against what exactly? Against being taken? He turned to go, then paused. The old Cherokee man you met, did he tell you how to stop this? I shook my head. Only warnings. Nothing about a solution. Then you need to find him again. Soon. Michael's expression was grave. Before whatever is in the canyon decides to expand its hunting grounds. That night, I dreamed of the canyon, of standing on a high ledge looking down into unimaginable darkness. From that darkness came sounds, the same vocalizations we'd heard, but clearer now, forming patterns that almost made sense to my sleeping mind. And from the shadows emerged a figure enormous, covered in dark hair, its face a blend of human and something else, eyes reflecting red in the dreamlight. Behind it stood Walking Elk, his expression solemn. You must find the gateway, Udlfsad, he said in my dream. The place where they cross over, seal it before the solstice moon. I woke with a start. The leather pouch Michael had given me clutched tightly in my hand. Outside my window, the canyon was a black void against the star-filled sky. And somewhere in that void, I knew with inexplicable certainty, something was hunting. The next day dawned with an unnatural stillness. No wind stirred the juniper trees outside my cabin, no birds called from the canyon rim. Even the constant stream of tourists seemed subdued, as if the park itself was holding its breath. I reported for duty early, reviewing the night's incident reports. No new disappearance at Small Mercy, but several unusual wildlife sightings had been called in. Visitors described seeing an extremely large animal moving along the north rim around dusk. Rangers dispatched to investigate found nothing but some broken branches high up on the trees, too high for deer or elk to reach. During the morning briefing, Reynolds announced a significant expansion of the search operation. We're bringing in specialized tracking teams from multiple agencies, she explained, indicating points on the map. The focus will be on these cave systems and remote canyons. We're also installing motion-activated camera traps throughout the primary search area. Her gaze landed on me. Ranger Blackwood, given your familiarity with the western reaches, I want you on Alpha Team. You'll be guiding a tactical unit through the area where we found the hikers' equipment yesterday. I nodded, though internally I questioned the wisdom of returning to that narrow canyon. Reynolds continued assigning teams, and I noticed that Michael had been excluded from today's operation. After the briefing, I sought him out at the Havasupai Cultural Center, where he worked part-time as a guide. They don't want me involved anymore, he explained when I asked. Said they're focusing on law enforcement personnel only now. Reynolds doesn't want your perspective clouding her investigation, I guessed. She thinks I'm feeding into mass hysteria with tribal superstitions. His expression hardened. 7 people are missing, possibly dead, and she's worried about optics. I glanced around to ensure we weren't overheard. I need to know more about the incident in 1972. What really happened? What did your grandfather find in that cave? Michael hesitated, then nodded toward the door. Not here. We walked to a small coffee shop in the nearby town, far from the ears of other park staff. Over strong black coffee, Michael spoke in low tones. The official report says the 3 hikers in 72 died in a climbing accident. Their bodies were never recovered, supposedly fell into a deep crevasse. He leaned forward. But my grandfather told a different story on his deathbed. I waited as Michael gathered his thoughts. The search party tracked unusual footprints to a cave high on the western wall. Inside, they found a kind of nest, made of branches and clothing, some of it recognized as belonging to the missing hikers. He paused, and there were bones, human bones, showing evidence of being consumed. A chill ran through me despite the warm coffee cup in my hands. They found evidence of predation? He nodded grimly. But that wasn't what terrified my grandfather. It was what they found deeper in the cavea passageway that seemed to descend forever. And carved into the walls, images identical to those we saw yesterday, the tall ones taking human figures. What did they do? Tribal elders performed a sealing ceremony. They believed the cave was a gateway between worlds, that it needed to be closed. For decades after, the disappearances stopped. He looked up at me. Until now. So something has broken the seal, I murmured. Or someone. Michael's expression was grave. There's been increased archaeological activity in the restricted zones, universities with permits, some private research groups, disturbing sites that should have been left alone. I thought of Walking Elk's warning in my strange dream. The gateway, I said. We need to find it again. Michael shook his head. The location of the cave was deliberately obscured in all records. Only the elders knew, and the last one who participated in the sealing died years ago. But there must be some record, some clue. My radio squawked to life. Ranger Blackwood, report to command immediately. Alpha Team is deploying in 30 minutes. I stood reluctantly. I need to go. But this isn't finished. Can you look into tribal records? Any mention of the cave or the sealing ritual? I'll try, but be careful out there today. Michael pressed something into my hand, another small leather pouch. Wear this. Don't take it off, no matter what. Alpha Team consisted of myself, 2 FBI tactical agents, and a wildlife expert from Arizona Game and Fish. We were dropped by helicopter at the entrance to the slot canyon where we'd found the hikers' equipment, our mission to thoroughly document the area and set up surveillance equipment. We're looking for any evidence of human presence. Agent Carter, the team leader, instructed as we checked our gear. Footprints, hair, fibers, biological material. If our perpetrator is hiding out here, they've left traces. The wildlife expert, Dr. Lenore Gray, seemed skeptical. I still think we should be considering non-human predators. A canyon lion could easily drag prey into a den that's inaccessible to your search teams. A canyon lion doesn't remove someone's backpack and leave their water bottle neatly beside it, Carter replied dryly. As they continued discussing possibilities, I surveyed our surroundings. The slot canyon felt different today, the air heavier, the shadows deeper despite the mid-morning sun. The leather pouch Michael had given me hung around my neck beneath my uniform shirt, its presence strangely comforting. We moved deeper into the canyon, following the same path as yesterday. I led the way, alert for any sign of the strange tracks we'd discovered. But the sandy soil showed only our own footprints from the previous day. The others had been erased either by wind or something else. Tracks have been obscured, I reported. Possibly intentionally. Carter frowned. Natural causes more likely. Let's continue to the primary site. We reached the location where the hikers' equipment had been found. The backpack and transponder were gone, collected as evidence, but the site had been marked with small flags. Dr. Gray immediately began examining the area, taking soil samples and looking for hair or scat. I want camera traps here, here, and there, Carter directed, pointing to strategic locations, full coverage of the approach and the site itself. As the others set up the equipment, I found myself drawn further into the canyon, toward the direction the strange tracks had led. Something felt different about this section, the temperature noticeably cooler, the air quality changing subtly, becoming damper. About 50 yards beyond the main site, the canyon narrowed dramatically, the walls rising near vertical on either side. The ground showed signs of recent waterflow. A flash flood had carved new patterns in the sand. And there, partially exposed in the newly eroded bank, was something that didn't belong. A hiking boot, modern, expensive, half buried in the sand. Over here, I called, carefully approaching the find. The team joined me quickly. Carter photographed the boot in situ before carefully excavating around it. It was empty, no foot inside, but the laces were still tied in a double knot. How does someone lose a boot without untying it? Dr. Gray wondered aloud. They don't, Carter said grimly. Not voluntarily. I surveyed the area more broadly, noting how the flash flood had reshaped the terrain. The water came through here with significant force, could have uncovered evidence that was deliberately buried. We began a methodical search of the flood path, finding more disturbing items: a torn piece of backpack strap, a crushed water filter, a single trekking pole snapped in half, all consistent with the equipment carried by the missing hikers. As we worked our way deeper into the narrowing canyon, I became increasingly uneasy. The walls seemed to press closer, the shadows darker despite the midday sun now directly overhead. Several times I thought I heard something, a scraping sound from above, the subtle shift of loose rock, but saw nothing when I looked up. Dr. Gray paused suddenly, crouching to examine something on the canyon wall about 7 feet up. "Interesting," she murmured, photographing what looked like marks in the red stone. "What is it?" I asked, joining her. "Claw marks, but not from any predator I recognize." She ran her fingers along the deep grooves. "Whatever made these was large, and the pattern is unusual, more like fingers than animal claws." Carter joined us, frowning at the marks. "Could be man-made, someone trying to simulate animal activity." Dr. Gray shook her head. "These were made with significant force. Look how deep they cut into the rock, and the spacing much wider than human hands could manage." I stared at the marks, a cold feeling settling in my stomach. They resembled gigantic handprints, as if something massive had braced itself against the canyon wall while climbing. Carter instructed one of the other agents to place a camera trap with a clear view of the marks. Then we continued deeper into the canyon. The passage grew narrower still, until we were moving single file between walls so close I could touch both sides simultaneously. Then the canyon opened suddenly into a small circular chamber, a dead end, perhaps 30 feet across, surrounded by sheer walls rising hundreds of feet. The ground was sandy, with a small spring bubbling from the base of the far wall, creating a shallow pool. "Perfect ambush spot," Carter muttered, his hand resting on his sidearm as he surveyed the enclosure. But something else had caught my attention. On the far wall, partially hidden behind a stunted juniper, was an opening, a dark crevice that appeared to lead deeper into the rock face. "There's a cave," I said, pointing. We approached cautiously. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways, but opened into darkness beyond. Cool air flowed from the gap, carrying a musty, organic smell. "This wasn't on any of our maps," I noted, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam illuminated a passageway that twisted out of sight after about 20 feet. "Perfect hiding place," Carter said. "We need to check it out." Dr. Gray looked uneasy. "That passage could go for miles. The canyon is riddled with unmapped cave systems." Carter radioed our position to base, requesting backup before we proceeded further. "Sit tight," he ordered after finishing the transmission. "Support team will be here in 30 minutes. No one enters that cave until we have proper backup." We used the time to set up additional camera traps and collect samples from around the spring. I found myself repeatedly drawn back to the cave entrance, shining my light into the darkness, trying to see what lay beyond the first bend. During one such examination, I noticed something I'd missed before: markings carved into the rock beside the opening, ancient, weathered by time, but still visible. They matched the pictographs we'd seen in the other cave-elongated figures standing over smaller human forms. A marker, a warning. Before I could point this out to the others, a sound echoed through the chamber, a deep, rumbling vocalization similar to what we'd heard yesterday, but closer, much closer. We all froze, instinctively moving back to back in the center of the enclosure. "Mountain lion?" the other FBI agent suggested, drawing his weapon. Dr. Gray shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not a feline vocalization, not canine either." The sound came again, a low, modulating growl that seemed to reverberate from the very rocks around us. I couldn't pinpoint the source. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Get the thermal imager," Carter ordered his partner, who quickly retrieved a device from his pack. As he scanned the walls around us, my eyes were drawn upward. The rim of the enclosure was in shadow, the midday sun not quite reaching it. And there, at the edge of that shadow, something moved. Something big. "There," I said quietly, nodding upward without making any sudden movements. Everyone looked up. For several heartbeats I saw nothing, just shadows in the red rock of the canyon wall. Then it moved again, and I caught a glimpse of dark fur, a massive limb, a shape that didn't belong among the rocks. "What the hell is that?" Carter whispered, raising his rifle slowly. Before anyone could respond, the thermal imager beeped loudly as it detected the heat signature. The sound echoed in the enclosed space, and the shape above us moved with startling speed. A cascade of small rocks preceded its descent as it scrambled down the sheer cliff face with impossible agility for something so large. We caught only glimpses of a powerful limb here, a flash of movement there as it descended into the shadows at the base of the wall. "Contact, contact," Carter shouted into his radio, backing toward the narrow canyon entrance. "Unknown large predator, possibly bear, requesting immediate extraction." But it wasn't a bear. As it emerged partially from the shadows, I got my first clear look and my blood ran cold. It stood at least 8 feet tall, bipedal but hunched forward, covered in dark reddish-brown fur that blended perfectly with the canyon walls. Its limbs were long and powerfully muscled, ending in hands, yes, hands with opposable thumbs and what looked like curved claws or talons. Its face remained in shadow, but I caught the gleam of eyes reflecting our flashlight beams and the outline of a head that seemed too small for its massive frame. Dr. Gray gasped beside me. "That's not possible," she whispered. "That's not a known species." The creature remained at the edge of the shadows, watching us. It made that rumbling vocalization again, but up close. It sounded more complex, almost like speech, but in no language I recognized. "Back out slowly," Carter ordered, his rifle trained on the creature. "No sudden movements." We began to retreat toward the narrow canyon entrance, moving as one unit. The creature watched but didn't advance, continuing its strange vocalizations. Then Dr. Gray stumbled on a rock, momentarily breaking formation. The creature moved with explosive speed, not toward her, but toward the cave entrance. In 3 massive strides, it reached the narrow opening and positioned itself there, effectively cutting off our escape route. "Hold fire," Carter ordered as his partner raised his weapon. "We don't know what we're dealing with." The creature made another sound, higher pitch this time, almost like a question. Then it did something none of us expected. It raised one massive hand and pointed directly at me. At the leather pouch hanging visibly outside my shirt, dislodged during our hasty movements. A coldness spread through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It recognized the pouch. It knew what it was. "It's intelligent," I said quietly. "It's trying to communicate." "Bullshit," Carter replied, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's an animal, a predator." "Look at its eyes," Dr. Gray whispered. I forced myself to meet the creature's gaze. Its eyes were deep-set beneath a heavy brow, but undeniably intelligent, aware, and calculating in a way no animal's eyes could be. It made another sound, then deliberately backed into the cave entrance, its massive form barely fitting through the narrow opening. It continued watching us, making no move to attack, but clearly guarding the passage. "It's protecting the cave," I realized aloud. "That's what this is about. The cave is important." Carter's radio crackled to life. "Alpha Team, extraction team is 2 minutes out. Confirm your status." "We are pinned down by an unidentified large predator," Carter replied, his voice steady despite the extraordinary situation. "It's blocking our primary exit route, but maintaining distance, possibly territorial behavior." As the sound of an approaching helicopter reached us, the creature looked up, then back at us. It made one final vocalization, longer, more complex than the others, then disappeared into the darkness of the cave. We remained frozen in place for several moments, weapons trained on the now empty cave entrance. "What the hell just happened?" Carter's partner finally broke the silence. I think," I said slowly, "we just met what's been taking people." Dr. Gray was already documenting the encounter, her scientific training overriding her fear. The physiological characteristics: bipedal locomotion, opposable thumbs, facial structure, they're consistent with some form of hominid. But the size, the fur pattern. She shook her head in disbelief. "This could be an undocumented species. Or," I said quietly, "it could be exactly what the indigenous stories describe, an ancient one, a guardian." Carter gave me a sharp look. "Let's stick to facts, Ranger. We encountered an unidentified large animal, nothing more." But as the helicopter descended and we prepared for extraction, I couldn't shake what I'd seen in those intelligent eyes. Recognition, calculation, and something else. A warning. The creature hadn't attacked when it had every opportunity. It had merely blocked access to the Cavito, what Michael had called the gateway, to what Walking Elk had warned me about in my dream. As we lifted off, I looked back at the narrow opening in the rock face. For a moment, I thought I saw the creature watching our departure from the shadows. Then we banked away, and the enclosure vanished from view. But I knew with absolute certainty we hadn't seen the last of the guardian of the canyon, and the gateway it protected. The base camp was chaos when we returned. News of our encounter had spread like wildfire, and a crowd of park officials, law enforcement, and scientific personnel swarmed around us as we disembarked from the helicopter. Reynolds pulled Carter aside immediately, their conversation intense and private. Dr. Gray was whisked away by a team from the university's biology department, her recorded data and samples becoming the center of attention. Amidst the commotion, I slipped away. I needed to find Michael, to tell him what we'd seen, what I now believed with growing certainty. The tall ones were real, and they were protecting something in that cave. I found him at his home on the reservation, a modest house with a view of the western canyon. His expression told me he already knew something had happened. "You saw it," he said simply when I entered. I nodded, collapsing into a chair, the adrenaline crash hitting me hard. It was not what I expected, not a mindless predator. It was intelligent, Michael. It recognized the pouch you gave me. He poured me a cup of strong coffee, adding something from a small flask. "Medicine," he explained, "for the shock." The drink burned going down but steadied my nerves. I described the encounter in detail, the creature's appearance, its behavior, how it had deliberately blocked access to the cave. "It's protecting the gateway," Michael said, confirming my suspicion, "as it has always done." "But why take people? Why now, after decades of peace?" Michael sat heavily across from me. "I've been speaking with the elders. There was a research expedition 3 months ago, archaeologists with special permits to explore restricted areas. They were documenting pictographs when they found something. The gateway cave? A sealed entrance. They broke through, thinking it was just another burial chamber." His expression darkened. "They disturbed the seals placed there in 1972, and something else." "What?" "They removed artifacts, sacred objects that were part of the binding." He met my gaze. "Objects that need to be returned." A cold certainty settled over me. "That's why it's taking people. It's trying to force the return of what was stolen." Michael nodded grimly. "The elders believe so. The tall ones are guardians of thresholds between worlds. When the gateway was sealed properly, with the sacred objects in place, they remained dormant. Now they're active again and angry. So we need to find these artifacts and return them to the cave." "It's not that simple." The research team cataloged everything they removed. Most items were sent to the university's collection. He pulled out a folder containing photocopied documents. But 3 objects were classified as items of unique significance and transferred to a private collector. I scanned the paper's official transfer documents, permits, receipts. Who authorized this? These were found on protected land. Someone with connections. The paperwork is all technically legal, but ethically. He shook his head in disgust. One name appeared repeatedly in the documentation: Elliot Chamberlain, billionaire tech entrepreneur and notorious collector of indigenous artifacts. His private museum in Sedona housed one of the largest collections of Native American items in private hands, many acquired through questionable means. "Chamberlain has them," I said, reading further. 3 objects: a carved stone tablet, a ceremonial bowl made of clay, and something described as a ritual staff with unique organic components. "The binding objects," Michael confirmed. "They need to be returned to the gateway and the proper ceremonies performed before the solstice moon, 4 days from now." I thought of Walking Elk's words in my dream: "Seal it before the solstice moon." How do we get them back? Chamberlain isn't likely to hand over prize acquisitions because we ask nicely. Michael was quiet for a moment. "There may be a way. Chamberlain is hosting a private viewing of his newest acquisitions tomorrow night, by invitation only." "And you have an invitation?" "No, but Dr. Sarah Longfeather does." He slid another paper across the table, an elegant invitation addressed to the head of Native American Studies at the university. "She's my cousin, and she's willing to help." The plan took shape quickly. Dr. Longfeather would attend the viewing with me as her research assistant. Once inside, we would document the location of the 3 objects. Michael and a tribal elder would wait nearby. Later that night, we would return and repatriate the sacred items. This is breaking and entering, I pointed out, though without much conviction. I'm a park ranger. I enforce laws, I don't break them. 7 people are missing, Michael reminded me quietly. Possibly dead. More will follow if the gateway remains open. Sometimes the right path isn't the legal one. I couldn't argue with his logic. Besides, something inside me, some deep intuition passed down through generations of Cherokee blood, told me this was the path I was meant to follow. The next day passed in a blur of preparation and mounting tension. Reynolds had ordered a full lockdown of the Western Canyon areas, deploying armed patrols and helicopter surveillance. The official story was of an unidentified large predator, possibly a bear, but rumors were spreading wildly among park staff. I reported for my shift, careful to maintain appearances, but my mind was on the evening's mission. Just before sunset, I changed into the formal attire Michael had provided, a dark suit, with subtle indigenous design elements that would help me blend in at Chamberlain's event. Dr. Longfeather met us at the rendezvous point, a composed, distinguished woman in her 50s whose academic credentials were impeccable. If she had any qualms about our plan, she didn't show it. Chamberlain has been stealing our heritage for years, she said as we drove toward his Sedona estate. He calls himself a preservationist, but he's a trophy hunter. These items aren't decorations, they're sacred objects with spiritual power. Chamberlain's home was a modernist monstrosity perched on the red rocks overlooking Sedona, all glass and angular concrete that seemed to deliberately clash with the natural beauty surrounding it. Security was tight, but discreet uniformed guards at the gates checking invitations, and others patrolling the grounds with earpieces and barely concealed weapons. The exhibition was housed in a purpose-built gallery attached to the main residence. As we entered, Dr. Longfeather slipped easily into her academic persona, greeting other guests with professional courtesy while I followed slightly behind, observing the layout and security measures. The gallery was arranged chronologically, with artifacts from different tribes and eras displayed in climate-controlled cases. The lighting was theatrical, designed to highlight the beauty of the objects rather than their cultural significance. We moved through the collection methodically, Dr. Longfeather engaging other guests in scholarly discussion as cover for our true purpose. Near the rear of the gallery, we found what we were looking for, a special display labeled Recent Acquisitions, Grand Canyon Ancestral Artifacts. 3 objects sat on illuminated pedestals, a flat stone tablet covered in unfamiliar symbols, a clay bowl painted with red and black designs, and a staff made from a twisted juniper branch adorned with feathers, crystals, and what looked like animal teeth. The binding objects. As we studied them, trying to appear merely academically interested, a voice spoke from behind us. Fascinating pieces, aren't they? Carbon dating places them at over 30 years old. I turned to find myself face to face with Elliot Chamberlain himself, a tall, thin man in his 60s with the tan skin of someone who spent time outdoors, but the soft hands of someone who had never worked with them. Dr. Longfeather smiled professionally. The craftsmanship is remarkable. Where were they discovered, if you don't mind my asking? A previously unexplored cave system in the western Grand Canyon, Chamberlain replied with evident pride. My research team had to abseil down a sheer cliff face to reach the entrance. Quite the adventure. Were they found together? I asked, careful to maintain my cover as a research assistant. Chamberlain's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at me. Yes, arranged in a very specific configuration around what appeared to be some kind of altar stone. Ritualistic placement, clearly. Fascinating, Dr. Longfeather murmured. Have you had the symbols on the tablet translated? Working on it. They don't match known indigenous writing systems. He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Between us, I believe they may be pre-Columbian. Perhaps evidence of trans-oceanic contact. I bit back a reply, letting Dr. Longfeather steer the conversation towards safer academic topics. As they discussed dating methodologies, I casually surveyed the security system cameras in the corners, motion detectors near the pedestals, a guard stationed at each entrance. After extracting ourselves from Chamberlain's presence, we completed our circuit of the gallery before making our excuses and departing. In the car, Dr. Longfeather immediately called Michael. We've confirmed the objects are there. Security is substantial but not impenetrable. Main concerns are the cameras and alarm system. We met Michael and the elder, a thin, weathered man named Tomasat, a small motel outside Sedona. They had already prepared the necessary tools: black clothing, gloves, night vision goggles, and a device Michael claimed would temporarily disable electronic security systems. "It creates a localized EMP," he explained. "Military grade. Don't ask where I got it." The plan was simple but risky. We would return after midnight, when the exhibition was closed. Michael would disable the security system long enough for me to enter through a service entrance, retrieve the objects, and exit. Dr. Longfeather would remain as lookout, while Thomas performed protective ceremonies to mask our presence. "The tall ones may be aware of what we're doing," Thomas warned, his voice soft but carrying authority. "They have ways of seeing beyond our world. If they approve of our actions, they may help. If not—" He left the implication hanging. Night fell. We waited, tension mounting as the hours passed. At 1 a.m., we moved into position. Chamberlain's estate was dark except for security lighting around the perimeter. Guards patrolled at regular intervals, their patterns predictable. Thomas began a quiet chant, burning a small bundle of herbs and waving the smoke over each of us. "Protection," he whispered, "and concealment." At precisely 1:17 a.m., Michael activated the device. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the security lights flickered and died, plunging the estate into darkness. "Now," Michael urged, "you have 3 minutes before the backup generators kick in." I moved quickly across the darkened grounds, staying low, using the shadows as cover. The service entrance was where our intelligence had indicated a simple door with an electronic lock that now stood deactivated. Inside, I navigated by memory and the dim glow of my night vision goggles. The gallery was eerily silent, the artifacts now merely shapes in the darkness. I located the 3 objects quickly, wrapping each carefully in the specially prepared cloths Thomas had provided. As I secured the staff, the last of the 3 objects, I heard a sound that didn't belong. A deep, rumbling vocalization that I recognized immediately. The same sound from the canyon. Impossible. We were miles from the park. I froze, scanning the darkness. Nothing moved, but the sound came again, closer this time, as if something large was moving through the gallery. The lights flickered, the backup generators coming online. In that brief illumination, I caught a glimpse of something massive moving between the display cases, something that shouldn't be here. One of the tall ones had followed us. Heart pounding, I secured the staff to my back and moved toward the exit, trying to remain silent. The creature made another sound, not threatening, but almost approving. Then the lights came on fully, and I heard shouts from outside. The guards had noticed the security breach. I had seconds to escape. I ran for the service door, the object secure in my pack. As I reached the exit, I risked a final glance back and saw it clearly for a moment. The same creature from the canyon, its massive form incongruous among the pristine display cases, its intelligent eyes meeting mine. It raised one enormous hand in what almost seemed like a gesture of acknowledgement. Then it melted into the shadows with impossible stealth for something so large. Outside, chaos had erupted. Guards shouted to each other, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. I used the confusion to my advantage, staying low and moving quickly toward our rendezvous point. Michael was waiting at the edge of the property, his face tense. "Did you get them?" I nodded, breathless. "But we're not alone. One of them is here. It followed us." His eyes widened. "The tall ones never leave the canyon." "This one did." I described what I'd seen. Thomas, who had joined us, nodded grimly. "They are invested in our success. The gateway must be more unstable than we realized." We made it back to the vehicles without detection, though sirens were already wailing in the distance as we drove away. By dawn, we were back at the canyon, the stolen reclaimed artifacts secure. News of the break-in was all over the local media by Mornina, daring theft of priceless archaeological treasures from Chamberlain's private collection. No suspects had been identified, but security footage had apparently captured a large, unidentified figure moving through the gallery. The authorities would assume it was a person in disguise. Only we knew the truth. I reported for my shift at the ranger station as if nothing had happened, though exhaustion pulled at me. Reynolds was in a state of controlled fury. Search for the missing hikers had yielded nothing. The creature hadn't been spotted again despite round-the-clock surveillance, and public pressure was mounting. "We're expanding the search radius again," she announced during the morning briefing. And the governor has authorized National Guard support starting tomorrow. I listened with half an ear, my mind on the coming night. According to Thomas, the ritual to reseal the gateway had to be performed at midnight, when the moon was at its zenith. Michael and the elders would handle the ceremony, but I was needed to guide them to the cave entrance, the same cave now heavily guarded by armed park rangers and FBI agents. As the briefing concluded, I approached Martinez. "I need to be on the night patrol in Zone 3, I said, naming the area containing the cave entrance. He eyed me suspiciously. "That area is restricted to tactical teams only now." "Reynolds' orders." "I'm the only one who's seen the creature up close," I argued, "and I know that terrain better than anyone." After some persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to add me to the night patrol roster. One obstacle overcome, but many remained. The day passed with excruciating slowness. I tried to rest, knowing the night ahead would demand all my strength and focus, but sleep eluded me. Instead, I found myself drawn to my grandmother's journal again, searching for anything that might help us understand what we were facing. In a section near the back, I found a passage I'd overlooked before. "The ancient ones stand between worlds, guarding the thresholds where realms meet. They are neither good nor evil as we understand such concepts, they simply maintain the boundaries. When the boundaries weaken, they grow restless. When the boundaries break, they walk among us." A chill ran through me as I read those words. The boundaries were breaking, and tonight we would try to repair them. Dusk fell. I reported for night patrol duty, meeting the tactical team at the staging area. We were issued night vision equipment, sidearms, and tranquilizer rifles loaded with darts containing enough sedative to bring down a grizzly bear. "Shoot to sedate, not kill," the team leader instructed. "The university wants this specimen alive." The very thought made me uneasy. The tall ones weren't specimens to be studied. They were ancient guardians with intelligence and purpose. Our patrol route took us along the rim of the western canyon, then down a maintenance trail to the area where we'd encountered the creature. 2 other teams covered adjacent zones, creating a perimeter around the entire region. As we descended into the canyon, I felt the weight of the night pressing down. The moon was nearly full, casting sharp shadows across the red rock landscape. By midnight, it would be directly overhead the solstice moon Thomas had spoken of. We reached our assigned position by 10 p.m. a ridge overlooking the narrow slot canyon leading to the cave. From here we could observe the approach while remaining concealed. The tactical team spread out, establishing a watchful perimeter, while I positioned myself where I could see both the canyon and the rendezvous point where Michael would appear. At 11:15 p.m., I caught the signal 3 quick flashes of light from the rim above. Michael and Thomas had arrived. Now I needed to create a diversion to draw the tactical team away from the cave entrance. My opportunity came at 11:30, when the radio crackled with reports of movement on the eastern perimeter. 2 team members were dispatched to investigate, leaving just 3 of us on the ridge. "I'm going to check the lower approach," I told the team leader, indicating a path that would take me near the rendezvous point. "Better visibility from there." He nodded, his attention focused on the reports coming through the radio. I moved quickly down the slope, using the shadows for cover until I reached the spot where Michael and Thomas waited with the sacred objects. "The cave is guarded," I whispered. 3 armed agents on the ridge above, more in the surrounding areas. Thomas seemed unconcerned. "The Guardians will help us," he said with quiet certainty. "We must proceed before midnight." We began our approach, staying low and using the terrain for concealment. The 3 objects were wrapped in ceremonial cloths, carried reverently by Thomas. As we neared the narrow entrance to the slot canyon, I hesitated. This was the most exposed part of our route, clearly visible from the ridge where the tactical team watched. But as we paused, a sound echoed through the canyon, that now familiar rumbling vocalization, but from the opposite direction. The tactical team immediately responded, their radio chatter indicating they were moving to investigate. "The Guardians," Thomas nodded. "They are clearing our path." We moved quickly through the slot canyon, reaching the circular chamber with its spring and the narrow cave entrance. The area was deserted. The diversion had worked perfectly. Thomas immediately began preparing for the ritual, arranging the 3 objects in a specific pattern before the cave entrance. Michael assisted, lighting small bundles of herbs and placing them strategically around the arrangement. "What happens now?" I asked, keeping watch for any sign of the tactical team returning. "We close the gateway," Thomas replied simply, "and hope it's not too late." He began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, older than Cherokee, older perhaps than any recorded human tongue. The words seemed to hang in the air, vibrating with power. Michael joined in, creating a harmony that echoed off the canyon walls. As midnight approached, the air in the chamber changed, grew heavier, charged with energy. The moonlight reached the cave entrance, illuminating the sacred objects with silver light. Thomas's chanting intensified, his weathered hands moving in intricate patterns over the arrangement. Then we heard it movement from within the cave. Something large was approaching the entrance. I tensed, my hand moving instinctively to my sidearm, but Thomas never paused in his chanting. Michael gave me a warning look, shaking his head slightly. From the darkness of the cave emerged one of the tall ones, massive, powerful, its red-brown fur gleaming in the moonlight. It regarded us with those intelligent eyes, making no move to attack. Behind it I sensed rather than saw movement, more shapes in the darkness. Thomas continued the ritual, now addressing the guardian directly. He gestured to the sacred objects, then to the cave entrance. The creature watched, utterly still, its gaze unreadable. Then, with deliberate movements, it approached the arrangement. Thomas stepped back, still chanting but now in a softer tone. The guardian extended one massive hand toward the stone tablet, tracing the symbols with a gentleness that belied its enormous strength. A low vocalization rumbled from deep in its chest, then was answered by other voices from within the cave. A conversation we couldn't understand, but whose importance we could feel. The guardian looked directly at me, its gaze intense. For a moment, I felt something brush against my Minda presence, ancient and vast, trying to communicate without words. Images flashed through my consciousness, the canyon as it was thousands of years ago, beings moving between our world and somewhere else, a great cataclysm, the sealing of passages, guardians appointed to watch the thresholds. Then the connection broke as the creature turned away. With surprising delicacy, it rearranged the sacred objects slightly, adjusting their positions with evident purpose. Thomas watched carefully, then resumed his chanting, incorporating the changes into the ritual. The moonlight reached its zenith, bathing the entire chamber in silver radiance. The guardian stepped back toward the cave entrance, joining others of its kind now visible as silhouettes in the darkness. Thomas reached the crescendo of the ritual, his voice rising in a final invocation. Then the moonlight seemed to concentrate on the arranged objects, growing unnaturally bright. The air shimmered around the cave entrance, and for a brief moment, I thought I glimpsed something beyond the darkness, a vast landscape unlike anything on Earth, with strange structures and unfamiliar stars. The guardian raised both massive arms, its own voice joining the chant in a deep, resonant tone that vibrated through the rock itself. The other tall ones did the same, creating a harmonic that seemed to bend reality around us. With a sound like thunder contained in a small space, a shockwave of energy pulsed outward from the cave entrance. I was thrown backward, landing hard on the sandy ground. Michael and Thomas were similarly displaced, though the sacred objects remained undisturbed. When my vision cleared, I saw that the cave entrance had changed. Where before there had been darkness, now there was solid rock, as if the passage had never existed at all. The guardians were gone, sealed away with the gateway they protected. Thomas slowly got to his feet, his expression solemn but satisfied. "It is done," he said simply. "The boundary is restored." Michael helped me up, his face showing the same mixture of relief and wonder I felt. "They accepted our offering," he said. "The debt is paid." We heard voices and saw flashlight beams approaching, the tactical team returning. We needed to leave immediately. "What about the missing hikers?" I asked as we gathered our things. "Are they?" Thomas's expression was grave. "Some debts cannot be undone. Some prices must be paid." We slipped away before the tactical team arrived, using the same route we'd come in. By dawn, Thomas and Michael had returned to the reservation, while I reported for my regular shift as if nothing had happened. The official search for the missing hikers continued for another week before being scaled back. No trace of them was ever found, despite the most extensive search operation in the park's history. The creature, officially classified as an unidentified large predator, was never spotted again. Chamberlain offered a substantial reward for the return of his stolen artifacts, but they had been consumed in the sealing ritual, leaving nothing to find. Slowly, life in the park returned to normal. Tourists resumed their visits, rangers returned to routine patrols, and the incidents faded into local legend, another mysterious chapter in the canyon's long history. But I knew the truth. I had seen the guardians, had glimpsed the world beyond the gateway, had felt the ancient power that dwelled in the depths of the canyon. And sometimes when I patrol the western reaches near dusk, I still feel watched by unseen eyes. I still hear, or perhaps imagine, that deep rumbling vocalization echoing from distant shadows. The boundary is sealed again, but the guardians remain vigilant. And so do I. 1 year later, I stand at the edge of the south rim, watching the sunrise paint the canyon in shades of fire. The tourists around me murmur appreciatively, snapping photos and pointing at particularly dramatic formations. None of them see what I see: the hidden places where worlds touch, the shadows where ancient beings once walked. None of them know how close the boundary came to breaking completely. After the sealing ritual, I considered leaving my ranger position. The weight of what I'd experienced, of what I now knew made routine park duties seem trivial by comparison. But something held me here. A responsibility, a connection. Reynolds was reassigned to Yellowstone 3 months after the incident, her failure to resolve the missing persons cases, a black mark on her otherwise impeccable record. Martinez took over as chief ranger, bringing a more pragmatic approach to park management. Sometimes the canyon keeps its secrets, he told me once when we were alone at the station. Been that way since before the first European ever laid eyes on this place. Some things aren't meant to be explained. I wondered how much he really knew, how much he suspected. But we never spoke directly about what had happened in those dark days a year ago. Michael remained my connection to the indigenous perspective on the events. We met regularly, sometimes just to talk, other times to hike to remote areas of the canyon where the modern world seemed far away. The elders say the boundaries are holding, he told me during our most recent meeting. The dreams have stopped, the omens have faded. The dreams had affected many on the reservation in the days before the disappearances began. Nightmares of tall, shadowy figures moving through the canyon, calling in voices that echoed in the dreamers' minds long after waking. And walking elk? I asked. Has anyone else seen him? Michael shook his head. Not since you, but that's how it often is with spirit guides. They appear when needed, then return to the other side. I never told him about the dreams. I still had occasionally dreams of standing at the sealed cave entrance, feeling something massive and ancient moving just beyond the rock, watching and waiting. In these dreams, Walking Elk often appeared, his expression solemn as he whispered warnings I couldn't quite hear upon waking. Were they just dreams? Or something more? I chose not to dwell on the question too deeply. The official investigation into the disappearances eventually went cold. 8 people in total, their files still open, still officially missing rather than declared dead. Their families still visited the park occasionally, placing flowers at a memorial plaque installed near the visitor center. I always made a point to speak with them when they Kamato, listen to their stories, their grief, their unanswered questions. I couldn't give them the truth, but I could give them my attention, my respect. And in private moments, at dusk when the canyon shadows deepened, I would make my way to special places Michael had shown me, places where the boundary between worlds grew thin at certain times. There, I would leave small offerings: cornmeal, tobacco, words of acknowledgement to honor the guardians who watched from beyond the veil. Call it superstition if you want. I call it respect. 6 months after the sealing, a research team from the university attempted to locate the cave we had described in our reports. They found nothing, no opening, no passage, not even evidence that such a cave had ever existed. The slot canyon ended in a solid rock wall, with no sign of the circular chamber or spring we had documented. Faulty GPS coordinates, their report concluded. Inaccurate landmark identification. I knew better, but kept my silence. Some truths aren't meant for scientific papers or official reports. Chamberlain never recovered his stolen artifacts. His break-in remained unsolved, though the insurance company eventually paid his claim after a lengthy investigation. He sold his Sedona estate 6 months later and moved to Switzerland, his interest in indigenous artifacts apparently dimmed. Dr. Gray published a paper speculating on the existence of an undocumented large predator in the Grand Canyon region, possibly a relic population of some prehistoric species. It was largely dismissed by her peers, her career suffering a setback from which it never fully recovered. I sent her an anonymous message after reading the paper. Some truths can only be witnessed, not proven. I don't know if she understood. Life moved on. The canyon endured. The boundary held. But I remained vigilant, watching for signs of unusual animal behavior, strange weather patterns, visitors reporting odd experiences or sounds, the kind of subtle warnings that might indicate the gateway was weakening again. Thomas had taught me what to look for, how to read the canyon's moods and messages. You have the blood of seers in your veins, he told me during one of our meetings. The gift of seeing beyond the veil, use it wisely. I took his teaching seriously, incorporating ancient knowledge into my modern role as a park ranger, a foot in both worlds, just like my Cherokee ancestors had been. Tonight marks the anniversary of the sealing ritual. A full moon again, though not the solstice moon that had provided the power for the ceremony. Still, a potent time when the veil might thin slightly. I've requested the night shift in the western section, citing a need to monitor unusual wildlife activity. Martinez approved without question, another sign that he perhaps understands more than he admits. As darkness falls, I make my way to the sealed cave site. No tactical teams patrol here anymore. Budget cuts and the absence of incidents have returned this area to routine ranger oversight. I'm alone with the canyon and my memories. The slot canyon is exactly as I remember it, the narrow walls rising on either side like ancient sentinels. But when I reach the place where the circular chamber should be, I find only a solid rock wall, smooth, unbroken, with no sign of the spring or cave entrance. Reality has been rewritten, the physical world adjusted to accommodate the sealing of the gateway. I settle on a flat rock, unwrapping the small bundle I've brought: cornmeal, tobacco, a few strands of my own hair. The offerings Thomas taught me to prepare. As the moon rises above the canyon rim, I arrange them in the pattern he showed me, speaking the words of acknowledgement in Cherokee. I honor the guardians of the boundary. I respect the ancient agreement. I remember what was and what might have been. The canyon is silent around me, but it's a listening silence, an aware silence. I feel the weight of unseen eyes, the presence of something vast and patient beyond normal perception. After completing the ritual, I sit quietly, letting the canyon's night sounds wash over me. The occasional cry of a hunting owl, the rustle of small nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through juniper branches. Then I hear it, faint but unmistakable, that deep, rumbling vocalization echoing from somewhere that isn't quite here, not threatening but acknowledging. A reminder that the guardians still watch, still protect, still remember. I smile into the darkness. I remember too, I say quietly, and I remain vigilant. As if in response, a warm breeze stirs the canyon, carrying the scent of juniper and sage. For just a moment, I think I see walking elk standing on a ledge above me, his weathered face serene in the moonlight. He raises a hand in greeting or perhaps blessing, then fades into the shadows. Spirit guide or hallucination? It doesn't really matter. The message remains the same. The boundary must be respected. The guardians must be honored. The ancient pact must be maintained. And as long as I wear the ranger badge in this canyon, I will ensure that it is. The moon climbs higher, bathing the red rocks in silver light. In this illumination, the canyon reveals its true nature, not just a geological wonder, but a living entity with secrets and powers beyond human understanding. A place where worlds touch, where boundaries blur, where ancient beings still walk when darkness falls. Most visitors see only the surface beauty, the dramatic vistas, the layered colors, the immense scale. They come, they photograph, they leave, never knowing what depths lie beneath their feet, what powers watch from the shadows. But some of us know, some of us remember, some of us keep the old ways alive through small rituals and quiet acknowledgments. Not out of fear, but out of respect for forces that existed long before humans walked this land and will remain long after we are gone. I gather my things as midnight approaches, preparing to return to the ranger station. My radio crackles occasionally with routine check-ins from other patrols, normal, mundane reminders of the world I officially inhabit. As I rise to leave, I notice something on the ground nearby that wasn't there before: a single track in the sandy soil. Enormous, with 5 distinct toe impressions, pressed deep as if by great weight. A message, a reminder, a connection. I place my own boot beside it for scale, marveling at the difference. Then I carefully obliterate both prints, erasing evidence that others might misinterpret or exploit. Some secrets belong to the canyon alone. Walking back toward my vehicle, I feel a profound sense of peace despite the weight of knowledge I carry. I am part of something ancient and ongoing, a human link, in a chain of guardianship that stretches back thousands of years. My grandmother would be proud, I think. Her stories and teachings weren't just cultural heritage to be preserved, they were practical knowledge for navigating the hidden realities of the world. Preparation for a role I never expected to assume. The night sky above the canyon blazes with stars, the Milky Way a luminous river across the darkness. I pause to look up, feeling simultaneously insignificant and connected to something vast and eternal. Until next time, I whisper to the watching canyon, to the guardians beyond the veil, to whatever ancient powers might be listening in the darkness. The breeze stirs again, carrying what might be a response or might simply be the wind's passage through stone corridors shaped by water and time. Either way, I understand my role now. Park ranger by day, guardian of boundaries by night, a foot in both worlds, just as it should be. Just as it has always been for those with eyes to see and ears to hear the deeper truths of this ancient land. The canyon keeps its secrets. And so do I.